451. 451. Korra. Okay, use your full power to punch my palm, Alexander told Ong. Boom. Ong did it and was shocked to see his own power. How did a simple fruit make me so powerful? Well, it's a secret. But, you are practically the strongest being in the world and also immortal. You can become a real air nomad sage. You can do whatever you want. Even Katara and others have grown younger so you can just travel and have fun. But you won't be able to use other bending powers now. Only air bending for you. Alexander reminded him. Alexander knew the reason behind this. In normal cases, if someone in the ninja world ate the chakra fruit, they would gain the ability to control all the elements. But, there was a big difference in biology in this world and the ninja world. Chakra fruit eaters used the natural chakra around them and molded it to their will. But here, Ong was still using chi because there was no such thing as chakra here. And chi was bound by Ong's soul and body. Since he had the souls of other avatars he was able to bend all elements but now he can't. Yeah, that will take some time to get used to. I had grown too comfortable with using all of them. I guess I will become a true air nomad now. Ong responded. Well, that was it for me now. I gotta go and check some things in the Southern Water Tribe. See you later. He said and flew away. Alexander came to the Southern Water Tribe. People awed seeing him when he landed near them. Then they all either bowed or simply fell down to their knees and started praying. He waved his hand towards them, releasing a bit of his aura which made them feel warm. He didn't stop there and simply went to one of the igloo. Knock knock. Soon a man opened the door. Yes. Alexander looked at him and felt that the man was exhausted. He waved his hand and his body got surged with chi. It revitalized him. Hello, I am Spirit God. Did your wife just give birth? He asked. It was a very unusual thing to ask. The man had not even announced to the village yet. But the man knew Alexander's face. He bowed deeply, Spirit God, thank you for granting us your presence. I am Tonruk. Yes, my wife gave birth to a baby girl. Can I see her? Alexander asked. Tonruk nodded and took him in. Dear, who is it? A woman's weak voice came. You won't believe it, Senna. Spirit God has come to see little Korra. Tonruk said. The woman tried to get up but Alexander stopped her, rest now, child. No need to get up. Can I see your daughter? Senna didn't think twice and picked up the baby and gave her to Alexander. He held her in his arms. Their eyes met each other, even though Korra's were just barely open. He checked the avatar soul inside and made sure it was not harmed in any way. Congratulations, your daughter is the next avatar. He announced. It shocked the two, what? But Avatar Ong is still alive, they exclaimed. Yes, he is. But he was sick and I had to help him. This led to the release of Avatar soul and it came into this baby. He explained without giving in the details. He caressed the little baby, leaving behind a few memories in her mind. Memories about his and Iroha's wisdom. These will help her whenever she will be in a spiritual or mental problem. Korra will stay here and start her training after a few years. Avatar Ong will teach her himself. He will teach her air bending, Fire Lord Zuko will teach her fire bending, Katara will teach her water bending and Toph Bafong will teach her earth bending. Korra will be the avatar that represents the next generation of the world. A new era will start with her. He said in length. The whole Southern Water Tribe will now receive special aid from my personal funds to make the life of the avatar safe, fun and learning-inducing. Please take care of her, people from White Lotus will come here to provide safety to her. He respectfully advised them and finally got up to leave. But he left behind a huge bag of money too. Tonruk was the village chief so he was not worried that he'd get robbed. He proceeded to give Korra back to her mother. But when he put her in her mother's arms, he noticed that she had tightly gripped his finger with her tiny hand. Haha, don't worry, Korra. I will always watch over this world and you. Whenever you need me, you will find me with you. He said and softly put her hand away. He said goodbye and returned to the Southern Air Temple where the team Avatar was having fun like they used to back in Iroha's tea house. That place was where the team practically grew up, cried, and played with their kids. Okay, Team X Avatar. I have found the next Avatar. She was born just when I took the Avatar spirit out of Ong. You will all be teaching her bending. Okay. He ordered them. Never in history has something like this happened. He wanted to see how good Korra can be as a person when they share their wisdom with her. Who is she though? Katara asked, now looking young again. Oh, she's a cute little girl from Southern Water Tribe. She's the village chief's daughter named Korra. He revealed. Katara and Sokka were very happy to hear that she was from their home. Then we must go and visit her. Ong, come with me, we need to buy stuff from Cabmart. Katara dragged Ong away. Cabmart was the world's biggest multinational retail corporation, founded by a man nicknamed Cabbage Man. He was dead now but his legacy was still going strong. Alexander then looked at Zuko, "You don't have work in Fire Nation. I have unofficially made Izumi the Fire Lord. It's her trial run. If she does well, I will make her Fire Lord and just relax myself." Ha! I am imagining her face when she sees me this young again. Zuko chuckled. Old Zuko was much different from the young one. This Zuko knew humility and its benefits. "Well, I will be going now. I need to start packing my things up. I will return to my realm soon. Korra and this world do not need the spirit god anymore. The world has changed a lot and she will have Ong too," he revealed. "I can understand. Will you ever come back?" Zuko asked. "Maybe, but don't worry. I will always be watching. You have done a good job, Zuko. You truly redeemed yourself and the Fire Nation. You fulfilled Iroha's wish to bring back Fire Nation to greatness. He would be proud of you," Alexander said, patting his shoulder. Zuko got a bit emotional and tears welled up in his eyes remembering his uncle. Alexander went ahead and gave him a hug. The boy deserved it. "Also, I am proud of how your daughter grew up to be. She is perfect in every way. I think she will do fine as the Fire Lord," he praised. Zuko was surprisingly the best parent among the Ong gang. It was because Zuko knew firsthand what not to do as a father. Toph, sitting beside them, nodded. "I should also thank you, Grandpa. If it weren't for you, I'd have a broken family." "Ha ha ha, you were never the one to fix things so someone had to intervene. Still, you did an amazing job with the metal bending school. You can now lay back and relax," he advised. Alexander then looked at Sokka who was polishing his boomerang. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I am preparing my boomerang for Korra. I will teach her how to use it. Imagine the Avatar using a boomerang as a weapon. Oh, the joy." Sokka gloated in himself. He's still the same boomer boy. Toph sighed in disappointment. 1 year later. The world's purity had reached 89.99%. He knew he was about to hit the 90s so he completed all his important tasks and prepared to leave. But, before all that, he had to meet someone in the spirit realm. So he took out his anywhere door and crossed over. You can see Iroha's tea house on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 452. Leaving the Avatar world. Spirit realm. Alexander appeared beside a hut. There was a table outside where many spirits were sitting and drinking tea. All the spirits recognized him and cheered. "Aha, you're here, my friend. It seems you missed my tea." Iroha appeared, with a beard whiter than before but a smile much more radiant. "I think I did miss your tea along with your small talks," Alexander said and took a seat. "Haha, and I still haven't forgotten them. Drinking tea with so many spirits has a different charm in it. Looking for new tea leaves is fun too," said Iroha. "So you have been gathering wisdom here too," Alexander chuckled. "It is important to draw wisdom from different places. If you take it from only one place it becomes rigid and stale." Iroha quoted. "So, what about Lu-10? Where is he?" he asked. "Oh, his soul joined the nature. Apparently, that's what happens to most souls that come from the material world. But I have made peace with it. Before he left, I had the time of my life. We shared stories with each other along with having adventures here. But I am immortal here as I didn't come here through the natural process," Iroha revealed. Alexander knew that already. "So, are you going to come with me on an adventure of a lifetime? Travel to different worlds and spread your art of tea maybe?" he offered him. This was Alexander's plan from the beginning. In no way was he going to leave his good friend behind. Iroha thought for a while, "What will we be doing?" "What I've been doing all this time," Alexander said. Then he continued, "My job consists of just helping people. You on the other hand can help and give life advice." "That sounds like a dream job," Iroha joked. "You will be living in my own dimension which has 10 planets. All kinds of dragons and mythical animals live there. Along with my whole family and friends." Alexander sweetened the deal. Iroha suddenly got up. "Well, I was able to see my family, the Fire Nation, and the world rise to greatness. There is nothing left here. So, when are we leaving?" "Haha, good choice, we will be leaving tomorrow. I cannot allow you to meet your family physically but you can meet them as an astral projection. If you went in front of them physically then it would get harder to leave," he advised. After that, Alexander put Iroha's soul back in his physical body that he had preserved when he had left for the spirit world. This was the promise he had made to Iroha. The next day. Alexander had informed everyone that he was leaving, so they were all coming to meet him. Other than this, he set a safety mechanism for the world. This time his approach was going to be direct. Using the same principle as magical paintings from Harry Potter world. He transferred some of his consciousness into a rune system on the moon. It would watch over the world, and if something happens, for example, Vado coming back, the runes will activate and Alexander's duplicate will appear with crazy high strength. Alexander stood at the grounds of the Southern Air Temple. He had spent so many years with them that even he was feeling emotional. You all started when you were so little. Now, look at you. I am proud of you all. He said. Everyone suddenly jumped at him and hugged him. They were teary-eyed. We will miss you, Grandpa, Toph said. She was always a brash arrogant girl, but not to her grandpa. He showed her more love than her family did. Not to mention he gave her eyes. She never realized how emotionally attached she was to him. The same was with Ong, Sokka, Katara, and Zuko. After that, he looked at their children. You all are the future of this world. I hope you won't do something that would force me to return. Alexander said. Okay, now, I should be going. Goodbye, kids, he waved his hand. Let's go, Komei. He called him. But Komei helplessly looked at him. Ji-chan, help me. She won't let me go. Alexander facepalmed himself. Angela had grown old now but was still too attached to Komei. To the point that she refused to stay away from him. In all these years, although she had become mostly normal, she never married or tried to start a family. She was content being the little sister of Saitama. But the thing she wanted most was roaming around with Komei. I guess she's too dazzled by your charm, Komei. He joked. Angela, let him go. He needs to return home. He told her. Zuko was just sighing and shaking his head at the scene. No. Either he stays or I come with you. She firmly said. Alexander looked around and saw no way out. What will you even do? Komei has his own life. He stays busy most of the time doing, eating and playing. Hee. Komei embarrassingly laughed. No. I still want to go with Komei. He's my best friend. Angela remained unmoved. Is she again going crazy? Okay, have it your way then. But if I ever see you misbehaving with people of my world, I will send you back here. He warned her. She nodded continuously. I will behave. I am old and better now. Yeah, I can see that, which is why I am making you as young as you were during your teenage years, because you have clearly not grown up. Komei, take her with you and teach her the rules. He allowed them to enter Fihaim. Zuko, don't worry. She will be fine, he assured him. The next moment, a golden light fell from the sky, illuminating the whole island. Goodbye, kids. He shouted one last time and disappeared. Once he was gone, Bumi spoke. Why did it feel like he left for forever? Bam. He received a knock on his head by Katara. Don't say that. He's the spirit god. He will always be watching. You, on the other hand, you are middle-aged now, when will you find a wife? Come on, Mom, not that again. Bumi and Katara started their verbal fight while others laughed. Ong just smiled and kept on looking at the sky. He had a feeling that there was a lot more to spirit god than what met the eye, but he stayed silent as he respected him. I will not disappoint you, Grandpa Ong thought internally. So, after Alexander was gone, the world still stayed at relative ease. Team Avatar trained Korra to be a magnificent avatar. Master in all 4 bendings. Even metal bending was taught to her through many painful lessons from Toph. She eventually grew up to be a beautiful girl, ready for her adventures. Zuko, Ong, Katara, Toph, and her favorite uncle Sokka were like parents to her now. She had even met Alexander in her mind as a memory. She made friends in the Republic City and faced a few problems too. But then the secretly power-hungry chief of the Northern Water Tribe decided it was nice to get Vado out of his comfy tree. He was eventually able to do it. But unknown to him, it was one of the triggers that started the runes on the moon. Korra was fighting the giant body of Vado, combined with Unalaq, the fool. Although Korra was beating him up, Alexander's defense still started up. Suddenly, over the sky of the planet, a humongous figure of Alexander appeared. It was so huge that the whole planet was just as big as his head. The spiritual suppression was so big that Vado kneeled and all the spirits corrupted by him got purified instantly. The people of the world who were knowledgeable in spiritual arts felt it too. Vado, you fool! I warned you to stay inside your tree. Now you will be punished as I told you years ago. Only your existence is of importance and not your power. As soon as the voice fell, Vado's body started to get smaller. His power disappearing slowly. No. Please forgive me, Spirit God. It was the human who freed me. Vado pleaded. He freed you, but you attacked the physical realm on your own accord. The voice came from the sky. Eventually, Vado was made as small as an ant and again sealed inside his tree. This time with better seals. Alexander's figure then warmly looked at Cora. How are you, my child, remember me? Cora gleefully smiled at him. Yes, Grandpa, since the first day of my life I remember you. Thank you for all your guidance. If it weren't for you, my spiritual side would have never gotten better. Haha, teaching you was my duty. But never stop learning, child. Remember, if you think you are good at something, there will always be someone better at it than you. Alexander said. Then, as a gift to her, a ring came down from the sky. Take this ring. This is officially the Avatar's property from now on. It holds a bit of my and Iroha's consciousness and knowledge. You will be able to ask for answers and help whenever you want now. It is meant to guide you in all avatars to come. Take care now. Just as he appeared, he disappeared. Many people took a sigh of relief. They thought they had angered the spirit god. Somewhere in the southern water tribe, Katara looked at her brother and her son. Bumi, see, I told you he's watching over us. You lost the bet, now give me my money. Sokka ignored her. What bet? I don't remember. This will jolt your memory. Katara poured cold water on him. Arg. Katara, you always do this. Wrongly using your bending. He complained. After that incident, the spirit realm and physical realm knew that they were being watched. So they behaved. Except for a group that wanted to kill Korra to stop the avatar cycle. They only ended up getting killed themselves as Aang appeared out of his sage cave with his mighty strength. Aang had stopped interfering with the world unless it was extremely important. Korra's life being in danger was one of those moments. After that, small troubles periodically came but the world never plunged into war and only saw further advancements. Golden light fell and Alexander appeared in a field. He looked around and saw there was a big crowd. There were people wearing knightly armor. A tall man with a very long sword. He was wearing an all-black armor. There were many commoners in poor dirt conditions and also a girl who had her hands tied in the chain. Alexander was as confused as the people around him. Without any worry, he took out his phone and looked at the message. Surprisingly, there was no memory. It only said a few words, which were, the world is corrupt beyond repair, evil beings thrive and virtuous cries. As the High God, it is your duty to cleanse the world. Purge the evil and slaughter the demons. World purity is 10%. Oh my god, just 10%? Am I in hell? And wasn't that message a bit too dark? He looked up at the men in silver armor riding armored horses. He thought they were good guys as they also had a flag and that made them look like a part of an organized army. Hey, care to tell me what this place is? He asked. But the man's face contorted and utter fear appeared in his widened eyes. He suddenly shouted, kill it. It's a demon. A man witch. You can see Iroh, Vado, and the New World on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 453, 453. Godly Heretic. A/N, for those who don't know, this is Berserk anime. It's pretty dark. You don't need to watch the old anime to start watching it now. You can simply watch the 3 movies before the 2 seasons. Hey? Demon? Me? Wahaha. This is the first time people have called me this when they see me flying. Usually, they just fall to their knees and start praying. Alexander talked to himself loudly. He looked at the man in shining armor. What place is this called and whose soldiers are you? Heathen, how dare you speak to me? I am the squad leader of the Holy Iron Chain Knights, the greatest believer of God. You are in front of the Tower of Conviction. You shall be judged by the Great Inquisitor now. The man took out his sword. Alexander just looked around without a care. He looked at the tall building a distance from him. He also looked at the tall black armored swordsman. He's as tall as me. Pretty tall for a human in the Middle Ages. But I have a feeling this isn't the normal Middle Ages, he thought. So you are the Church's army. Which god do you serve? Alexander asked. Only the one true God. Surrender now. He shouted. Why do I feel that the god you are talking about is a demon? And why is there so much demonic presence on this planet? A bit too much, I'd say. Also, why are these poor people not being helped? Isn't that what a religious order is supposed to do? Alexander bombarded the man with questions but he knew that he wouldn't get answers. However, thankfully he knows how to win over people and he was more interested in the tall swordsman. Then die. The knight swung his sword at Alexander who was 2 heads taller than him. Clank. The sword broke down the moment it hit his shoulder as if the sword was made of glass. Guts was about to stop the man from whipping the woman, but suddenly he saw a man falling from the sky in a golden light that could be anything but demonic. But he still didn't judge too early, as Griffith himself looked like an angel from the heavens but turned out to be a monster. He could see that the flying man was clueless about where he was and the knights were going to hit him. Suddenly, Puck flew closer to his ear. Guts, I can sense his aura. He's not normal. Yeah, I saw him flying too, Guts replied and scoffed at Puck for not saying anything valuable. No, Guts, I mean, I sense an aura opposite to that of a monster, demonic beings, or an apostle. It is as if he is entirely opposite from them. And way stronger too. I don't think I can get closer to him without passing out due to the sheer spiritual pressure of his body, Puck explained. Hey, now I am interested. Let's see what he's got, Guts muttered in a low voice. Clank. He was very shocked seeing the sword breaking like that. If it was him, he could have shrugged it off as he had armor on. But the old man was only wearing simple clothes. Alexander looked at the shocked man who just hit him and checked his sins. Randall Category 3. Murder 21. Indirect Murder 123. Torture 56. RPE 13. Demon Worshipper Unknowingly. Sin percentage 69%. The sins will be high in this world even for less number of murders or crimes because the population is low and most sinners are normal humans. Alexander felt disgusted. If this was a man working for the church, then what about real murderers? So, he checked for the sins of other members of his team. Frank's Category 3. Murder 16. Indirect Murder 20. Torture 60. RPE 9. Pedophilia 4. Demon Worshipper Unknowingly. Sin percentage 66%. Read Category 3. Murder 10. Indirect Murder 15. Torture 40. RPE 2. Thievery 50. Demon Worshipper Unknowingly. Sin percentage 63%. Sin percentage 67%. Sin percentage 65%. Oh my god, why are all of these religious fools arpists? Where the hell have I come to? And what's with their demon worship? Their sins look pretty demonic to me. You are no man of God. Your sins speak against you. Alexander said and grabbed the face of the group leader in his palm. You disgust me, Alexander muttered and read all his memory. He found out about world geography. The events that occurred. The reality of the Holy See, that even they had no idea about God. They just did it because they could and control the world while at it. There was no religion or set of rules. The Holy See could call anyone a heretic and burn them. There were also supposed to be fantasy beings like elves, demons, and all, but the man wasn't sure about it. He also found information about the man in black armor. He was supposed to be a legend of some kind. Going by the name Black Swordsman. Once Alexander was done, he sent out a beam of golden light from his hand, burning the body to ashes. It happened fairly quickly, but by then the man was already screaming and had peed himself. All of you are sinners. Murderers, arpists, and thieves. Exploiting people is your true profession, not serving the gods. He shouted at them. The knights got scared and tried to run away. One of them unluckily tried to pass by the Black Swordsman and ended up getting cut in half. This is too brutal, Alexander thought about it but didn't pay attention to it. Others were quickly burned by Alexander's golden flames that released very soothing and warm flames that could warm people's hearts. There was a boy with a broken leg who went close to the fire because he felt attracted to it. But, when he reached it, he just kept on staring at it for a second. Then suddenly he jumped. His face showed an unbelievable expression and full of smiles. Oh Lord! This is, my leg got healed. Just the warmth from this fire was enough to do that. Alerted by his claims, many more desperately sick or wounded ran to the fire like a moth attracted to light. Some had half-paralyzed faces stuck in bad positions. Some had pain in their joints, some had broken bones left untreated for many years. There were also a few women with their small skeleton-like babies in their arms. The babies suddenly started crying as if energized by the fire. I don't feel pain. One exclaimed. My face is healed. Another yelled. My baby. Suddenly they turned towards Alexander. Alexander also realized what was going to happen, so he decided to go with it. If he could give them hope, then he would. He was also going to steal the worship away from whichever demon was ruling the world and making them pray to him. Around Alexander's body, a soothing majestic golden aura formed and the slow wind started running. His hair fabulously waved like smooth waves in the sea. I wonder if Jesus feels like this too. The people started kneeling one after another and started chanting, God is here. God is here. But close to Alexander's ear, a snort was heard, Hey, show off. Alexander lightly chuckled and spoke, inaudible to others, so you two came out. Good job staying hidden. I felt their emotions, so I decided this was not the time to magically appear, Dobby whispered. Haha. Then I will introduce you two as my right and left hand. Where is Iroh? He asked. Oh, he was preparing tea for everyone in the kitchen. He'll be joining soon, Ragnarok informed. Alexander focused on the people again and raised both his hands to show his palm. Then a golden light fell upon every single person. It was not enough to heal a major injury or illness, but smaller ones like infections, minor injuries, and common cold were treated by it. Everyone felt his warmth and chanted even more profusely. Guts too felt his entire body's internal injuries disappearing, and he even felt a soothing sensation over his brand of sacrifice. He felt that as long as this light covered that mark, the creatures of darkness wouldn't be able to find him. Puck, sitting on Guts' head, also knelt. I can't believe this, he's the real deal. God really came. Tisk, who knows? Guts disapproved. Hey, heretic, I have become a believer now, you shall too soon, Puck said in his squeaky voice. All hail the Lord. Isidro, another member of Guts' traveling party, repeatedly kowtowed on the ground. See, that's how you do it properly, Puck told Guts and joined Isidro. But Guts didn't look at Alexander anymore. He looked at the Tower of Conviction. I need to find Casca. 454, 454. Pervert goat. Alexander had not realized how many people lived in the worst slum he had ever seen. Soon thousands of more people joined the chant. But what irritated Alexander was that so many people from the civilians were as bad if not worse than the knights he had just punished. Murder, RP, and many more crimes were as common as dirt. How am I supposed to purify this world? Kill them all? Ugh, this world is going to be hard, he thought. Silence, my children, he spoke in a loud voice. Even though he was not shouting, everyone heard him. They took it as another feat of majestic God and started chanting again. This is Planet Fantasy UNT worshippers all over again. Ugh, I hate being worshipped. Soon everyone stopped chanting and he spoke. Everyone, tell me something. What are you? People. Insects. Humans. Poor people. They made many guesses, but they still couldn't say one thing he wanted to hear. You all are living beings. Creation of God, children of God. Now, when a child makes a mistake, does his father or mother kill him? Burns him? No, he tells him he was wrong and helps him move to the right path. So, how can you believe that witches should be burned or men who don't pray should be burned? Isn't this whole world, from all of your bodies to those trees and this earth, creation of God? Who gave the right to you all, to the Holy See, to anyone to judge the creation of God? Who gave you the authority to decide who is a heretic or not? And, even if someone doesn't pray to God, does that change the simple fact that he is still the child of God? Does that make witches, elves, and fairies less of a child of God than you? Don't be a mindless sheep, agreeing to whatever men with swords say to you. The Holy See has been using you for years. First, they got rich by taxing you, now they are rich and don't care about you, they exploit you, kill you, RP you, your daughters, sisters, mothers, and wives. Tell me, is this acceptable? Whatever Alexander just said was something that existed in every person's mind. But they never brought that doubt in the form of words because they'd be killed. Now he had given them a chance to show their anger. Now that God himself was here, what was there to fear? So, they all shouted with tears and anger. Unacceptable! 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 He raised his hand to stop them. I am here so I will solve your problems. Right here, I will build a new city that will mark the beginning of a new peaceful era here. For these things, I will call down my left and right hand. The Elven God, Dobby, and Dragon God, Ragnarok. Together we represent the entire world. Soon two figures came down from the sky. Although people didn't hold other species in high regard, they still knelt as it was the right thing to do in front of a god. But first we shall eat and heal the sick. After that, I will take you to that castle and show you the true face of Holy See. He announced. He snapped his finger and suddenly a long line of tables appeared on the road. Many godroids were formed to distribute food and clothing. Peacefully and orderly, go and get your food and clothes. There is enough for all. Those who are sick go to that tent and those who are sick and can't move stay where you are, help will come to you. He assured them. Within a minute the place became busy with activity. Ragnarok sighed beside him, the whole world's natural aura feels unpleasant to me. Dobby nodded, yes, it is pretty bad. After making sure everything was going fine he remembered the black swordsman. The man had a demonic presence on him for some reason. He looked for him and saw him walking towards the Tower of Conviction. He called him out. Hey, kid. Wait a second. Guts had his hand on the hilt of his sword as he turned around. He didn't say anything and just kept on staring at Alexander. Kid, where did you find that little flying elf? Dobby asked first. Puck quickly flew to Dobby and hovered in front of his face. Whoa, long ears, are you an elf too? Dobby nodded softly, yeah, and a powerful one at that. What elf species are you? Puck raised his chest in pride, I am Puck. An elf of the Pisky race, from the elf helm. And why are you here among the humans? Alexander asked this time. Oh, I just left my home because I was bored, Puck replied. Lie, I can sense it, child. Nothing hides from these old eyes, Alexander caught him. Puck's shoulders slumped. I fell off the seagull's back while asleep and got stranded on the mainland by accident. Sniff. Dobby patted him. Don't cry, kid. We will take you back to your home safe and sound. Thank you, he hugged Dobby's shoulder with his tiny body. Alexander meanwhile walked up to Guts. So, they call you the Black Swordsman. That's a nice sword you got there, I can feel its bloodlust. I myself have a similar sword. Now that Alexander saw him up close, he remembered seeing this man's poster somewhere when he was alive in his world. What's it to you, old man? Stay back or you might find your blood added to it. Guts warned him. Wahahaha, kid, I'll give you 1,000,000 gold coins if you can even scratch him, Ragnarok laughed out loud. He's right, child. You cannot even scratch me with that sword or any sword in the world. Anyway, care to tell me what you are doing here, and what is that mark on your neck? Alexander asked. I am here looking for a girl with a mark like this. Did you see her? Guts asked. Secretly hoping that this supposed god would really have some weird power and find Casca for him. Kid, I dropped from the sky just a few minutes ago. How will I know anything? Still, I can find her for you. Do you have a picture of her? Alexander asked. Guts shook his head. Then tell me what's her name. Let's hope it's unique enough. He inquired. It's Casca. Guts answered. Alexander used the point me spell. Thankfully only one arrow appeared and pointed in a direction. But Alexander's face contorted, she's that way, and distressed. Hurry up, something is happening. So, Alexander flew into the sky. He then saw Guts running on the ground so he flew back, grab my hand. Guts did as asked and jumped. Alexander took him along to a mountainside. There he saw some soldiers in similar silver knight armor. The moment he dropped by the cave entrance he used magic to increase the weight of armor of the knights. 10x weight did the job and they fell to the ground, crying for mercy even before he did anything. He checked their sins and as expected they were category 3. Guts had already run inside the cave by then. So he also ran inside. But he was shocked by the scene in there. Damn, I guess this world is some kind of a mix between hell and earth. In front of him was a goat-headed humanoid demon, jumping around and fighting Guts. On the floor was a naked girl, most probably the victim of something the goat-headed thing did. There were also some humans in a crazed state. Stoob! He ordered with a loud majestic voice. He spread his magical aura around. All the humans who had turned into demons returned to normal. But then he killed them all as he saw their sin category was 4. He looked into their memories and saw that the goat-headed man was their leader. And their leader was a great pervert who desired sex above all. Alexander's magical aura was so heavy that every knight there fell to their knees. Guts, too, was on his knees. The goat demon was just standing there trying to move. So Alexander increased the intensity of his power. Thud. The goat demon now fell down. What are you? How did you become like this? Alexander asked. The goat demon felt he was absolutely no match for Alexander. So he answered, it was the egg of the perfect world. He made me a pseudo-apostle. Let me go now. I have answered you. Where does this egg live? Alexander asked. In the Albion's mass graveyard, let me go now. No, that won't be happening, Alexander muttered. He also released everyone except the goat to move freely. Guts quickly ran to Casca seeing the opportunity. Then Alexander took out his long sword that was even bigger than Guts. Yagi-sama, Demon, Category 4. Murder 845. Indirect Murder 1146. RPE 1313. Demon Worship Firm Believer. Sin Percentage 78%. This sword has many names as it went through many battles. Demon Slayer was one of its names. Today, I will call it Demon Slayer again, Alexander announced coldly. Then, with a single smooth motion, he struck. Swoosh! By the time the sound of the sword cutting air reached everyone's ears, the head was already severed. Alexander gave it a last glance and set it on fire. Let's find this egg. He decided. But the people in silver armor quickly pointed their swords at him. I am tired of you all now. Put them down or none of you will go back alive. I already have enough reason to kill you all. You are alive because I allow you to, don't waste this chance. Then unexpectedly, the large bearded man that he guessed to be the commander shouted to his men, put the swords down. Do you want to die? A/N, well, Berserk was asked by many people so I made a small 5-chapter arcade. After this, there will be 2-chapter Matrix arc and then the main Bleach arc will start, which will last 30 chapters. 455, 455. The Egg and Skeleton Knight. Alexander was impressed that this knight had some brain. What is your name, knight? I am Azan. Who are you? How did you press us down on the ground? The knight asked in wonder. That is what happens when you are in the presence of a high entity. High is in spiritual power. Alexander said. Why not just say you're the god? Guts spoke from the side, prepared to fight the knights. Haha, humans are foolish creatures, Guts. Their whole life they run around in search of God, but if he comes in front of them they would call him a heretic and burn him on a stake. Because they themselves don't believe that God can be real, that he can exist in the human body. They are arrogant, ignorant, and these ones are pathetic too. Alexander openly shamed them. Preposterous, how dare you call yourself a god? God is abstract. He is not a human like us. The blonde girl fanatically spoke. Alexander looked at Guts with an expression saying, see, I told you. Ha, don't make me laugh. God can be anything he wants to be. Who are you to decide what he should be? Aren't you the preposterous one to decide such things? And you call yourself servants of God, yet the world is suffering, abominations like these goats are rising up. What the hell has your holy see been doing except exploiting people? You are the heathens. Alexander again released his aura at them. This time much more than before. All of the knights didn't just kneel this time, they were lying flat on the ground. God doesn't need your permission to be a god. He is who he is. That is a fact and not up for debate. How does it feel to have a taste of your medicine now? Feeling weak and small like how you make other ordinary people feel. Alexander's body started glowing and he raised his finger at the gloomy sky, shrouded in dark clouds. A golden light came out of the tip of his finger and pierced the sky. In an instant, all the dark clouds dispersed and let the warm sunlight reach the ground. Many trees also started growing around the whole area. The knights looked at the scene in awe. Instantly most of them started believing that he was indeed the god. Follow me if you want to see the true face of Holy See and then judge for yourself. He ordered them. But Alexander wasn't planning on letting the higher criminals such as murderers and arpists go away. They would be punished one way or another. He then flew in the air and headed to the Tower of Conviction. He told Ragnarok and Dobby to bring the people too. He first went to the pit behind the tower where the supposed egg was hiding. He was shocked when he reached as it was filled with thousands of dead bodies. And in the middle of it was a shrine. There he saw a big egg-shaped deformed being. It opened its eyes and looked at him intently. You have been making those pseudo-apostles? Alexander asked. His sword was in his hand, shining under the sunlight. Yes. The egg plainly replied. What is your name and what are you? He inquired. The egg started telling his story from a third-person perspective. Once, there used to be a deformed human with no name or family, simply known as Nobody. He was born on the outskirts of Albion. He was ostracized for his abnormal appearance, which caused people to throw rocks at the very sight of him. He was forced to dig a hole to reside in, away from the company of others. However, the people of Albion were unaware of the man dwelling inside the new big hole, so they made his home a place to dump their dead. Over time, enough bodies piled on top of Nobody that they crushed him under their weight. As he began to lose consciousness, his beherit activated and the God Hand appeared before him. But poor Nobody had no loved ones to sacrifice in exchange. So Nobody offered up the world in its current miserable state in return for the power of an apostle. I am now responsible for paving the way for a new perfect world to take its place. Once a human, now an apostle, I am Nobody, I am the egg of the perfect world. The egg told his story. Honestly, Alexander was more saddened than shocked. Alexander quickly looked at his sins. Nobody Category 3. Murder 3. Demon worship knowingly. Sin percentage 51%. Alexander was truly shocked by this. How can he have such low sins when the humans who deemed him bad had more sins? So, he simply looked at his whole past life. By the end of it, he was even more sympathizing with the egg. The egg admired those who showed great passion for their beliefs. He himself did not like killing and avoided it whenever possible. As a human, he was an outcast who lived on the fringes of society, keeping himself out of sight in an underground tunnel. Hence, he was kind and sympathetic to the misshapen and downtrodden. The egg was selfless and believed in creating a better world, not for himself, but for the betterment of others. Hey, such irony. A dark being has more humanity than humans. Do you want to have rest now? Go to heaven and be a free soul, free from that crippling body. Alexander asked. Who might you be? The egg asked first. He was now really interested. I came from up there. To destroy evil and make a perfect world here. He revealed. Can you send me after I see you fulfilling your words? Nobody asked. Sure, and you are not Nobody. From now on, you are, Ed, Alexander said, casting a charm on him that would make his body stay inside an invisible protective shield and hovering around him. By the time he was done, Ragnarok and Dobby had brought the crowd to the front gate of the tower. People had brought their farming equipment and torches. Alexander came to the castle and hovered in front of the people. I will show you what goes on inside these walls. With a snap of his finger, the walls disappeared. Now, in front of them was the scene of the whole tower. There were torture chambers where men and women were tied to various instruments of torture. There were execution rooms and also a sacrificial altar. Men, women, and children were being skinned, nailed, cut, violated inside those chambers. This is the Holy See. He shouted. Clip-clop. Suddenly a noise of a horse running started coming. It was not from the tower but from behind the crowd. Soon a metallic armored skeleton appeared, riding a similar metallic armored horse. This looks so cool, Ragnarok exclaimed. Alexander heard the people exclaiming and calling him the Skeleton Knight. Alexander was feeling a demonic aura from him but not the kind that would tell him he was an evil creature of darkness. He noticed that Guts seemed to know him. The Skeleton Knight simply got down from his horse and walked up to Alexander. He looked at his face for a second and then suddenly knelt in a knightly pose. Thank you for coming down. Without your help, returning this world back to normal was impossible. He said in his muffled voice. Alexander had no idea who the man was so he asked, Who are you? Skeleton Knight truthfully revealed everything. I was the Supreme King Geyserich, now known as Skeleton Knight. More than a millennia ago, I was the first king to unify the world into an empire. I had then captured a demon worshipper in this tower. But he somehow made a deal with someone and soon Void, the God Hand, came into existence and destroyed my whole empire. I fought him in my dwarven forged armor called Berserk armor. But that armor, in the end, consumed me, my body, my voice, and light. I became like this since then and I am still hunting them. Alexander appreciated this much detail about history. Who is the master of these God Hands or let's say, Demon Lord? The idea of evil is the master. No one knows what or who it is. I just know that everything is the will of the idea of evil. Skull Knight answered. Sigh. Dobby, you look for this idea of evil. If it is anything too dangerous for even you then contact me. He instructed. Dobby nodded and flew away. Okay, then. You can stay and watch, Skeleton Knight. He offered. As expected, the Chief Inquisitor came out of the tower with his lackeys behind him soon after. They are pseudo-apostles too, Ed whispered in his ears while being invisible. Alexander nodded and planned to show pseudo-apostles' true form to the people. You can see the egg, torture chamber, and Skeleton Knight on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 456. Purification begins. The tall blonde muscular man who was the Inquisitor looked at the people as if they were garbage. One moment his face looked plain and the next moment there was a frown so big it looked like he was constipating since eternity. You heathens! You dare to foul this holy temple of God with your feet! Suddenly, as he roared he turned more into a monster. Maybe because seeing such a huge crowd, this was the only way to fight and save himself. First, there were white feathered wings on his back. Then suddenly his body turned greyish as if it got covered in armor. Even his lackeys had white feathers. Alexander looked back at the people. This is the true face of the Holy See. They have shaken hands with the devil for such powers and now rule you all in the name of God. Kill it. Please save us, God. Then the big armored monster sprinted towards Alexander. But Ragnarok stood there too and he didn't shy away from punching the monster in the face. Boom! Everyone's jaws fell at that moment. Oh no! Ragnarok exclaimed. The head of the Inquisitor was separated from its monstrous body and fell to the ground while the body was still spraying blood. Oh no! You decapitated him! Alexander grunted. I didn't know he'd be so weak. He looked like a pretty strong monster. Ragnarok clarified. You are a world-ending dragon. Everyone is weak to you. Alexander reminded him. But he frowned thinking what the people may be thinking. He turned around only to find them kneeling in prayer. Our God is the strongest. God, these people are fanatics, he cursed at himself. But he wanted to end this whole meeting. I need 100 courageous men and women to come forward for a task. Finding 100 good courageous people was not hard when there was a crowd of thousands. There were in total of 72 men and 28 women. My children, I want you all to spread the word around the world of what happened here. The truth about the Holy See. I know, this world is hard, if the Holy See doesn't kill you then some thief or monster will. Which is why you all will have my protection. No one can harm you except yourself now. You will be safe as long as you do not do anything wrong. You all may have one horse each. Now go and tell the world about the soon-to-be-coming new age, he preached. He wasn't just going to leave it to them. He was also going to run a full-fledged campaign against all this evil. Soon after, he dispersed the crowd of people and went to talk to Guts and Skeleton Knight. Now, tell me everything. Who are these god hands? It seems this realm has gone unsupervised for far too long. The influence of darkness is much more than it should be. He commented. Gugu. The female named Casca came to him and started patting his face softly. It was as if she was trying to see what the snow-like thing was on his face. His beard was very white. Olivia's specially made shampoo was too good. Alexander patted her head and gave her a lollipop. What's wrong with her? Skeleton Knight looked at Guts, implying that he tells Alexander. Even Guts was considering telling Alexander. He just kept a strong front. The things he had seen today weren't something that even a god hand could do, and if he wanted his revenge, he'd need this help. I used to be a part of a mercenary group called the Band of the Hawk. There was a man named Griffith who was the leader. We slowly became good friends. Hawks eventually became very well known and powerful, we even helped to end the 100-Year War. Griffith was made account for all his achievements. Casca was a part of the group too. We both liked each other and became close eventually. Griffith wanted to be a king and king's daughter was his best way. So, after I left the Hawks, he for some reason eloped with her and got caught. He was tortured for days. I saved him eventually, but it was too late. However, later we found out what a monster Griffith truly was. That day in the lake, something happened. The next thing we knew, the Hawks were all in hell. We were surrounded by monsters and 4 beings known as members of the God Hand. Apparently, Griffith was the 5th and final member of the God Hand. To be reborn as one of the God Hand, Griffith sacrificed all of the Hawks' lives. He ascended to become a God Hand with only the worst traits of his remaining inside him. He brutally raped Casca in front of me. I couldn't do anything. Guts' voice started to break there. But he continued. The trauma broke her mind. We were supposed to die that day, but Skeleton Knight saved us. Since then we've both had the Berserk brand of sacrifice. Since then I have been looking for them to kill them. Alexander was saddened by his story. The world was truly brutal. I will help you achieve your revenge. I can get you to the God Hands, but the question is, forget the demons and other creatures that will try to harm you, can you kill even one of the God Hands with your current strength? Alexander asked. Guts truly fell into contemplation. He can't. Skeleton Knight spoke. That is why I am here to guide him to a place where he can get that power. He added. Guts looked at him in wonder. Hey, can I get strong too? Do you have something for me? Isidro asked excitedly. Skeleton Knight looked at him with dead empty eyes. Child, you need some milk. Ragnarok howled in laughter behind him. Cough. Yes, so Guts, you can go and get this new power. I will wait for you here. I will not kill Griffith, but I won't be certain about the others. He proposed the option. Guts readily accepted. I will come soon then. And I can heal this girl here. She is not sick or injured. When that tragic incident happened to her, her mind went into a sudden shock. But if I heal her, she will get her memories back, but she may not be able to deal with it. He offered. Guts looked at happily playing Casca, trying to eat falling petals from a cherry blossom tree. He felt very sad for her, although it didn't show on his plain face. Then please do it. I will help her, and I want her to see me take revenge for what Griffith did. Guts said. Okay then, for the safety I will make her fall unconscious. He said. Soon, Casca slowly fell asleep on the grass. Alexander just gestured at her head while using his mind arts. It's done. When she wakes up, she'll remember everything. I suggest you be beside her. You can take a horse cart with you. Ragnarok, go with them and return in time. I will launch the attack from here. He ordered. Sure, Ragnarok quickly got up. Alexander noticed from a distance that someone else had joined Guts too. It was some thin man and a woman. But he wasn't worried as Ragnarok was with them. Once they were gone, Alexander went to Faheim and organized his army. In total, the Grand Cleansing Army consisted of 100 million T-800 organic droids, 1,000 seraphs, and 10,000 unsullied. All elves and unsullied had eaten chakra fruit, so they were immensely powerful. 5 superstar destroyers to keep an eye from the orbit were also a part of it. Then there was the leader, Douglas, who was the commander of the Grand Army. It was supposed to be Blue Fang, but he was busy teaching Haku. Douglas, the mission is simple. This whole planet is ravaged by creatures of darkness. I want all of them exterminated. You will be leading this whole operation. Got it? He ordered. Douglas had received enough training from Archangel Michael and should be able to complete this task, according to Alexander. Got it, old man. Dealing with dark creatures is kind of like the job to us angels. We are taught to do this from the start. Douglas dutifully saluted. Good, if you see a white-haired man, looking majestic and all. Catch him. He added. He didn't want Douglas to mistakenly kill Griffith. Bam! What the hell are you doing? Alexander asked him. Douglas had suddenly hugged him tightly. You told me to catch the man with white hair who looked majestic, Douglas replied. Alexander facepalmed, no me, fool. I'm talking about a man named Griffith. He's a demon. I have promised someone to let them kill him. Douglas embarrassingly released him, haha, should have said that earlier. Well, I'm off to work then. So, Douglas left with the big army and dispersed it around the world. Alexander also came out and decided to create a city where the Tower of Conviction used to be. Gray. He heard a strange noise and walked to it. He split the bushes and found the source. It was a strange disgusting-looking creature. It was very small and had only one eye. It somewhat resembled a fetus. But Alexander could feel that the thing was not evil. In fact, he sensed guts and Casca in it. He felt a sense of duty in that ugly crawling fetus. This is so messed up. You can see the Chief Inquisitor, Casca, and the fetus on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 457. Dobby did it. Alexander didn't know what to do with the fetus, so he just put it under protection until Guts returned. It looked somewhat pitiful and he couldn't believe he was feeling bad for it. Even though he didn't know what it was. Alexander used his magic to build a walled city according to modern building methods, but look-wise it would look like it belonged to the Middle Ages era. The population slowly started moving into the city and he started teaching them how to do various jobs and maintain the city. He put a heavy emphasis on hygiene and cleanliness. He didn't want a plague now. After about a month, Douglas returned to him with a big smile. Old man, I completed my mission. Alexander was skeptical. How did you finish off all the demons and dark creatures in a month? Douglas proudly spoke, haha, I forgot to tell you, look at this. Suddenly, there were 6 feathered wings on his back. Alexander looked unimpressed, and am I supposed to do something now? Douglas sighed and said, no, old man. I officially became an archangel. I passed Michael's exam and father made it official. So, as an archangel, it was very easy for me to find all the creatures of darkness and finish them. Oh, I also met Dobby many times. He had found some elves and was helping them. Alexander smiled and patted his shoulders, good job, I am proud of you, kid. I still remember the day we met and I made you cut the grass. I'm happy you came out of your scissor fetish too. What are you talking about? My divine weapon is a giant pair of scissors. I've even learned to make energy attacks look like scissors. Douglas revealed. The smile from Alexander's face disappeared, are you kidding me? But Douglas looked too serious. Alexander just accepted it as another weird thing happening on his regular day. Oh look, Ragnarok and Guts have returned too, Alexander said and headed out, no longer indulging in Douglas' scissor fetish. Alex, look what I found. A real witch. Ragnarok came smiling widely. He was probably happy just remembering the Harry Potter world and that there used to be witches too. Alexander went ahead and noticed there was an extra carriage and it was being pulled by some kind of ogre. He also noticed Guts' new armor. So, how did it go? He asked. Ragnarok released the ogre from restraints and dragged him to Alexander. Wahaha, this guy here is Zid. He came to attack the witch named Flora when we reached that place. Apparently, he was sent by that demon Lord Griffith. I killed all his forces and made him drag the carriage of Flora. Nice punishment, right? Carrying the person he's supposed to kill, haha. The door of the carriage opens and an old woman walks out. She must have been beautiful in her prime. Oh, no Alex, don't think about such things. Oli is the best, Alexander thought. The old woman came to him and tried to bow, but he stopped her. No need for that, we old people can understand each other's joint pains. Haha, well, welcome to the first city of peace. I have plans to make 1,000 more. Thank you, your holiness. She said respectfully. Alexander looked at her and blinked in confusion. No, just call me Alex. Okay Guts, are you ready to face your foe? He asked. Yes, Casca and I both are. Guts said in anger. Just then the girl he healed came. She looked normal now. God, can you do something about this armor? This is the berserk armor and it will. Yes, I know what it will do. Well, the strength behind this suit is the rage of man. I'll just change it to the need to protect. There will be no setbacks as it won't try to eat you. But you need to give the armor to me for a few days. He offered. Guts looked at him in suspicion but agreed, okay. Oh wait, I also found this thing. I think it is related to you, Alexander said and made the weird living fetus visible. Guts immediately took out his sword and tried to attack it. But Alexander caught his sword with his bare hand. Guts wasn't even able to retract it. Why are you killing it? Do you know what it is? He asked. It's a demon. It came out of Casca's womb after that day. Guts revealed. No, you seem to have mistaken. I checked its biology. This is related to you and Casca. This means she was already pregnant when that day's events happened. I sensed his will to protect you two. He truly sees you two as his parents. Alexander revealed. But this was not much of a revelation from his facial expression, so you knew it. Well, the poor kid was forsaken by the world, and now even you. I guess I'll send him to heaven. Guts didn't say anything after that. After another month of progress and teaching Guts how to use his armor, he decided to kill the demon. So, how are we doing this? Guts asked. Simply put, we will go to the demon realm and slaughter everything there is. If there is some king of theirs then I'll slaughter them too. He decided. The next moment he took out his anywhere door. Raggy, Douglas, follow me. Also, why hasn't Dobby returned? I don't know. Let's find him after dealing with these demons. I am so excited about a good fight that my hands are itching. I'm going to use just 1% of my power. Ragnarok excitedly blabbed. Soon the door was opened and they walked inside the demonic realm of demons and other kinds of beings. So, where are these demons supposed to be? Douglas asked. Somewhere near a giant hand, Skull Knight answered. Cool, a giant hand, too bad it's not a scissor, Douglas replied. Why should there be a scissor? Skull Knight questioned himself. They looked around for demons but couldn't find any. There was just a weird-looking space. Look, a hand, Douglas pointed. They quickly walked to it. Ragnarok's mood worsened quickly. Damn it, I was slow again. Hey, boss, you're late. Dobby waved his hand from the top of the hand. When did you come here? Alexander asked him. Just a few minutes ago. I finished killing the last of them. Of course, I saved that white-haired one for you. He was wearing some kind of black latex suit, I made it disappear and found out he was the white-haired boy you were looking for. Dobby stated and threw Griffith from the top. He had his hands tied behind his back. Yup, absolutely demonic. I can feel his aura from so far away, Douglas responded. It seems we won't be needing to fight anymore. Skull Knight commented. Except Guts, of course, go ahead and do it, Guts, Alexander nudged at him. Dobby released Griffith and stood beside Alexander. What have you been doing for the past 2 months? Alexander asked. Oh, I found some elves and tried to get them settled on the island of Skellig. It is an island filled with magical and spiritual beings. There were even a few archmages, staying there due to the fear of being called a witch and getting hunted. Dobby explained. Well, it seems I'll have to give them another place to live. Humans will behave kindly as long as I am in this world. Once I leave they will start discriminating against. It is in their nature. Go and teleport the whole island on an uninhabited planet in my solar system. He instructed Dobby. Meanwhile, Guts and Griffith were fighting like brutes. Originally, Griffith had a big advantage as he was literally a demon lord. But because of the beating received by Dobby, he was not at his peak. Guts was also slowly overcoming his weaknesses and gaining an advantage. Hey 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 hey! Guts roared in anger. Griffith had the same cocky smile on his face. But he was losing. Yes, Guts, show me your anger. Let it control you. Only then will you understand what having true power is. Griffith said. He was being very talkative with Guts. Kill him, poke your swords in his guts. Ragnarok cheered from the side. Guts did try to poke his sword. But into Griffith's neck. After a few times, he outmaneuvered him and really stabbed him in the neck. For what you did to Casca, even hell is too good for you. Dying by your hands is much better than anything else. Griffith was able to push the words out in the end. After a while, he bled to death. In misery and dying wishes. Alexander just burned his body as he was a Category 4 murderer. Guts put his sword back and came to Alexander. Thank you for letting me have this fight. Mention not, okay, now it's time to remove the boundaries between hell and earth. I tried to sense but saw no disturbance from a multiverse demon. This means that all this happened because hell, spirit world, and earth somehow established a passage into earth. So, if I destroy that link, the earth will just be a normal earth. He revealed. Alexander tried to find out what this idea of evil was but he couldn't find any living being who was controlling this world. It was as if all the negative emotions and the misery of the world were affecting the world itself. The world was stuck in a vicious cycle of never-ending evil. Skull Knight nodded, that must be the case because, in my time, the rise of God Hand was sudden. Alexander nodded and did his thing. In any case, all the demons were dead. So, he just went back to Earth and from there destroyed all pathways that could lead to hell. All the apostles were dead too, so there was no way the demons could contact anyone. He also set up a protective shield around the Earth to secure it from dark creatures in the future. You can see Guts vs Griffith on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 458. World of Machines. To stop all the wars, Alexander had to take over the world. But after that, he only focused on the advancement of the world. People considered him a god, so he decided to create a perfect religion out of it. Throughout history, there has never been a god that lived with people. There was simply no proof. But he was much alive and he could make the people follow whichever path he wanted. So, he gave them the path of peace and science. Preaching it and practicing it was considered a good karma thing. Meanwhile, all the people running the Holy See were dealt with. All the kingdoms of the world had lost their mandate of people because of the never-ending wars, hence, people were happy that he took over. 478 years later. Alexander had not expected in his wildest dreams that humans would be so stubborn when it came to changes. It took him nearly 500 years to bring purity to 90%. 3 generations of Casca and Guts's children had gone by now and it was finally the time to leave the world. Guts had married Casca in the end and they lived a happy life. Guts never had to wear his berserk armor again because no conflict happened. Skull Knight also asked him to be released from his cursed body and finally leave the plane of existence. He learned about his past story from the Skull Knight. It was somewhat similar to Guts. Except, he was a king, his whole kingdom was sacrificed for the rise of the first god hand who was actually the 5th god hand of that time. His lover also died in that event with him. It was then the witch Flora who tied his soul inside the skeleton and he donned the berserk armor. The badass Skull Knight eventually killed 4 of the 5 god hands by himself, but then the cycle restarted. Every 200 or so years a new god hand appeared. His life was full of misery and sorrow, so Alexander granted his soul a release from the shackles. A few ambitious people who wanted to become the king and 1,000 assassination attempts later, he was able to change everything. The world was not as modern as normal Earth, but now it had mostly accepted all the species and people in their society. There was no crusade for religion anymore. The world was by far not perfect but still in much better shape. He was really annoyed by this world and wanted to leave as fast as he could. He didn't tell anyone he was leaving because he was leaving an android clone of himself there. It was very smart and didn't get bored, so it was a perfect backup plan for the world. He looked at the sky and soon a golden light took him along with it. After Alexander left, the android clone of Alexander still acted like a god and kept on ruling the world for 2,000 years. When finally the humans developed themselves in space, he vanished and waited for a crisis to come. Alexander felt like he was falling down as he usually did. He waited for the feeling to go away so he could open his eyes. Bam! Arg, what the hell, why did I fall to the ground this time? He groaned, not in pain but just annoyance. He got up and looked around. Under his feet was ground that seemed like it was made up of moving ants. For as far as he could see it was like this. There was no hill or tree, there was just sky. What am I supposed to do here? He asked himself and took out his phone to check his status. You are a glitch, Alex. That was all it said. Alexander felt confused. Glitch? As in the Matrix. Pop. So, where are we now, boss? Dobby came out. His curiosity never lets him sit in one place for too long. Pop. Oh, it seems I wasn't late to the party. Iroh also came out. He had been given a chakra fruit too. So his power was sufficiently strong. I don't know where we are, Alexander said. But. Alexander and Dobby exclaimed at the same time. Alexander spoke first. There is life below us. It's like we're standing on the clouds. But they're black. Dobby interjected. And metallic, Iroh added after picking up the black sand-like thing from the ground. Alexander picked it up and checked. This is not sand. These are nanites. Why would someone put nanites in their atmosphere? It would stop the sunlight and cripple the world. Dobby wondered loudly. Sigh. Matrix. We are most likely in the Matrix world. Alexander interjected. Iroh was confused. I have no idea what is going on, but I'm interested. My curiosity is getting the better of me, it seems. Haha, let's go below to the main world. Your curiosity will turn into horror after seeing it. Alexander said and covered his small group in an energy shield. Then he started sinking down. On the ground. The machines had already sensed the anomaly in the space. They had no idea what it was, but they were sure it wasn't theirs. It seems that life from outer space has come to us. We cannot show hostility to them unless we know their intentions. Do not engage with them immediately. See what they look like first and then produce a machine matching them. We don't want to end up like humans. Deus Ex Machina ordered all the machines on the planet. Oh, this world looks devastated. It is all in ruins. What happened here? Iroh exclaimed when he saw the remains of the city. Well, long story short, humans created machines, the machines became smart, started to think and feel like humans. Humans didn't like it and tried to kill the machines. Machines retaliated by establishing their own country in a desert. They became very rich and strong and still wanted peace. So they sent their ambassadors to a world governing body where all nations sat together. Humans still rejected the machines from joining their leagues. Machines were treated brutally for just existing, lynching became common. Then humans dropped weapons of mass destruction on their city, hoping to destroy them. But machines didn't die, they got angry and started an all-out war with humans. The humans started losing, so they planned to cover the sky, as the major source of power for machines was the sun. But the foolish humans didn't know that the machines had already prepared for this. In the end, humanity went underground in huge shelters, but machines found new sources of energy and started eradicating humans. Then they found out they could use the brains of humans to regulate their power generator and also their system. So they put all humans in a machine that keeps them seeing a dream. A dream so real that they think they are real and they stay unconscious. Only a handful can get out. Alexander finally stopped speaking and took a long breath. Iroh's mouth was stuck wide open. So bad, both sides are in the wrong. They never ended the cycle of hatred and are instead still promoting it. Why don't the machines clear the sky? Iroh asked. They can't. These small nanites are self-replicating and capable of generating electricity. But it also powers down the machines if they approach it. So, they could never do it even if they wanted to. Alexander explained. And touchdown, we're on the surface. Let's find some good bots for ourselves. Alexander said and started walking to the city where the lights were coming from. He already knew that the machines had most likely seen him. He was interested in what their attitude would be for him. Alexander didn't have any particular hatred or love for humans and machines. And even if he was forced to take sides, he would take the machine's side. Because just like in the Star Wars universe, a machine is its master's property as long as it is not sentient. When it becomes sentient, it becomes another race, another part of the society, because it can feel, think, and act on its own accord. Humans usually deny that machines can't feel, they are fake, or say that their feelings aren't induced like humans. But they fail to understand that humans too are machines. Just a biological one that needs hormones to induce feelings, while the machines only need their set of programs. This was like meeting an alien race that didn't look like humans and calling them non-living beings. Also, even when the machines tried to make peace with humanity, humanity refused, which makes humans lose all their goodwill points. But, he also knew that the current machines weren't good either. They didn't have feelings. The source did not allow this. This meant that even the current machines were not free. Alexander was brought out of his thought when he saw a flying craft coming towards him. From it came out a man in a suit. Alexander immediately recognized it as Agent Smith. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be the bad guy? Maybe the Deus Ex is just using this face. Or maybe this really is Agent Smith, but how is he outside? Alexander thought internally. Agent Smith spoke first. Welcome to Earth, travels from space. I was tasked to lead you to the higher authority. Oh, we thought this planet was inhabitable. But it seems you had hidden under that layer. Well, lead the way then, Alexander answered. Say, how do you artificial life makes energy here? Alexander asked. Agent Smith was a bit shaken. He didn't think his disguise would be busted so soon. We have our way, travelers. Can you tell us why you came here? Agent Smith inquired. Originally to see this planet's resources, but since it is being lived on by sentient life, we will negotiate a deal. He proposed. Agent Smith didn't answer. Instead, his next words were being thought out by Deus Ex Machina from a distance away. Going into the space seems like a very beneficial project. We should build good relations with these aliens, Deus Ex thought, and decided to entertain these aliens. You can see Machine Abuse, Deus Ex, Machine City, and Agent Smith on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 459. Peace through politics. Alexander was taken to a tall building where he saw another humanoid machine. He could see that they were trying to look like humans to make themselves look more friendly. Alexander greeted first. Hello, Terrans or machines? Are you the leader of this world? Deus Ex nodded. He was constantly taking every knowledge coming out of Alexander's mouth. From the fact he considered them sentient and not just machines to the fact that Earth was called Terran. Yes, I am Deus Ex. I have the highest authority to meet you. Oh, I am Alexander Maxim Universe, Alexander answered. Deus Ex was surprised by the humanish name. Then what can I do for you? Can you tell us more about yourselves? Absolutely. I am a part of an organization that travels the universe and checks how that world is performing. Empty habitable planets are reserved to harbor life in the next few years. Planets like yours are audited to see if they are good enough to receive our help. He explained a slightly changed version of his job as God's advocate. Deus Ex was calculating all options now. He knew that if the people from space were that modern then they'd be able to find humans they had been keeping. But he also wanted these aliens to help, if possible, on removing the nanites from the sky. I can sense you are troubled. Just be honest, that is all I can advise you. Iroh spoke. Alexander and Dobby looked at him weirdly. They were thinking about how Iroh understood what the machine was feeling. So, why is this world so desolate? Alexander asked. War, there used to be humans here but when we asked for independence they tried to destroy us all. In the end, they lost. We kept them in a vegetative state as we didn't want to kill them all. Due to that war, our sky got covered in nanites but us machines couldn't clear it. Deus Ex answered. Ah, yes, classic biotic life versus AI. Most civilizations compromise and find a way to coexist, but this is my first time seeing one side getting utterly defeated, Alexander exclaimed. Then he made his eyes shine for a split second to show that he did something. Okay, I have all the information now. I looked into your system. So you have been using humans as a computer. I want you to release them. Also, why didn't you implant the idea of coexistence in their heads? Why do all this? He asked. He was honestly confused about this. If they had the technology to trick human minds, they could absolutely do this too. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud explosion sound. It was very far away but still very audible. Oh, was that humans? Dobby asked. One, human, actually, Deus Ex answered. Oh, then why don't you invite him here too? Let's have a chat about the future of this world. You also know, no matter what you do, you cannot run away from humans forever. It is better to bring peace. You know, in space there are laws that even artificial life like you need to follow, along with all the biological beings. What happened in the past was because of the past humans. Haven't you punished them enough? Alexander advised. Absolutely, just like my son said, you should not linger on the past, Iroh added. The human is coming here on his own. The machine said, it was not even trying to hide that it was a machine now. After a while, some small flying bots brought a man who had his eyes covered with a blindfold. Alexander knew it was Neo. He waved his hand and healed Neo's eyes. Take them off, keen, kid. Neo was surprised by the human voice and took down his blindfold. He was blind right now but he could tell his surroundings. He shockingly saw the three organic humans sitting with a machine. He could tell what was organic and what wasn't as he was a part of the system now. Oh, didn't you come here with another one? Well, I can't have her dying while I'm here. Don't worry, Alexander assured him. He just lifted his hand and cast an Oxio charm. Instantly the hovercraft appeared. Another wave of his hand and the craft dismantled, letting Trinity's body out. Steel rods had pierced her body. He just poured a portion on her and took them out. Just a few minutes later she was up. How did he do all this? Teleportation? Telekinesis, Deus Ex thought. Who are you? Neo asked him. Alexander laughed, I am what you humans would call a god. I came from up there. Aliens. Neo exclaimed. Yes, you can say that, anyway, sit. We were talking about the future of this world and humans. He offered and magically made a chair. Shocking Deus Ex again as it could not understand how the transfer of matter/energy was happening. Neo took his seat with Trinity standing behind him. Stop the attack on Zion first, Neo spoke. Alexander nodded and looked at Deus Ex. Who complied with the demand, done, but I don't trust humans. They say something and do something. Alexander nodded and started, I feel you. So, this is my proposal. I will write a new constitution and law for you. After that, I will clear the sky. Meaning that the world will return back to being full of sunlight. Then humans and machines will restore the earth. Make new cities, for both humans and machines. You need to build a relationship beneficial to each other. There will always be things humans can do that machines can't and vice versa. Also, there will be the whole space to explore for you all. Focus on that. Deus Ex then looked at Neo and asked. Will humans accept? They will still look at us with hostility. Just like they used to. We wanted peace from the start, but we only received the war. How can machines be sure that humans will not turn on us again? Neo knew that he needed to solve this problem, because they know how it feels to live in fear and enslaved. Like you used to be. I know humans may not be very trustworthy, but I apologize for what our predecessors did. However, we are not them. We are just us. And you can show them the footage of what humans did to machines. They need to learn what mistakes their predecessors made and make sure not to repeat them. Alexander advised. There was a long silence there. It was tension-inducing for Neo and his girl. Do you have some tea? Iroh asked suddenly. Tea, beverage produced by seeping in freshly boiled water the young leaves and leaf buds of the tea plant. No, we don't have it. Deus Ex said. Ah, no wonder you don't have peace. Here, take mine and try to replicate it. Iroh gave the machine a small bag. Okay, let's talk about tea later. Have you decided, Deus Ex? Alexander asked them. Yes, but the condition is that all humans must sign the contract. It states that if they attack or discriminate against a machine for no reason, then they will be criminally handled by us. Deus Ex proposed. It already knew that humans were important for machines, and if they could really live in harmony then it was better for all. But he wanted to have a guarantee this time. We accept it, Neo immediately agreed. Ha ha ha, good, then we should have a party. Dobby cheered. But what about Smith? He is destroying the Matrix. Neo pointed out. Even Deus Ex had no way of stopping this Rouge program. Ah, don't worry. My son will handle it in a jiffy. He can easily make viruses like him disappear. Alexander shrugged and called Ghost. This is Ghost, he will enter the Matrix now and stop him. He revealed. They all looked at Ghost intently. Even Deus Ex had to agree, he had never seen such a realistic human mechanical body. Ghost, there is a virus named Smith. Delete him. Alexander instructed. Ghost nodded and got to work. He didn't even need to fight Smith and simply deleted him from the whole code. Ghost's computational power was much greater than the whole Matrix, so it was easy for him. In just a few minutes he had done his job and disappeared back into Fahim to do his research. How? Even I couldn't delete him like this? Deus Ex asked. Wahaha, my son, Ghost, is the best AI in existence. He laughed and boasted. So now the path was clear for signing the contract to free humans. You can see Neo on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 460. Grandpa gets a job. After the talks with Neo and Deus Ex, the restoration of the world begun. There were about 6.5 billion humans inside the machine. It was impractical to wake all of them up at the same time, as the current world would not have been able to hold that many people. So, for now, only the population in Zion was made to sign the contract. They were all shown what their predecessors did to the original machines. Alexander had to work to make them realize that the machines may have been made from metals that didn't mean they did not feel. It was just a matter of perspective on how you see life. It was not necessary for life to look like humans or have some specific parts of the body. Life was inside any being that had feelings, and the machine did have that. It may be just lines of code for humans, but for them, it was similar to blood. To not have to go through all this preaching, he took over the Matrix system and started teaching people that were still inside it about respecting machines and treating them just like they do to humans. He couldn't take a direct approach, as something too unbelievable would wake them up. Instead, he sent these messages through their subconscious mind. This way they would change without knowing. So, you really were a god, Neo spoke while standing beside Alexander in a huge hall filled with humans and machines in suits. It was like the United Nations General Assembly. Ha ha ha, God is what you perceive to be a god. I am sure you will understand this in the future, Alexander replied. It confused Neo, but he didn't implore. Neo was obviously selected as the representative of humans and also machines to a limit. It was because he had a different kind of connection with the Matrix system. Deus Ex was still there, but Alexander was trying to change it too. Deus Ex had stopped machines from feeling anything. Alexander knew how dangerous it could be if machines had feelings, but he couldn't let them be enslaved either. Machines, if angry, could cause a lot more damage to the world than humans. Hence the world needed to be developed in a way that the danger of such machines could be minimized. After this was his other work. It was to get rid of nanites from space. Alexander was really fascinated by these. He knew if he could control them, then he'd be able to make anything in a matter of seconds. Like how Iron Man uses his nanotech. So, he went up with Ghost. Ghost tried to connect with all of them, but no kind of electrical signal seemed to work with them. Okay, let me try my technomancy, maybe it will work, Alexander suggested and did it. He traveled the whole sky and took away all the nanites. By that point, the atmosphere of Earth was so messed up that global storms started to occur after the nanites went away. Alexander had to fix all that before anything else. Then finally, the machines and humans built the first city. It was also named 01. 01 was the city the machines made for themselves when they were denied rights in human society. Alexander had to oversee the world for 10 years in order to bring it to a decent level. It turned out that machines couldn't care less about what the humans thought about them. They just lived alongside without any prejudice. But it was humans who were the bullies. Even after lots of teachings, there were still many bullies who hurt or killed machines. Machines even turned back to being humanoid looking to look more friendly, and yet they were facing this discrimination. So, Alexander showed anger to them and covered the whole planet with 100 superstar destroyers for a whole year. It was widely told to everyone that if any hate crime happened and went unpunished, then the whole planet would be wiped out. It seemed they only needed a push. Neo was able to set up the Equalization Act. It just said that if a human kills an intelligent machine, excluding toasters and such items, it would be treated as a homicide and punishment will be according to that too. After this, around 15,000 people were punished under this act. It took humans this many cases to understand that hurting sentient machines was a crime. After that, all they did was slowly expand the world's farms and activities while releasing people from the Matrix. Alexander had already given people the prospect of going to space, so the concept of borders was dumb to them. Iroh had also started a spiritual peace movement around the world. And shockingly, even the machines were a part of it. Alexander had no idea how the machines perceived spirituality and peace of mind, but he was happy for them. They seemed to be enjoying it. Tea was the world's most favorite beverage after, of course, fire whiskey. Alexander worked with Deus Ex and Neo to create fully functioning, taste-inducing mouths and digestive systems for machines. They were successful, and now even machines were foodies, food critics, and chefs. They didn't become that because of some code, but because of their food tasting experience, which added more knowledge to their hard disk. After 10 long years, he was again ready to go to the next challenge. He had left behind a superstar destroyer in the care of 100,000 modified magical T-800s, stationed on Pluto. They will keep an eye on Earth. Haha, ready, Dobby? Go to Fihame then. I hope I can relax now. The last world and this one had so much work. He complained while waiting for the golden light to come falling down on him. Well, now you have jinxed it, boss, Dobby replied and ran back into Fihame. Damn it, he cursed and crossed his fingers as he was taken away. After Alexander left, the humans and machines kept on working together. After 100 years they successfully colonized Mars. But, then a problem occurred. There were more machines on Mars than humans. Some machines started feeling superior, and the bullying they used to face from humans, they inflicted back. The problem even increased to the point that a full-fledged war between Earth and Mars was about to occur. Millions of machines even supported humans. Then, Neo had to intervene. Although he was more than 100 years old now, he still didn't age one more day for some reason. That's Keanu Reeves for you. He taught a lesson to the leader of machines on Mars and booked him under the old Equalization Act. This stopped the upcoming war, and from there on, humans and machines became truly symbiotic and started spreading across the galaxy. Neo was immortal and even called God. He now understands the words of Alexander from a long time ago. To avoid a life of loneliness, he used the pre-existing technology of Matrix and developed a way to transfer consciousness from one body to another. This way, his lover never died either. At one point the two species became so involved that romantic relations between a human and an electronic life, became common. For this, many more discoveries were made for successful relationships. Now, machines weren't that different from humans, and humans weren't much different than machines. XXXX. Hell. Zulrich was heavily injured after his war with God. He had overestimated himself and tried to take over. But he really didn't know how powerful God was. Now he knew it, and hence he was planning for the next big push. But, for the next few thousand years, he'd need to stay in incubation to regain his powers and heal from injuries. Trigon and Necron, start gathering all the evil beings of the multiverse. I want all of them under my banner. Take my second in command with you. This is the time we start preparing. That fool may have been partying for the past few years, but he can't hide from me that he too lost some of his power. Why else would he not attack me? Rahahaha, soon, I will rule the Omniverse. He laughed loudly. Yes, Supreme Father, Trigon and Necron bowed to him and left. The two were among his most trusted followers. They have been following him since his start in the DC world. Ah, my lord, would you like some company? Lady Blaze entered his chambers. I am connected to Incubator. You will have to do all the work, Blaze. But I still won't go easy on you. You should call 1,000 others. Ah, didn't we catch those women from Themyscira of some random DC dimension? Bring those slaves too. I am in a mood to punish them today. Zulrich lustfully ordered as he licked his lips. But my lord, they have not been prepared yet. They will die if you. Blaze argued, but she was interrupted. Do not disobey me. And they are supposed to die, by my hands or my armies. Providing satisfaction is their utmost duty. Now go. Or I will donate you to my army. He shouted angrily, even making his world castle shake. Alexander opened his eyes and looked around. He had arrived just a second ago. He looked down at his clothes. They felt relatively modern. Why is the image of my face on my jacket? He wondered. But then he noticed 3 letters on his jacket. What the hell? I am a delivery man for KFC. He immediately checked his phone. It just said, you are the god. Pat pat. Hey, here's your order, deliver it quickly or I will cut your salary. I only gave you the job because you are poor and old, but don't slack off or I will still fire you. A man said. Alexander looked at the metallic nameplate on his chest. It said Mota Kinikawa, manager. What the hell, I am wealthy enough to buy the whole planet. Why would I work here? Oh well, can't let this chicken go to waste, might as well quit. After delivering it he thought about it and went off on his moped. On his way, he just realized he was in Japan. He was also annoyed by the moped he was riding. Why does this thing only go 60 kilometers? Damn it, I can't let my self-respect get lower than this. Poof. Ji-chan, what you doing? Komei appeared suddenly. Alexander quickly put an invisibility charm on him. Your Ji-chan is delivering food. Whoa, chicken. I eat. Komei asked cutely. Ah, not this one, I will buy more for you. This belongs to someone else. He replied. After a while, he got irritated and used GDA cheat and spawned a PCJ-600. With this, he immediately reached the place. Ding dong. The door opened and a tall, muscular man with spiky black hair and brown eyes opened the door. He was wearing a lab coat. Ah, you're here. My daughters were going crazy for food. He spoke. Are you Ishin Kurosaki? Alexander asked. Yup, that's me. Here's your payment. Ishin gave him the yen and closed the door. Alexander turned around and thought deeply, that man had an abnormal aura. Ji-chan, chicken. You promised. An invisible Komei interrupted his thoughts. Ha ha ha, okay, your grandpa will get you chicken. Sit on my shoulder. He cheerfully said and took him to KFC. Where Komei constantly pointed to posters of Colonel Sanders and called them Ji-chan. Oh, another Ji-chan without a beard, Komei exclaimed. A/N, the other day I searched for robot rights on Google and was shocked by how people think. There were people who refused to recognize that a machine can ever be truly sentient and should be given rights. What do you think? If someday, machines developed consciousness like the ones in the Matrix, would you support them and be against them? You can see Lady Blaze, Ishin Kurosaki, and Colonel Sanders on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 461. Happy birthday. While Alexander ate chicken with his beloved Komei, the manager came again with a grumpy face. Hey, the bathroom is clogged again, go and clean it. He ordered. Alexander looked at the man's face. I really don't want to become a sinner, but his face is really punchable. I quit, Alexander replied. The manager looked at him in shock. He had thought he'd be able to use this vulnerable old man for all sorts of jobs, as he felt the old man needed money and wouldn't quit no matter what. But didn't you need money? And you can't quit like this. You need to give an advance notice. He countered. Don't care. I don't need your money. Alexander replied. I will report you to all the outlets of KFC. No one will give you a job. Not just KFC, I will tell all kinds of outlets in this area about you. No one will give you a job, the manager threatened. Now Alexander didn't like it. The man had just committed a crime, though it was very small, it still allowed him to punish him. You dare to threaten me, boy? Just wait. Alexander took out his phone and called a seraph. Then sent the seraph to the United States. There he made a hostile takeover of KFC by first buying a major stake and then passing the accusation offer as he had a major stake. He bought it for double of what it was worth, which was $5 billion. The shareholders made a big fortune out of this. He didn't even change the management and still let them work. This kind of thing was impossible to happen, but Alexander offered them perfect scientific knowledge and tech to make healthy and tasty synthesized meat. They knew the market value of such a thing and agreed to do the deed. Still, all these things only happened this fast because here magic was involved. A minute later, the Seraph came to the KFC outlet Alexander was in and bowed a little. He gave him the document. Look at this, boy. Alexander handed the manager the document. The man looked at it and suddenly his face lost all the color. How can this be? I am really sorry, sir. Don't plead, threatening someone for such a petty reason is a wrong thing. You even did it after considering I was a weak old man. For your punishment, you are demoted to the friar. And I am making chicken free here in this outlet for a week. Except for you, everyone else will receive a bonus. Take this lesson and learn to never be disrespectful to anyone. Take care. Alexander got up and left. Ji-chan, can I now eat more chicken? Komei asked. Yes, you can even bring your siblings. It is free for you. He patted Komei's head and returned to Fihame with him. Surprisey. He heard a loud cheer coming the moment he arrived. The whole garden in front of the castle was decorated with balloons and there was a big cake set up in the middle. Happy birthday! All the tailed beasts and his family were there. Oh, so this is why Dobby didn't come out this time. But Alexander was ignored and instead, everyone was staring daggers at Komei. Kurama walked to him and scolded him, we sent you to bring Ji-chan, why did it take so long? Oh, I was eating chike, ahaha, nothing. Komei started sweating. What are you fighting for? I was working. But this was indeed surprising. I had forgotten today was my birthday. Alexander acted surprised. He went ahead and hugged all of them one by one. Everyone was gathered there. Alex, come, cut the cake, Olivia called him. He went ahead with a sword in his hand. The cake was just too big. Yes, blow out the candles and give us cake. Saiken cheered. Alexander blew more than 100 candles and then cut it. Before picking, he looked around at the intense gazes from all the beasts, Yalo and Ajax. They all were hoping to eat it first. Sensing the problem, he used his powers to make small pieces of cake fly straight towards their mouths. Say. They all opened their mouths wide and soon cakes flew in. They chewed and sang praises for Olivia, this is tasty, Grandma makes the best cakes. Okay then, it is gift time, Olivia announced. The tailed beasts ran first and brought a big meter by meter square flat box. Alexander acted surprised and took it carefully. Ji-chan, we worked on this for you. They politely said. Alexander interestedly opened it and looked at the contents. He was surprised by it. The gift they gave him was a beautiful family painting, painted to perfection. The best thing was that the painting had Amy's magic on it that made it possible to feel the mood of the people from the time they drew it. He could only feel the love and happiness of all the tailed beasts. I didn't know my potatoes were so talented. This is beautiful, he praised them and kidded their heads. Hee, Sister Amy helped us a lot. But we learned in the end. Shikaku explained. Oh, then what has Amy made for me? He asked. Amy quickly came forward and handed him a tall box. Grandpa, this is your own sculpture. I was able to make it so it can move too. Alexander unwrapped it and saw his own face, sending flying kisses. There was even a red animated flying kiss appearing with the help of magic. Haha, this is so cool, Amy. I like it. I will keep it in my room. He praised. After that, Leonidas came and gave him a new robe. This is made up of nanites you collected in Matrix. It can turn into whatever you want. This is from me and Natasha. Alexander quickly wore it and tried to turn it from black into gold. It happened immediately and the best part was that it still looked like clothes. After that, Blue Fang brought a small gold ring, etched by him and his son, Haku. The ring had the stylish initials AMU in his face. They could also be projected into the sky like the Batman signal. Then finally Olivia brought Yalo and Ajax in her arms. So, what do my munchkins have for me? Grandpa. I made this for you, Uncle Iroh taught me how to make it. Ajax brought a small teacup for him. It was obviously handmade as he could see its unrefined finishing. But he was surprised that the super strong Ajax was able to make this because it was known that he didn't have much control over his strength. Alexander picked Ajax and gave him a hug. Thank you, my grandson. How have you been? Are you practicing what I told you? He asked. Yes, Grandpa, I am getting very strong. He proudly answered. He was 3 years old now and was already strong enough to beat most of the strong people in Fihame. After him, Yalo came forward and gave him a small locket with a family photo inside. I am Mata Tiz. Yalo spoke with trouble. Alexander proudly picked him up in his arms. You're going so fast, Yalo. Already speaking. After that, he received a small golden automatic scissor from Douglas, an ancient tome from Michael, a gold coin with his face on from Ragnarok, a new watch made of wood from Dobby. Iroh gave him a tea pack that he himself cultivated. He called it the 4 Seasons and the essence of all 4 seasons was in it. It was truly delicious. Finally, it was Olivia's turn. So, what is my wife going to give me? I have already given you Leonidas, what else do you want? But still, because it's your birthday, here you go. I made this black kimono for you myself. You have everything one can possibly have, so I decided to make something personal that would constantly remind you that I exist. She said and handed it to him. Alexander immediately wore them, along with Leonidas' golden robe. These look oddly matching. After that, they ate and had fun talking. It was his birthday, so the tailed beasts had no restrictions on eating. They ate the whole cake in a matter of minutes. While all this was happening, he saw Natasha looking at Ajax from afar. He sensed her tension, so he walked up to her. "Hey child, why do you look so worried?" he asked. What mother would be happy when she cannot even hold her own son? Ajax is too strong, and we had accidents in the past when he hugged me while crying. His strength is too much for an ordinary woman like me to handle. She explained. She was able to handle Ajax when he was small, but as he grew up his strength also grew along with him. This made it harder and harder for her to hold her energetic son who never sat in one place. A simple game with him could become a matter of life and death for her. "Oh, in that case, I can help you," he offered. He felt really bad for Natasha. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 462. Disappointing afterlife. Eat this drink. This is the extracted material of 2 chakra fruits. This will make you sufficiently strong enough to play with Ajax. He offered her a glass. She did as asked. She was just hoping that this would allow her to be close to her son. Why the hell didn't Leonidas do this already? I got thousands of these fruits in the storage. He muttered. Yes, I need to ask him. She nodded spitefully and drank it. She waited for the effect. Suddenly a blue aura covered her and she felt herself getting stronger. Thankfully no third eye came out, as Alexander had already made that modification. So, how are you feeling now? He asked. I feel strong. Very strong, she replied and checked her hands. Well, go ahead and play with him now. I think he will be happy too. He advised. Soon he saw the mother and son smiling widely. He had not thought about this effect of Ajax on his mother's mind. Boss, are we going to work again? Dobby asked. Sure, let's go. Ask Ragnarok and Iroh if they want to come. He told him and went to tell Olivia. Iroh didn't come. He said he needed to tend to his tea farm. Some phoenixes had been eating his tea without asking, so he wanted to stand guard. So, Alexander, Ragnarok, and Dobby came out. They looked around and except for a normal world, they saw nothing. There were normal buildings and cars, that was all. What are we supposed to do here? Ragnarok asked. I am sure there must be something. I can feel there is spiritual energy in the air. In some places, it is more than normal. Alexander pointed out. Look, what's that? Ragnarok pointed to the left. That seems to be some kind of a corrupt spirit. Dobby deduced. It was a giant figure with a skull-like mask and a dorsal fin on its back. Its shoulders and arms were plated with what appeared to be part of his mask, and his body was covered with dark grey stripes, resembling the scales of a fish. Let's catch it then, Alexander decided. The three went to it and started holding it down. They were constantly trying to reason with it while not harming it at the start. A distance from the three, a mother was walking with her small daughter. Mama, look, they are playing in the sand, the little girl pointed at them. Her mother saw the 3 strange men jumping around in the park, catching invisible ghosts. She worriedly called the police. Mommy, it looks fun, can I play too? The girl asked. No, sweetie, they are bad men, let's go away from here. Police uncle will catch them. Her mother said and dragged her away. Back where Alexander was fighting, he got tired of jumping around and simply threw some of his pure aura on the angry soul. Soon, little by little the huge figure started shrinking, turning into an old crumbling man. The man looked around in confusion. Hey, soul, why don't you go to your realm? Ragnarok asked. The old man's spirit looked at him and felt danger. I was looking for my son. He said he would come and take me away from the old age home. Do you know where they live? Alexander asked. The spirit shook its head. This was normal for spirits to lose their memory after passing away. Still, a small last wish left in their hearts could affect their afterlife. Just like what was happening now. The man probably didn't even know what his son looked like, but he wanted to find him due to some promise. Do you know how you died? Alexander asked, to which the spirit again denied. Seeing no choice, Alexander looked into its mind. There he saw memories that were not accessible by the man anymore. He saw that the man died in a fire in his old age home. He had been waiting for his son for the past 8 years. His son had left to work in the States and had not even called for more than a year. Sigh. Maybe you should go to the spirit realm now. If you linger in this world then you will turn into a vengeful spirit. You had already turned into one but I helped you. He revealed. Oh, I. Forgive me for this. But I do not know how to get there, the spirit answered. Alexander and his two friends scratched their beards. That is a problem. Well, we will take you there, don't worry. He took out his anywhere door and just vaguely set the destination to where spirits go to. He opened the door and told everyone to cross it. Whistle. Alexander stopped and looked back. He saw a policeman running towards them at full speed. But Alexander just gave the man some advice, don't run or you will fall. He politely said that and left. Soon the door vanished as well. The policeman inspected the place where the pink door was. I need to stop drinking. I'm still drunk from last night, he thought to himself and left. After Alexander was gone, two people in black kimonos and weirdly shaped swords appeared. They had a device in their hands. Where did the hollow go? Denrai Shinki, divine messenger machine, was showing it till not long ago. One of them said. This is weird, I can feel an extremely high amount of Reishi around this place. Also, hollows don't just disappear like this, even if someone caught them there still would have been a rampage. We should report this to the lieutenant. The other one said. They agreed and left. Alexander closed the door and looked around. Ah, this feels like we are in the Japanese Edo period. Yeah, except this place looks dirt poor. Look at their clothes, they are wearing rags. Ragnarok noticed. Everyone around them looked poor with tattered clothes and walked barefooted. Is this, hell, the old man spirit they brought asked. Alexander was also confused, what the hell is going on? Isn't the spiritual realm supposed to look natural and not like a slum? Don't worry, old man, I will guide you through all this and make sure you live a good life, Alexander assured him. Boss, we are being watched, Dobby spoke suddenly. Alexander looked around and really, many people were looking at them. He could already feel that they were just souls. He felt their malicious intent. So, he let out a small amount of his spiritual energy. This scared all of them for some reason. To the point that they ran away without even looking back. Water only for 5 Kansas. A hawker passed by them. Ragnarok stopped him. Oi, do you have something to eat? The hawker looked at Ragnarok as if he was asking a crazy question. Then suddenly the hawker bowed to him, forgive me, I do not have that. You must go to the frontal districts for food. Alexander looked at him, which district is this, and what is the name of this place? No one named this place. You are currently in the 70th district of South Rukonga. Please keep walking that way and you will reach the better districts. The hawker said and left. Well, we have a direction, let's go. We need to investigate this world. It seems this is not like the normal afterlife we thought it to be. Alexander spoke loudly. Siridi, 1st Division Barrack. Captain Commander of the whole Godi I-13 sat alone in his office, meditating. Yamamoto was the oldest captain in the Godi I-13. He had the appearance of an old man with red eyes, a very long white beard, and long eyebrows. There were many scars on his torso and head, the two most prominent being a pair of long scars crossing above his right eye. His old face gave a feeling of control, peace and all-knowing of his surroundings. Currently, he was feeling the Reishi around the whole Soul Society. All was going fine until he felt like he was blinded by the huge amount of Reishi when he looked beyond District 59 of South Rukonga. His eyes jolted open in shock. What was that? He asked himself. He immediately called his lieutenant and ordered someone to go and check that district. He then looked at the view of Soul Society from his office. Troubles are brewing it seems. Alexander and his small party slowly crossed districts. The lesser the number, the better the living condition. That was what they understood. There better be a castle made of gold in the center of all this crap, Ragnarok scoffed. Haha, still thinking about gold, Dobby laughed. It's called a hobby, Dobby. I like collecting gold. Ragnarok clarified, making Alexander laugh. Yeah, a hobby that leads to making Mount Everest made of gold. Alexander japed. Ragnarok just whistled and ignored his words. You can see the hollow, Rukonga and Yamamoto on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 463. Pointless exam. Alexander and his party had been walking for a while now. They had finally reached the 10th district. The difference between where they first arrived and here was like a desert and oasis. Alexander left the old man with a good amount of money there as it was a decent area, not filled with criminals. Let's go and see what's after the first district, Alexander suggested. The three kept on running towards that area. When they came to the first district they saw a big crowd gathered around a big building. They went to it to see what was happening. There they saw a poster on the wall, Shino Spiritual Arts Academy entrance examination tomorrow. What is this? Ragnarok loudly exclaimed. Some guy who wanted to boast spoke, Ha, you must be new. This is the exam to become a Shinigami. If you pass it you can live inside Siraidii. Your life will be set there. I know I am going to pass. You should not even think about it, you are too old. Ragnarok ignored the man and looked at Alexander. They nodded. They decided to infiltrate the organization. For the night, they all stayed in a rented room and prepared for the next day. The next day, Alexander and his two friends went to the exam. At the entrance, there was supposed to be a walk-in test to determine if you were even worth letting give the exam. There were hundreds of millions of spirits living in the area, so this was necessary. Alexander only knew that it had something to do with the spiritual power, and he, Dobby and Ragnarok were well versed in it. At the front of the line, they saw many spirits crying to get another chance, but they were brutally thrown out. Well, this seems competitive, Dobby determined. Who knows, let's see what they ask for in the exam, Alexander said and walked forward to get checked. There was a bald man in a black kimono conducting the test. Put your hand on this crystal ball, the bald man said. Alexander was going to do it, but before his hand even touched it, the crystal ball started to shine. The bored eyes of the bald man shook open. Haha, you are a talented one, please head to hall number 3 for the exam, he gestured at him to enter. Alexander didn't think much and went in. After him, the same happened with Dobby and Ragnarok's turn. HOH, 3 talented souls. How lucky you are, I wish I had this much Ryoryoku, then maybe I would have already become a lieutenant by now. The bald man dreamed after sending them in. Unknown to him, if he had let them touch the orb, he would have peed his pants. Okay, next. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok were separated as they were allotted different rooms. They were all pretty confident in passing as long as the questions were at least scientific. Then, the time of the exam came. Alexander read the first question. The name of 13th Division Captain Yukatakes Zanpakuto is. Alexander was shocked by this nonsensical question. How would he know about someone's personal life? He didn't even know what Zanpakuto was. He guessed it would be some kind of a pet and answered with a made-up name, Devil Spawn. Then he read for the next question. Lieutenant Yachiro Kuzujishi of the 11th Division gave the nickname Maki Maki to 11th Division member. Are they really testing for Shinigami here? Is this how they chose who becomes a Shinigami? I feel so dumb right now. Alexander suddenly lost all hope and respect for the Shinigamis. Again he wrote a random name, Dum Dum. The Zanpakuto of the 6th Division's lieutenant, Renji Abarai, is called. He still didn't know what Zanpakuto was. So he wrote, Redhead. Is the great spiritual gate on the east side of the Siraidii? Ah, this one is a genuine geographical question. Well, too bad I still don't know anything about this place. I should have prepared before coming here. He muttered to himself. Alexander just gave up on that stupid exam. There was no way he could know the answers. He kept on writing answers that didn't make sense. Soon the exam was over. After a few minutes, the examiner came and revealed the results. Okay, I will speak names and tell if you passed or not. Tanabaka, passed. Machi, failed. Wadu, passed. Alexander Maxim Universe, failed. Why do you have such a long name? The examiner asked. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Alexander failed and was sent back out. There he met a frustrated Dobby and laughing Ragnarok. Boss, I really want to take over the world just so I can write a better question paper for this academy, Dobby complained. Well, the feeling is mutual. What about you, Ragnarok? I bet you just burned the paper in anger. Alexander joked. I passed. Alexander and Dobby looked at him after a second of delay. What? How? Wahaha, you failed? Ah. I feel so good. Well, I just used my mind reading and copied whatever my neighbor was writing. Ragnarok revealed. Hey, you cheated, this means, Dobby scolded him. But I passed and you didn't. I'm going to school, boys, see you later. You will probably have to illegally jump the wall and enter Siraidii, Ragnarok suggested. Ragnarok ignored them and went back inside the building to leave for the academy. Met, who would want to go to school anyway, we are old. Dobby tried to comfort himself. Hey Dobby, why didn't we just read the mind of the examiner to learn about this whole world? Alexander asked. They had not used such a handful ability of theirs. Dobby felt embarrassed. Ah, it seems we are forgetting about our magic powers. Still, let's look for some important looking guy and read his mind. We still need to know about this world. Alexander suggested and looked around. Wowie! Uncle Fang and Kurama's brother, Suddenly a cheerful voice came from Alexander's shoulder. Ah, Komei, you nearly spooked me. And stay invisible. We are on a secret mission. He instructed. He put Komei under a double invisibility charm and voice manipulation charm. His voice would only be heard by him and Dabi. Ji-chan, look. Kurama's brother. Komei excitedly pointed. Alexander and Dabi looked and found a 9.5 feet tall wolf-headed man. He looked intimidating by normal standards. He looks important, Dabi deduced. Yeah, he does. Let's read his mind. Alexander agreed. He subtly and without intruding his deep personal thoughts, read his mind. He learned a great deal about the world, its different dimensions, and the workings of the Soul Society. He didn't like how it worked though because according to the law, all the souls in Soul Society were temporarily there. The Shinigami had the authority to slaughter them to maintain the balance between hollows and souls. The death of a soul in Soul Society meant that they'd be reborn in the human world without any memory. He learned about the social hierarchy, their relation with the world, about the history and their geography. To his shock, he even found that 200 years ago, Soul Society carried out a genocide of the Quincy in order to prevent them from unbalancing the world. Though, he found out that the intimidating wolfman whose mind he was reading had a heart of gold. He loved dogs and the human world's dog shows. After he retracted from his mind, he left with Dabi. Blue Fang would love to meet that man. His name is Seijin Komamura and he's the captain of the 7th Division. Alexander told them. I'll call him Big Wolfie from now on, Komei interjected. Sure, as long as he doesn't get offended. Okay, Dabi. We can easily enter the Siridii. There are no barriers for the two of us. But let's do it in the night. Alexander planned. Dabi nodded, okay boss. Pop. My friends, I came to have some fun. I made a deal with Barry, he will protect my fields now so I am free. Iroh appeared out of nowhere. Alexander just sent him the memories as he did with Dabi. Iroh was overwhelmed, never in my life had I thought I'd see death gods. Yes, death gods with small g. Or maybe they don't even have a g because I find them very weak. Alexander judged. After that, they planned for their border jumping in the night. Meanwhile, Ragnarok was going through another test. You can see Seijin Komamura and the Shino Academy on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 464. Wall jumpers. Ragnarok was taken to another hall where their Ryoryoku, spiritual power, would be measured again to judge their talent level. So, soon his turn came. Put your hand on this ball and insert your Ryoryoku. A board clerk said. Okay. Ragnarok put his hand on it. He had already seen the test when he was standing in the line and he was also briefed. There were supposed to be 5 categories and they all were shown with color. Indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red on the crystal. Indigo being the lowest and red being the highest. The first level was basic spiritual power. This level of power was common among those who may or may not be spiritually aware to a small degree but otherwise have no real spiritual power. This was also a common level of power for a regular human. Hence, everyone who took the exam was higher than this level. This had an indigo color assigned to it. The second level was average spiritual power. This was also a common level of power for low-ranking seated and non-seated members of the Godi 13 or lesser power individuals. This had a blue color assigned. After these two came the smaller powerhouses of the Soul Society. High spiritual power. This level of spiritual power was common among those of an average lieutenant rank and high-ranking seated officers. It had a green color assigned. Then came the great spiritual power. This level of spiritual power was common amongst those of an average captain rank. Yellow was its color. After this were the rare people who were truly strong. Immense spiritual power. This level was also called advanced captain class. It had an orange color on the orb. Then finally, the strongest, the red color, immeasurable spiritual power. As the name suggested, on this level, the spiritual power was not calculable as there were no instruments to measure it. Beings of this caliber were also very rare. It was simply called beyond captain class. Only Captain Commander, Genri Yusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, and a few more were known to be this strong. That was until now. Ragnarok sent his powers into the crystal orb. First, it turned blue from indigo in an instant. Then it turned green. Oh, amazing, you are going to be a lieutenant someday. The clerk said, now his sleepy eyes were wide open. Ragnarok just chuckled and continued. The color changed from green to yellow and then orange. The clerk started to shiver then. His mouth was agape, along with all the other participants and supervisors. Oh, amazing, it seems we found a treasure, the wolf-headed Shinigami exclaimed. He had come to see the examination. But this was not the end. Due to so much Ryoryoku, Ragnarok's spiritual power started to affect the surrounding. Everyone was able to feel it, even those who had low spiritual power. Then, to everyone's shock, the orb turned red. It still kept on turning to a darker shade of red. Boom! The crystal orb exploded loudly. You unbelievable, a beyond captain class. The clerk scaredly shouted. He was even on the ground due to the explosion. In fact, everyone except Ragnarok was on the ground. Wahaha, see, I am strong. Ragnarok boasted. The wolf-headed man walked to Ragnarok and looked at him intently. It was true that the man had the same spiritual power level as the captain commander, and that made him dangerous. But, this could also be a chance for the Soul Society to cultivate the next generation captain commander, wolf-headed man thought. He had felt the spiritual pressure during the explosion and it was bone-shattering. He knew if others had to endure it any longer then their bones would have shattered. I do not sense any malicious intent from him at all. He even feels pure, somehow he thought. Wolfman tapped on Ragnarok's shoulder, that was a result beyond our expectation. I am Seijin Komamura, captain of the 7th Division. Come, I will introduce you to the academy. You won't be staying here long anyway as I believe with your talent and power you can easily pass all the exams very fast, Seijin told him. Ragnarok proudly accepted the praise, sure I will. Maybe a bit narcissistic and overconfident but he's better than Byakuya. Seijin made a mental note. He brought him to a room filled with plain and simple katanas. Please pick one of them, Seijin instructed respectfully. Ragnarok was enjoying the roleplay and picked up a katana. Haha, this is very light. It is called an asachi. All Shinigami must spend every waking moment with their own asachi, and as they progress in their training, they slowly and methodically imprint the essence of their soul into their asachi. This is how they guide and mold their own unique Zanpakuto. With time, your sword will also become strong like you. Seijin explained to him. Ragnarok interestingly looked at it. Haha, this is interesting. So, what next? He asked. It was night outside. Alexander and his party were on their way to jump the wall. Iroh, why have you tied a cloth on your head? This makes us look like thieves, Alexander asked him. Oh, I thought we were going to steal something, Iroh answered. No, we were just going to jump the wall. Dobby corrected him. Haha, then my disguise is perfect, I can't have someone see my face now when illegally entering a place. Iroh laughed. They all flew towards the boundary of Siritii. Alexander sensed an invisible barrier protecting the area above the wall. Boss, why aren't we using the anywhere door? Dobby asked. Alexander embarrassingly looked at him, because you didn't remind me. Also, I have no idea where we should come out and not get seen. But we are already under disguise so I think we will be safe. It is night time too. He took out the door and crossed it. They appeared inside an arena and thankfully it was empty. Okay, now that we are inside. What do we do now? Iroh asked. Alexander and Dobby looked at each other's faces. Alexander quickly stopped crouching and stood up straight. Then he took out his golden Haori and put it on. Seriously, why are we even sneaking around? To see Alexander in his Shinigami robes, look at the paragraph comment or Discord. Dobby scratched his beard, to learn about them. Which we already did. We already have Ragnarok inside the academy. He is our best spy. Let's go and talk to him, Alexander proposed. So, they used the anywhere door and appeared inside Ragnarok's room. But their jaws dropped when they saw him. Ragnarok was in his bathing robes, his hair tied under a towel, and slices of cucumber were resting on his eyes. Raggy, what is this? Alexander asked. Ragnarok jolted up and looked at him embarrassingly. Skincare, my friend. They are treating me like a god. They even gave me the biggest room with a bathroom. Wait, didn't they realize you are not a soul? Alexander asked. No, in fact, they already inducted me into the 1st Division as a trainee. They said I will be under the Captain Commander. Apparently, my spiritual power was in the same category as the Captain Commander. Wahaha, what a pleasant life. What are you three doing? Sneaking around? Ragnarok asked in an insulting tone. We are working, unlike you. You will investigate the Soul Society and determine whether they are under some god's influence or not. We will roam around and see how things go. Alexander ordered. Hey, you just poured all your responsibility on me. I am supposed to be studying here. Ragnarok tried to get away from the work. Dobby, let's go to Drachium. I just found mountains of gold in a certain cave there, Alexander said with a serious face. Dobby nodded, yes, let's go. Hey, wait. I'll do it. Don't touch my gold. Ragnarok quickly agreed. Oh, did I just see blackmailing happening? Iroh exclaimed. Alexander denied shamelessly, no, Iroh, that was just friends having fun. Come, let's brew some tea. Hey, this is my room, Ragnarok complained. Alexander looked at him and smirked, no, this is our room. You can see Alexander in his Shinigami dress on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 465. Let's graduate. After crashing the night in Ragnarok's room, they all went out to roam around and see what was going on. Ragnarok was left alone. He got up and looked at his sword. Let's just graduate today. He picked his Asachi and held it confidently. He decided to turn it into his Zanpakuto. He meditated his best for a while and imagined what kind of attack it would make. He was a dragon, so obviously, it was the fire. So, he thought of making it resemble his dragon form. Soon, his sword started to change in shape and color. It eventually became 5 feet long. Its head became pointy, with an outwards arc going down from its sharp edge, and on its back was an inwards arc. Around the middle, it would turn red. Then just beside its handle, there was a dragon-shaped carving around some kind of red crystal. This looks beautiful. I will call you Dragon Flame. Now, what if I imbue my flames in it? He thought. Then, it indeed started to send out flames. In fact, the whole blade turned into flames. Unknown to him, he had already achieved Shikai. Then he focused even more and thought of making a dragon from the fire. Then suddenly, although the blade didn't change in shape, a dragon came out of the red crystal on his sword. The small fiery dragon rolled around the blade. The dragon seemed to resemble the inner spirit of Ragnarok. Wahaha, this was easier than I expected. I will show this to that wolfman, he decided and went to take a bath. I had forgotten that Sajin had covered his head and we only saw his face at the execution. I had already written a lot of chapters by the time I realized it, so you will see his facial descriptions here. Then he went out to see what they were teaching in the school. He was the first-year student with the best grades, so he was sent to class 1. When Ragnarok slid the door open, he saw the class was already going on and he was late. But he had no fear and just walked in. Haha, sorry, I was late. He said and walked to a seat. Stop right there. Where do you think you are going? I don't allow late students in my class. Come tomorrow, the lecturer stopped him. Ragnarok looked back at the bald teacher. Why would I come tomorrow? I was planning on graduating today. I don't want to waste time here, and who are you? Everyone started murmuring hearing that. How could a first-year student say something like that on their first day? I am the head teacher of class 1, Gengoro Onabara. What is your name? He asked. Ragnarok proudly announced, I am Ragnarok. Gengoro's brows shot up because he knew the name. Oh, so you are that super genius. It seems the words of Captain Sajin have gotten to your head. I advise, if you really want to learn something and become something, then silently take a seat. You need to learn things like Hakuda, Ho-Ho, Kido, and Zanjutsu. Only then can you be a successful Shinigami, Gengoro explained. Why would I learn all that? I am already strong enough to deal with anyone. And I'm sure whatever you want to teach me, I already know, Ragnarok claimed. How shameless, you didn't just come late and are now claiming such things. Okay, if you are so good then come with me. I will show you what we teach here, Gengoro angrily shouted back at him. Ragnarok shrugged, sure, lead the way. So, they came to the training field. Many were training there, so they stopped seeing a huge crowd of students coming. Okay, the first technique that a Shinigami must know is Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat. Come, fight me, and let's see how much you know. Gengoro proudly challenged him. Ragnarok shrugged and walked forward. I advise you not to take this lightly. Worry about yourself. Ragnarok didn't say anything more. Warning him was his responsibility and he did it. Ragnarok didn't take a stance and simply walked forward. Ha, don't even know the fighting stance and still so talkative. Ha, Gengoro tried to punch him. Ragnarok didn't dodge and let it punch him in the chest. But, nothing as expected happened. The punch could only make a loud noise and not hurt him. Bam! Just one light punch from Ragnarok and he was thrown many meters away. See, I am strong. I told you. Ha ha ha, Ragnarok boasted. But Ragnarok stopped laughing as the teacher was not moving. He quickly walked over and saw him passed out. Phew, he's alive. Who will test me now? He questioned himself. I will. Suddenly a loud deep voice came from the entrance. Everyone turned around and looked. Except for Ragnarok, all students had their mouths agape. 11th Division's captain, Kenpei Kizaraki. They exclaimed. Ragnarok understood that this was a big shot, so he was prepared to fight him. Kenpei was a tall, muscular Shinigami with a wild and aggressive appearance. He had a long face with pronounced cheekbones and hairless brow ridges. He had long, stringy black hair and a long, thin scar running down the left side of his face and across his left eye. Everything about the man screamed, intimidating. Ragnarok also noticed a small pink-haired girl on the man's shoulder. Oh, then come ahead, let's fight. Ragnarok invited him. Kenpei could actually feel the immense aura leaking from Ragnarok, which was why he had appeared here. He was a battle-hungry man and loved strong opponents, so he was obviously not going to let this chance go. So, which technique are we going to use? Ragnarok asked. You passed in Hakuda. I'm crap at Kido, demon arts. That leaves Ho-Ho, fast movement, and Zanjutsu, swordsmanship. Do you have your Asachi? Kenpei asked. Yeah, I do. Ragnarok picked up his sword from the corner where he had discreetly placed it. So you have already turned your Asachi into a true Zanpakuto. This is going to be fun. Kenpei muttered. Beat him, Ken-chan, the girl from his back cheered for him. Ragnarok held his sword in his hand with a smirk. Let's start. Kenpei grinned and used flash steps, which was like teleporting, but in reality, it was just moving so fast that eyes couldn't follow. Although he was not an expert in it as he was still learning it, covering such a short distance was no problem. Kenpei was taller than Ragnarok. His towering form appeared right beside Ragnarok as he made a cut towards his head. Unexpected to Kenpei, Ragnarok also moved faster than he could see, and the next moment he found his sword clashing with Ragnarok's. Boom! Shockwaves traveled around them. A scary grin appeared on Kenpei's face. So, you're not a weakling. Now let's get serious. Kenpei jumped back a little and sent his spiritual pressure in the form of a powerful shock wave. This was a strong attack that he would not use in low-level fights. Ah, finally some real attack, but... Ragnarok exclaimed, and instead of blocking he also slashed towards Kenpei. But he didn't imbue any spiritual pressure. Instead, it was pure air he had sent. Boom! Kenpei's shock wave was destroyed by Ragnarok's air wave. The air wave even traveled further and reached Kenpei, making him use his sword to block it. Still weak, Ragnarok said. This irked Kenpei. But he didn't know any sword release technique. He was the only person in the history of the Godai 13 who did not know the name of his Zanpakuto before becoming a captain, nor could he perform either of his blade's release states. But he was still strong enough. However, mishandling of his sword by him caused it to get chipped from places. Ragnarok had already learned about Kenpei from this seemingly small exchange. He understood that Kenpei was a brash man who believed in brute strength rather than learning any technique. He could see that by the condition of his blade and also the small variety of his attacks. The only thing changing was his power behind strikes. Ragnarok had already sensed that the man had beyond captain class, aka immeasurable spiritual power, but it seemed he was not using it all. On top of that, he felt that the man's eye patch was somehow absorbing his spiritual power. Kenpei this time released a lot of his power. He wanted to exert his spiritual energy on his next strike. Soon yellow energy started forming around his body. And then he struck. The yellow energy wave traveled towards Ragnarok at a high speed. Ragnarok lifted up his sword and activated his Shikai without knowing. The fire in the shape dragon got formed from his sword and traveled towards the energy wave. If it was Benkai, then a realistic fire dragon would have appeared to accompany him in his attacks. Ruoar. Ear-deafening roar of the fire dragon made most people cover their ears. Kenpei's eyes widened seeing the immensely powerful attack coming towards him. He lightly chuckled. Ha, it seems they found a monster stronger than that old man. You can see Ragnarok's Zanpakuto, teacher, Kenpei, and Yachiru on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 466. Meooo. Ragnarok's fire dragon swallowed the yellow energy wave and grew even bigger. Kenpei quickly moved his Zanpakuto in front of him and tried to shield himself. But he immediately realized that the temperature of this fire was crazy high. Yeah, definitely in the leagues of that old man. He even got fire-styled Zanpakuto. Ken-chan, run! The girl on his back shouted. No, you run away, Yachiru. I will hold him. Or else we both will turn into ashes. He replied and threw a mouthful of blood. He was using his utmost strength to keep the fire away. But the heat was constantly rising. Zib. He suddenly noticed that his sword started getting red and chipping from the edges. This worried him a bit. Whoosh. Just as he was about to remove his eye patch, the fire vanished. Removing his eye patch would have unleashed all his power, but it was not his favorite choice as he just loved fighting so much. Ragnarok's sword turned to normal and he teleported in front of Kenpeki. Kid, you are very strong. But I can feel that you are not in harmony with your spiritual power and your Zanpakuto. Rang Aner said. Then with a sudden movement, he put his one hand on Kenpeki's blade and one on his chest. It made Kenpeki's eyes suddenly go blank. What did you do to Ken-chan? Yachiru yelled and attacked him. She had released her spiritual power that manifested in pink color. Ragnarok didn't want to hurt the little girl so he just teleported in front of her. Boop. He just touched her little nose with his finger and she fell asleep. He placed the girl on the unconscious teacher's Hayori. Then he just sat down on the ground cross-legged with his sword in his lap. Meanwhile, Kenpeki found himself inside a different dimension. Face to face with his Zanpakuto. The sword spirit appeared in front of Kenpeki in the form of a little boy in ragged clothes. Just like how he used to be when was small and resided in Zaraki, which was District 80 of the North Alley of Rukonga. The most lawless areas of the Soul Society. The spirit had tears in its eyes. He understood the reason. All this time he had called the name of his Zanpakuto. Just like how he was a nameless person when he was small. This unharmony between them also led to him not hearing these cries. Because of little spiritual energy, it became easier to get damaged. It got chipped and seemingly worn down upon its edge. Kenpeki walked to the sword spirit and sat down in front of it. He had a sudden feeling that he knew its name. Then he placed his hand on its head. No Zarashi, let's fight together. The sword spirit stopped crying and looked at Kenpeki. It smiled and started shining in a yellow light. Kenpeki was thrown out of the realm for some reason. His eyes opened and the first thing he noticed was his sword flashing in yellow and fixing itself. A few seconds later its shine returned and all its chipped edges got healed. He smirked and firmly picked it up. Then he looked to his side at Yachiru. She was sleeping soundly. Machi. See Andy. Yachiru muttered in sleep. Ready for round 2? Ragnarok asked. Kenpeki laughed, you bet, however, I am thankful for this boost. Ragnarok huffed frankly, hey, you're still gonna lose. All the student Shinigami had evacuated the school by now in fear of getting hurt in the fight so no one was there to stop them. Alexander, Dobby, and Iroh were walking around the Siraidii. Boss, I think it's time I use my talents. I'm gonna go and do my thing in Rukonga. See you later, Iroh, come with me, I'm going to need your talent in tea. Dobby ditched him and took Iroh with him. Arg, why must I deal with this alone? It seems I'll have to tell that lunatic to come now. He thought and called for Douglas. Poof. Ah, finally, you needed me. It's my time to shine. So, what's the mission? Douglas enthusiastically asked. Alexander shook his head, nothing for now. Just accompany me. You will be acting as my assistant. Aye Captain, Douglas saluted and changed into Shinigami clothes. They started walking around checking some buildings out. Soon they came to a building from where a very pleasant flower scent was coming. They just went in to look. There they found a few people sitting. There was a white-haired girl, an orange-haired woman, and a red-haired boy. On the other side of the room, a woman sat who looked like the kindest soul in the Soul Society. She was placing flowers in the flower pot. Because Alexander had read the memory of Seijin, he knew who they were. They were Isane Katetsu, Rangiku Matsumoto, and Renji Abarai. The woman on the other side of the room was Retsu Anohana, captain of the 4th Division. The captain looked slender and very youthful with blue eyes and black hair. Her hair were long and worn in a large braid down the front of her body. They were surprised by the visit of Alexander and Douglas. More importantly, they couldn't recognize them. Normally, it would have been no problem as there were thousands of Shinigami in Soul Society, but because Alexander was wearing a golden shining Hayori that only captains wore, it made them confused. Alexander already had the perfect argument if someone asked him who he was. He was going to use the art of bullshitting. He was also constantly releasing his pure aura so that no one feels threatened by him and they accept him for being a good being. Yes, how can I help you? Retsu Anohana kindly asked with a smile. It's nothing. I just smelled the pleasant fragrance of flowers so I came to check. It seems you run this club. Alexander said. And who might you be? Renji rudely asked. Alexander released a bit of his spiritual power which jolted Renji a bit. There are things in Soul Society that not even captains are allowed to know. Things that are beyond your comprehension, authority, and pay grade. Renji shut his mouth, feeling that the person in front of him was probably a member of the secret infamous royal guards. Alexander then looked at Retsu kindly, you can just call me, Alex, old man, or even grandpa. I might not look very old but I am thousands of years old. Then please, sit with us for a session of Ikebana, art of arranging flowers, ... She invited them. Alexander accepted the offer, sure, child. Douglas enthusiastically took out his scissors, yes, Finally a chance to show my talent. Kind lady, please give me some flowers, I will show you my cutting skills. Back in the human world, Hats had gotten out to just roam around and have fun. Until now he had been having fun with annoying passers-by. He'd speak a human word to them and then start meowing. His mind games were fun to him. Mwahahaha, such fools. Ah, this is life. He laughed. But he then got bored and decided to roam around. Soon he found an interesting place. It was a small shop. While he was passing by, his eyes fell on a black cat. Suddenly, Hats felt something in his body. A feeling he had not felt before. His breathing became faster and he could feel his heart in chaos, though it was in chaos at all times but this time was different. He felt butterflies in his stomach and exclaimed, "Wahey, that's hot, that's hot." He jumped to the black cat and started to impress it with his awesome perfume given to him by his beloved grandma. Meow. He made cute noises. The black cat at first was shocked and then surprised. It was seemingly checking him out but with a curious and mocking look on her face. Fuck yeah, it's working. It seems I'm getting laid tonight. Yeah, come to me, pussycat. Hats gloated inside. But unknown to him his mouth started salivating. Meanwhile, the black cat started judging him. Bam! Hats was so engrossed in the black cat that he didn't notice a kid near him. The red-haired kid suddenly picked him in his arms. What a fat cat. Yururu would surely love to play with him. Meow. FCK off, kid, lemme smash. Hats was too horny and spoke in the human tongue. It shocked everyone around. Even the black cat. Hats realized his mistake quickly. FCK. A/N, after Kenpaki's fight was over, Yachiro had disappeared, leaving her Shinigami uniform and lieutenant's badge behind. That's what I read on Wiki. So, I didn't make Yachiro Kenpaki's sword spirit. But, it seems she was his sword spirit. You can see Angry Yachiro, Flower Arrangement, Captain Anohana, and the cat on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 467. Dragon eats fire. Yawn. Renji yawned while sitting in the Ikebana club. The only person he saw enjoying was the weird man with scissors. He couldn't understand what was so interesting about it and he doubted that the man was feeling something more than simple enjoyment, apparent from his facial expression. Though he was still very much interested in the old man, drinking tea made by Captain Anohana. He was very astonished as this was the first time he had seen Captain Anohana bothering to do something else when it came to Flower Arrangement Club Day. She would normally just focus on flowers, but today she gave tea to the old man. Alexander stood up after finishing his tea. Well, I will leave now. It was good meeting you, child. See you later. He dragged Douglas out with him. After they left, Renji asked Anohana, Captain, aren't you interested in his identity? You don't always need to know everything. You could feel he meant no harm, so what's the problem? She said and started arranging flowers happily. Alexander dragged Douglas out and jumped to a rooftop. Why the hell would you start preaching about God while cutting flowers? You nearly busted us. Ah, I got swayed at that moment. It won't happen again, Douglas apologized. Okay, let's go somewhere else now. Also, I need to learn about these other dimensions in detail. Let's look for a library, he planned and jumped from building to building. On one of them, he found two men drinking sake. He immediately recognized them as the captain of the 8th Division, Shunsui Kiraku, and captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Yukitake. Oh, we have a new guest. Shunsui greeted him. Hey there, why don't you try this? Alexander greeted them and gave them a bottle of fire whiskey. Cough cough. Alexander raised an eyebrow when he saw Jushiro coughing out blood. Oh, you are sick? Well, here, drink this. He just did that and left to find Ragnarok. The small interaction was very weird in every way possible. None of them knew each other and still acted like they were friends. Jushiro looked at the small Yakult-sized bottle. Is this some kind of milk? Ha ha ha, why don't you try it while I try this? This bottle looks good. Shunsui laughed and picked up the fire whiskey bottle. Jushiro really drank the milk. Oh. I feel different. HAAA. Kenpaki activated his Shikai because he wasn't able to defeat Ragnarok. No matter how much he tried, Ragnarok was always the stronger one. He had a feeling that Ragnarok had not revealed his full strength. Drink. Those words were his Shikai release command. Upon its release, Nozarashi took on the form of a great axe/war cleaver hybrid with a long, cloth-wrapped handle and a green tassel attached to the top. Ragnarok smirked and held his sword firmly. He wasn't going to activate his higher power or do anything big, or else he might end up destroying the whole Soul Society. Ragnarok and Kenpeki ran towards each other at a very high speed. Kenpeki had his huge axe ready to vertically strike him. Ragnarok was already too close to him to strike back. Stop! Suddenly Captain Sajin appeared and jumped between them. He first held Kenpeki's arm and stopped him from going forwards. Then he looked at Ragnarok still coming towards them. His pupil dilated when he felt more threatened by Ragnarok than Kenpeki's attack. I won't survive this if struck. Ragnarok made a quick slash towards Sajin's neck. Whoosh! The blade stopped just a millimeter away from the neck. Ah, I was having fun, Captain Sajin, why did you stop us? Sajin took a long breath. To think this is his first day in the academy. If you two kept fighting then the whole school would have been destroyed, he reprimanded them. Kenpeki just huffed and ignored him. On the other hand, Ragnarok laughed, ha ha ha, okay, then let's go drinking. A man has many ways to decide the winner. But Sajin stopped him, wait, Captain Commander would like to see you. Ragnarok shrugged, let's go then. He was taken to the 1st Division barracks. On their way, Sajin told Ragnarok about who Captain Commander was. Under normal circumstances, a new student of the academy wouldn't be able to meet the commander, but this was a special situation. After walking for a while they finally appeared inside the big building. He was then sent to Captain Commander's office. Hello, young man, an old voice spoke to Ragnarok. Ragnarok didn't know if he should laugh. Me? Young man. He turned to where the voice came from. The man in front of him had the appearance of an old man with red eyes, a very long white beard, and long eyebrows. There were many scars on his head, the two most prominent being a pair of long scars crossing above his right eye. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform, but its size was greatly exaggerated. He draped his Haori over his back instead of actually wearing it. Hello, Captain Commander, how are you? Ragnarok cheerfully asked. Yamamoto was sitting on a pillow on the ground at the moment, so Ragnarok went ahead to sit in front of the man. I am good. So, do you want to become a Shinigami? Yamamoto asked in his hoarse voice. It depends, what will I have to do? Ragnarok asked. Shinigami are guardians of the souls who are going through the circle of transmigration. We purify hollows who do evil in the world of the living and ensure the safe crossing of souls who have lost their way after death by giving them a soul burial. We also protect the Soul Society. You have great talent, young man. One day you can even become the Captain Commander. Yamamoto told him. What about the Soul King? Can I become that? Ragnarok asked. Suddenly Yamamoto released his spiritual pressure. He was triggered at the prospect of a Shinigami even thinking of doing such a thing. Soul King is a god, how can you even think of such a thing? No one can replace him, he is eternal and all-present. Yamamoto angrily grunted. Currently, all the people in the whole of the 1st Division barracks were feeling the pressure of Yamamoto. But Ragnarok just stood there normally. Well, thanks for the info. Becoming a Shinigami sounds like a boring job. I already know someone who is way stronger than you all combined, hell if you also add your god, he's still stronger. Not to mention his father who is on an even crazier level. Well, thanks, but I'll pass. Ragnarok denied the job and started walking away. But then he stopped midway and looked back, I nearly forgot, here, keep your sword. I'd rather use my hands. Yamamoto was shocked. He was going to ask Ragnarok about his origin as there was no record of someone like him existing in Rukanga and based on that he would judge him. But things went too differently. Stop right there, Yamamoto quickly fast-stepped in front of him. His staff suddenly turned into a sword. You are too dangerous to be left like this. I will send you back to the human world to get reincarnated. He announced. Wahaha, you can try, kid, Ragnarok replied. Yamamoto was confused at being called a kid. He was 4001 years old so it didn't make sense. Who are you? Yamamoto finally asked. I am the dragon god, Ragnarok. Nice to meet you. He revealed. Yamamoto had none of that and attacked. He slashed his sword at Ragnarok which released a big wave of fire at him. Ragnarok just smirked and didn't even move. The fire collided with his body and disappeared. You can't hurt me with fire, Yamamoto. I don't have any ill intentions either. Ragnarok tried to convince him. But Yamamoto didn't quit just yet. He instantly activated Shikai which engulfed his blade in the fire. Reduce all creation to ash, he spoke the release words. Suddenly an immense amount of spiritual pressure was released. Affecting all in the area, it could be felt for miles upon miles across all of Siraidai. Enetsu Jigoku, flames of hell, Yamamoto spoke his attack. Suddenly pillars of fire started coming out from the ground, destroying the floor and the ceiling of the building. Stop it, Yamamoto, you are just causing damage to the building, Ragnarok advised him. The intent of the technique was to trap the opponent in the caged inferno and destroy them. The power of this technique can destroy everyone caught in its vicinity, including Yamamoto himself. He was ready to take this risk. Seeing that Yamamoto was not stopping, Ragnarok decided to end this. He couldn't let so much damage come to Soul Society as Alexander would be angry then. Fine. The dragon is hungry now. You can see Shunsui Kiraku, and Jushiro Yukatake, Kenpei Kishikai, Yamamoto's attacks on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 468. Heartbroken. Ragnarok apparat right in front of Yamamoto. He then grabbed the blade of Yamamoto's sword. Didn't you hear me a moment ago? I am the dragon god. Fire can't even touch me. Yamamoto could feel his flames getting absorbed by Ragnarok, which in turn was making the pillars of fire go away. He struggled to even move the sword away. Seeing no option, Bankai, Zankan no Tachi. In Ragnarok's hands, the blade suddenly changed and took the form of an ancient and worn-out katana, severely scorched by fire. Zankan no Tachi, Higashi, Kyakujitsujin, long sword of the remnant flame, east, rising sun edge. This move automatically activates at release. This ability concentrates the intense flames of the sword along the tip of the blade. It neither burns nor erupts, but anything it touches is eradicated to nothingness. Ah, this is a very powerful ability. If I was not suppressing it, you'd have destroyed the whole Soul Society or even Earth with its heat by now. Ragnarok remarked. Yamamoto stopped trying to get his blade released and instead he thrusted it towards Ragnarok's chest. Ragnarok had not caught it tightly enough to stop it from sliding. It moved and touched his chest. Boom! As if a sudden gust of wind came, scorching heat covered Ragnarok's body. His clothes turned into ashes in even less than a second. He had to partially use his dragon scales to make them look like pants. This is the strongest fire release I have experienced in so many years, he thought. But sadly, it wasn't enough to hurt him. For a being who can easily destroy a planet, the heat was not an issue. Ha, that just pinched me a little. He scoffed and grabbed Yamamoto's neck. What you just did now proves that you lack empathy. You would have killed so many beings in Soul Society and Earth if I was not suppressing your heat going outside of this hall. I am not even a threat and yet you take such measures. He disappointedly said. But Yamamoto's eyes still didn't show any sign of defeat. Zankan no Tachi, Nishi, Zanjutsu Gokui, long sword of the remnant flame, west, remnant sun prison garb. This ability is unseen by the eyes of anyone else unless Yamamoto wills it to be seen. It engulfs his body in heat which reaches a temperature upwards of 15 million degrees. Therefore, it becomes impossible to even touch him while he is using his Bankai. The level of heat produced by this technique is so high, it would not actually appear in the form of flames. By now, Ragnarok's hand should have disintegrated into ashes, but it didn't. Good, as warm as the core of the sun, ha? You are very strong, Yamamoto. I can understand where this arrogance and strength comes from. But you are too uptight. Now, I advise you to stop using this technique and putting everyone's life in danger. He put Yamamoto down and walked a few steps back. Yamamoto saw that he couldn't hurt him so he finally nodded and stopped using his Bankai. Ragnarok then waved his hand and the whole hall started to repair. Broken things started to attach themselves. The floor became as good as before. The shock was clear on Yamamoto's face. Then he transfigured the pillows into a table and 2 chairs. He sat down calmly. Come, let's talk while drinking tea. Goddammit, that Iroh has got me hooked on this. It's even more addictive than fire whiskey, he cursed in his mind. Yamamoto vigilantly came forward and sat down. First, tell me who you are, what is your motive, and how did you enter Soul Society? Yamamoto asked. I am. Ragnarok told him about himself and Alexander and what they do. He didn't reveal more than what was necessary to be known. In the real world. Leave me, human. Hats authoritatively shouted while the little girl held him tightly in her arms. Ah, so cute. Mr. Cat, I will keep you happy, don't go away. Yururu innocently said. You think you can hold the Chaos God, ha, puny human. Now, where is that black cat? He shouted. Yawn. What is going on here? Why so much ruckus? A messy and light blonde hair-colored man walked out of the shop while rubbing his eyes. Hats and the girl looked at him simultaneously. Ah, Yururu, what did you catch this time? Or did you sell poor quality merchandise again? Oh, Mr. Urahara, hint have found this cute fat cat. Can I keep him? She asked cutely. Hey, I'm not fat. That's just my fur and stop calling me a cat every time. My name is Hats and for you, it is Lord Hats, Hats retorted. Urahara's eyes went wide open now. He had seen many strange things in his life. A talking cat was not very shocking, but a talking cat that made him feel insecure about his safety was what worried him. What are you? Urahara asked. I am the god of chaos. Hand me that cat now, she is meant to be my woman. He shouted while pointing his paws at the black cat on Urahara's shoulder. Urahara patted the black cat's head. Oh, this is your Yuki and I'm afraid you can't mate with her. Who are you to decide that? Hats refused to accept. Well, she is already taken and her partner is kind of handsome, unlike you, who is a cat and a fat one at that, Urahara smugly replied. It's my fur, and what do you mean unlike me? Is her partner not a cat? I'll just kill him, Hats grinned evilly. Urahara really shuddered seeing that grin and feeling the aura. No, her partner is a man. Hats' face turned sad. Oh, such bestiality, you poor Yuki, don't worry, I will care for you. Come to me. Hats tried to jump on her. Bam. Stay away, you pervert, the black cat spoke. Hats blinked his eyes and processed what just happened. Then he started smiling. Oh my god, you can speak, you are just like me, we are soulmates. Wait. Come inside, I will show you something. Hats Urahara stopped their exchange. Inside the shop, Yuki jumped down from his shoulders and stood in front of Hats. I am not like you, I am a human. She suddenly started turning back into a human although naked. She quickly grabbed Urahara's robes and covered herself. Hats was shocked and heartbroken. He took a few steps back in disappointment and nearly lost balance. How could this be? I fell in love with a human. But... no. He screamed while looking at the sky, although there was just the ceiling of the shop, but it was the emotions that counted. Urahara scratched his head thinking, how do I deal with this? He kneeled down and patted Hats' shoulder. Want a drink? Hats nodded. Yeah, I can have a drink. So they walked to the dining table and sat down. Urahara poured him a small glass of sake. He was shocked by how the cat drank like humans. More. Urahara poured more. More. He again poured more. Mooer. Damn it, gimme that bottle. Hats snatched it from Urahara's hand, which shocked him more than it should. He didn't even see Hats moving and getting close to him. What is this thing? Where did you come from, Hats? He asked politely. Ha, I am a traveler of the multiverse. I travel to different worlds with my minions, Alexander, Ragnarok, and Dobby. There is also a servant named Douglas, but he is only there to clean my poop. Hats explained. Oh, interesting, tell me more. Urahara raised his eyebrow with interest. First, bring me more wine, Hats demanded. Soon he got another bottle and started bullshitting. Soul Society. Aochu X4. Alexander sneezed and cursed, Goddammit, don't curse me while standing by my side, Douglas. Douglas shook his head strongly, it wasn't me, I sneezed too. Inside the 1st Division barracks. Ragnarok's sneeze was very strong and he unknowingly spewed flames on Yamamoto's face. Haha, sorry, my friend. He apologized. Rukanga. Iroh rubbed his nose. Ah, it seems I caught a cold, I need to make herbal tea. Dobby quickly denied, no Iroh, it's not cold, it was something else. I felt like some kind of fur tickled my nose for some reason. Me too, here, drink this. Iroh gave him a glass of mint tea. You can see Yamamoto's Bankai, Urahara, and your Yuki on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 469. God's work. 6 days later. Dobby knew how to make Ichiraku ramen. He wanted to help the poor people in Rukanga. Especially the ones living in the bad part of it. There were so many sad kids, old people, and other vulnerable. From his perspective, Soul Society was worse than hell. Because in normal cases, you'd either go to hell, heaven, or get reincarnated. But here, these souls were kept to balance the number of hollows. On top of that, the Shinigami living inside the Siraidii didn't really help the people outside. They were ignorant about everything and only saw the souls as replaceable goods. If it was up to him to decide, he'd just kill all the hollows and send all the souls in Soul Society to get reincarnated, making a new equilibrium, but it was not up to him to decide, it was Alexander's department. So, to help the people, he opened his ramen shop. Here, he sold his amazing ramen and tea made by Iroh. Honestly, Iroh had more flavors of tea than his ramen. But, Iroh's newly created bubble tea was the best seller. Apparently, he had told about this new invention of his to Zuko and Ong, but they didn't like it. However, now it was a bestseller in the drinks department. Dobby's scheme was simple. He was going to create a whole industry around his ramen shop. He was going to hire people to gather raw items for him. He would even give them grains and other things to start farming. This way a whole industry would be built that would immensely bring in money for all. The kids would then be hired to deliver the food to homes, giving them a chance to earn a living too. However, there was no need for people of the Soul Society to eat. They only needed to drink water, so the main focus of his dishes was broth now. The real ramen would be a plus. In time they would get used to eating. In total there were 320 districts and he had opened up a shop in all of them. Depending on the population, the number of stores was decided. Only one of them was managed by him, and the rest were managed by many other serifs and unsullied. It took him just one day and a special offer of free trials and coupons on the first purchase to make his shop a hit. The name of the shop was God's Work. Eventually, the words of this shop reached the Siridei. Many curious Shinigami came to the first district to check out the shop. Instantly, they fell in love with food and tea. Shinigami, unlike normal souls, needed to eat food in order to sustain themselves. So, they became the highest spender group. There were 6,000 Shinigami in total inside the Siridei, so business was good. After a while, Dobby received an offer to open a branch inside Siridei, so he opened one in each district. Each shop's land was offered to him by rich and noble families. This way, Dobby controlled the whole food supply of Shinigamis. By doing this, he started influencing them. The first thing he did was complain that his shipment was being stolen in outer and lawless districts of Rukanga. So, many low-level Shinigami and students of Shino Spiritual Arts Academy were sent to protect the area. This led to a quick decrease in crime. Then, he started creating a higher market and business environment for the Rukanga. In every district where his shop was, a few more shops opened, selling other things such as clothes. He single-handedly changed the face of the whole Rukanga. He had to spend a lot of money and resources from his own pocket, but it was all worth it. At the moment, there was a long line of people in front of Dobby's shop. All the seats were taken too. Ken-chan, I want bubble tea, Yachiru said from the top of Kenpei's shoulder. Kenpei looked at Iroh. You heard her. Haha, yes I did, one sweet bubble tea for our lovely Yachiru. Do you want ice cream on it too? Iroh asked. What is ice cream? She cutely asked. It is a sweet and cold dessert, Iroh explained. Yachiru was sold the moment she heard sweet. Yes, I want that. What about you, Captain Kenpei? Dobby asked. Kenpei was very respectful towards Dobby. Mainly because he saw how he helps the poor kids of Rukanga. When he was small, there was no one to help him. Respect was also due to Dobby's towering height. Same as usual, he said and waited. Dobby quickly made him tofu and chicken meat ramen and gave it to him. Kenpei ate it in just a minute. Meanwhile, Yachiru's bubble tea had just arrived. Suddenly a brown-haired girl came. Hey, pack one for Captain Kukaki. Okay, ultra spicy one for you, Dobby got to work. Haha, who would have thought the elegant flower lover likes spicy food, Kenpei made fun. Mai-Hane looked at him with narrow eyes. She was the 9th seat of the 6th division. But she didn't say anything. She was just an officer after all and she didn't want to mess with Kenpei. Oh, kid, what do you want? Iroh exclaimed, seeing the regular white-haired boy coming to the shop. Taoshiro Hitsugiya sneered hearing that. Being called a kid was always hurtful to him. But Iroh looked and acted so wise that Taoshiro couldn't bring himself to get angry at him. Watermelon ice cream, he said and took a seat. Yachiru had just finished her bubble tea when she noticed Taoshiro. She jumped close to him and started staring at his ice cream intently. Tisk, give her one too, he gave in and ordered. While they ate, Dobby decided to gather some info. So, what's new around Soul Society? Nothing's new, except tomorrow's execution. That dumb Kukaki girl broke the law and is now paying for it, Kenpei scoffed. Alexander had been in the library of Soul Society. It was kept very secure and from inside it was huge. It had restricted access so no one came in and he had the freedom to roam around and read everything. It took him 6 days to read them all. Many of them were just about history. He found out about the so-called Soul King. According to history, millions of years prior to his death, the being that became known as the Soul King emerged from a chaotic, primordial world overrun by hollows. To protect the original inhabitants of that world, the Soul King proceeded to annihilate all the hollows that preyed upon them. However, these actions eventually started to destabilize the world. In response, 5 powerful beings from that time decided to work together to fix everything, and for their own respective reasons, sealed an unresisting Soul King inside a crystal and used his omnipotent powers to split their world into 3 new ones, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world, and in the process they created the cycle of life and death. Despite the Soul King's lack of resistance, the 5 beings were unconvinced of the Soul King's cooperation and feared his immense power, and proceeded to tear off the right arm of stillness and the left arm of progress and tear out the Soul King's organs, leaving the Soul King trapped in an agonizing state between life and death for millions of years. The Shinigami who did this later became known as the ancestors of the great noble families. Even after all this, the reason why Soul King was so revered and protected was that the Soul King's sole purpose was to regulate the flow of souls into and out of Soul Society and keep the flow stable. Without the Soul King, the balance would be lost in the Soul Society, as well as the Hueco Mundo, and the human world would all collapse into one. Alexander then left. Outside, he saw many Shinigami going towards the place called Sokyoku Hill. He followed them. Let's see what they are up to. You can see Kenpeki and Taoshiro Hitsugiya on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 470. Friendly Neighborhood Elf. Alexander found out many things as he walked to the hill. It seemed that the whole Godi I-13 had now been divided into factions. Many divisions were fighting each other. Sosuke Aizen, captain of the 5th Division, had been found murdered and 10th Division Captain Toshiro Hitsugiya and 3rd Division Captain Jin Ichimaru had fought each other on doubts that it was Jin that killed Aizen. Then there was the talk of an intruder who was now supported by Captain Kenpeki and his 11th Division. The whole division was going against Godi I-13. The Central 46 was also found murdered. There was chaos all around. After walking for a while he reached the top of the mountain. There he saw many high-ranking Shinigami gathered. Surprisingly he saw Ragnarok standing a distance behind the captain commander. While he was walking up, he saw another man going the same way. He had long back hair and looked more like a girl than a boy. He recognized him as Byakuya Kukaki. He didn't seem to notice Alexander and just walked away. As Alexander arrived there, he saw a little girl made to stand on a platform with her hands tied behind her back and her neck tied with red straps. What the hell is wrong with them? Rukia Kukaki, do you have anything you would like to say? Yamamoto asked. Yes, I do, she replied and requested that her friends from the human world be let go. Very well. Just as you asked, I shall send the Ryoka, traveling evil, term for illegal entries, back unharmed the dawn after your execution, Yamamoto agreed. Then the men from Kido Corps came up to release the Sokyoku. It was a large halberd that the Godi I-13 uses at Sokyoku Hill to execute Shinigami who have severely broken the law. The Sokyoku was sealed by a number of thick ropes wrapped around its pole, which pierced the ground and held the halberd in place. During the execution, the Kido Corps unseals it, causing these ropes to unwind and shoot off away from the hill. As the Sokyoku activates, emitting an immense amount of flames, it would rise into the air, pointing towards the victim, who was held before it by support beams. The flames, enveloping the halberd, would reveal its true form, a massive, phoenix-like entity called Kikoo. Crunch! Crunch! Alexander walked beside Ragnarok and patted his shoulder. Seriously? Eating chips during an execution? Ragnarok looked at him and laughed, well, I was just hungry. Why should this stop me from eating? Here, you can eat too, he tilted the packet towards Alexander. Alexander took some too and ate. What did she do? Apparently, she gave her Shinigami powers to a human and that warrants death, Ragnarok answered. Crunch. Isn't that a bit too much? Alexander questioned. Woo-ah. Fireworks, Kome popped up again, this time with Seiken. Alexander made them invisible, those aren't fireworks, they are killing someone. Seiken popped out his fist, then let's save her. Haha, we will, but let's see what is going on first, Alexander replied and watched the execution. The girl was sent up on some kind of hovering cube. In front of her, the halberd was released. Surprising to many, it erupted in flames and those flames turned into a phoenix. Oh, they have caught and sealed the phoenix spirit it seems, the poor thing is anger, Alexander exclaimed. Oh, Sister Red, Barry's wife, Kome exclaimed. No, Kome, this is someone else, Ragnarok corrected him. While many were shocked to see the real form of the halberd, Yamamoto also didn't forget to flaunt it. He is the true form of Sokyoku's halberd, the final enforcer of extreme punishment. When he pierces through a criminal, the sentence will end. He announced. So, when are you going to save her? Ragnarok asked Alexander. Why do you think I will save her? Alexander inquired. Well, that's your thing. You have a fetish for acting like a hero, Ragnarok japed. That is my duty. Besides, I don't think she has done anything bad. Look at her sins, she's not a sinner. Alexander revealed. Wahaha, then that means all these people are being fooled, Ragnarok laughed. Sigh, I'll go and save her now. Alexander started waking while raising his hand to stop the phoenix. Boom. But before he stopped it, something else collided with the phoenix. Everyone looked up in shock, to see what stopped the phoenix. There was a spiky orange-haired boy with a long sword. Meooo. Ha ha ha, I have come to save you, little girl, another voice came from behind the boy. Alexander noticed a cat flying in the air and sitting on the beak of the flying phoenix. Hats. How did you get here? Alexander asked in surprise. Hats looked down and waved his little paws. Oh, old man, you're here too? Well, I am on a mission to save this girl and boy's ass. Hee hee. I will get a reward in return, so this is work. Hats explained. Alexander felt weird seeing Hats gloating and blushing over some reward. Don't hurt that phoenix, I will take care of him later, he instructed him. It was now that all the people there noticed Alexander. Yamamoto looked at Ragnarok and asked, is he the one you told me about? Ragnarok nodded, yup, that's him. While above the platform, the orange-haired boy loudly asked something to Hats, hey, Lord Hats, are they the servants you told us about? Hats suddenly started sweating. Shhhhhh, shut the FCK up, strawberry. Alexander had heard everything, Raggy, catch that fat cat. Already on it, Ragnarok replied and vanished from the spot with a sonic boom. Hats also ran away quickly. But now the phoenix was free again and it tried to attack Rukia. So, Alexander teleported in front of it and stopped it. Calm down, Phoenix. I will take you to your species soon. He offered. Surprisingly the phoenix stopped. He looked back down, okay everyone. It's time we address the elephant in the room. Saiken suddenly became visible and pouted, Ji-chan, I'm not that fat. While all this was going on above, Momo Hinamori, the lieutenant of the 5th Division, followed Jin to the Seijata-Kuren, the quarters of the Central 46, and inquired why Jin had brought her there. However, while entering a dark room, Jin revealed that there was someone he wanted her to see and instructed her to look at the doorway behind her. She was stunned to see Aizen, standing calmly. Aizen acted all good and asked her how she had been. She walked up to Aizen and grasped his Haori and begun to cry, leading Aizen to apologize for how heartbroken she must have felt as he caressed her head. He talked a bit more about how he enjoyed his time with her and the reasons why he faked his death. She quickly believes everything coming out of his mouth. Slash. To her surprise, she suddenly felt something cold touching her chest. The next thing she noticed, Aizen was releasing her and taking out his Zanpakuto from her chest. What? She looked at his face for the last time in disbelief. Aizen left her to collapse, before departing alongside Jin. Just as they were departing, Taoshiro Hitsugaya reached the place and asked where Hinamori was. Being in a hurry he fast stepped inside the room, only to find her body. Enraged, he quickly engages with Aizen in a fight. At the same time, Captain Anohana arrived. She immediately understood who the traitor was. Aizen, I'm going to kill you, Taoshiro roared in anger. He moved fast and was ready to attack. But he failed only to get cut by Aizen's Zanpakuto and fell down. Aizen then revealed his Zanpakuto and told that he has the ability of perfect hypnosis. He then revealed that Captain Tissen was his subordinate. With that, Jin started spinning the bandages to make them teleport away. Goodbye, I doubt I'll ever see you again, Aizen emotionlessly said to Captain Anohana. And that's a confession, let's get him Iroh, Dabi spoke from a corner. Shocking everyone there. No one saw him or sensed him appearing. Dabi immediately appeared inside the spinning cloth and punched Jin in the face, making him stop doing his maneuver. Jin lost a few of his teeth and passed out. Kyoka Suijutsu, shat. Aizen tries to start his Shikai. But he suddenly found the sword missing from his hand. Oh, this sword is light, Iroh checked out the sword he had just snatched. Bam! Dabi punches Aizen in the guts, making him throw up saliva. I've been watching you for the past 6 days. You've been naughty. Dabi then walked to Taoshiro and poured a high healing potion on his wound which immediately healed them. He woke up in shock. Huh? Mr. Dabi? I didn't order the ice cream. Ha ha ha, kid, get up, I'm not here for ice cream, Dabi laughed. Taoshiro quickly realized where he was and jumped up. Easy, kid, Aizen is under control, Dabi told him. Who are you? Aizen roared from the ground. Dabi smiled back at him, just a friendly neighborhood elf. You can see the execution in Aizen on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 471. Caught and punished. Dabi put Aizen in handcuffs specifically made to hold strong beings. Aizen was just a superhuman with some magical powers without his Zanpakuto. Let's go to the execution hill, Captain Anohana. Ah, Iroh, bring that boy too, Dabi said, pointing at the unconscious Jin. Anohana knew who he was but didn't know that he was this strong. After all, until a few seconds ago, he was known to be just a ramen seller. She had obviously eaten the ramen and particularly enjoyed the jasmine and rose tea from the shop. She had her doubts about the sudden rise of the mysterious shop since the day one, but she stayed quiet as many noble families were involved in the business. Now she understood how the shop expanded so fast. With such strength, nothing was impossible. Though she was still wondering who the two really were. Outside, Alexander was speaking from the top of the execution platform. Hello, everyone, you all are Shinigami, so there is no need for me to hide my identity. I am a being who is called God's advocate. Now, I am not talking about your Soul King, but the one who made the Soul King. My job is simple. I travel to different worlds, cleanse them of sins, and make them better for all. Any questions till now? He asked. Which god are you talking about? Seijin loudly asked. Alexander looked at the familiar wolf-headed man, the highest one. There is no which because there is just one at the top. It was obviously not easy accepting that their Soul King was not the one true god. Many of them had been believing that for decades. Then what will you be doing now? Yamamoto asked. What I always do. Punish the sinners, and help the innocent. You all lie somewhere in the middle. I'm not going to bother with you all, but I will be taking over the academy to teach them new values about being a Shinigami. How you all operate is neither effective nor safe. You all didn't even know and such a big conspiracy was going on in Soul Society, Alexander said in a scolding tone. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Shunsui Kiraku asked. He had a hunch that he was not going to like what was going to happen next. This conspiracy, Dabi came with Aizen's body on his shoulder. He threw the body in front of everyone. Then Iroh came and threw Jin's body too. Soon, all of the captains and many more members of Godi I-13 arrived there as the fight had already stopped. Wait a minute, Blue Fang must be coming soon. He went to catch the third one, Dabi told and stood beside Alexander. As expected, soon Blue Fang brought Captain Kaname Tosen with him. Okay. The trial of traitor Aizen and his henchmen will take place here. Take seats, Alexander announced and transfigured the dirt into seats. Traitor! Rukia Kukaki exclaimed. They were not kept waiting as Taoshiro came with Captain Anohana. He is right, Aizen was the traitor. He set everything up. He killed the Central 46 too. I found their bodies and went to investigate. He even tried to kill Hinamori. But Mr. Dabi came and stopped him. Aizen is behind everything, Captain Commander, we must interrogate him and get all the information out. Taoshiro sternly requested. Anohana nodded, yes, he confessed to his crimes. He even told me that he had lied about his Zanpakuto's ability. It was actually the ability to put someone in perfect hypnosis. That is how he fooled us all. The initiation condition for the hypnosis was for the enemy to see Kyoka Suijutsu at the exact moment it was released. After seeing it just once, the person would completely succumb to the hypnosis every time it is released, regardless of how long ago they saw it. Yamamoto was in deep thoughts for a minute. They have committed grave sins. For so many years we were fooled by them, who knows what other crimes he committed or made us commit. That is why I am doing this trial, to clarify everything, Alexander interjected. How will you find out about his past deeds? Yamamoto asked. Simple, I will read their minds, Alexander replied and started walking up to them. Aizen had woken up by then. Captain Commander, I've been framed, all these are baseless accusations. Then you should not have any problem with your mind getting read, Yamamoto ignored his claim. Why do you believe in a stranger more than me? Aizen asked angrily. Because I know who he is, Yamamoto answered. Alexander didn't let him waste more time and put his palm on his head. Let's look at your dark desires. Alexander retracted his arm after a few minutes. Oh, he certainly isn't innocent. This one wanted to assassinate your Soul King and take the throne for himself. Not just that, he was the one who orchestrated all the holification incidents and disappearances of souls from Rukanga 100 years ago. You all foolishly sentenced Urahara and Tessai guilty for crimes they didn't commit. Right now, Aizen was intending to run away from here to Hueco Mundo with the Hogyaku that he had planted inside Rukia's soul. The simplest way to get it out of her was to let her soul get burned away by Sokyoku's fire. He was behind everything. Even that orange-haired kid has his whole life manipulated by this man here. He has already established power inside Hueco Mundo and planned to launch an invasion on the Soul Society in due time. He had planned all this since years ago, planned to perfection, but bad for him, he couldn't guess that I'd be here. Alexander announced everything. Aizen simply sat there, probably planning something. Then Alexander walked up to Jin. Stop smiling, boy, Alexander told him and read his thoughts. Soon, he started revealing everything to the people. He was a little bit sympathetic to him but not enough to ignore his crime. Oh, this one is a love story. Jin here when he was small, met a small Ranjaku Matsumoto. They became friends and started living together. Jin also encountered Aizen while he and Ranjaku still lived in Rukanga. While gathering firewood in a forest, he spotted Aizen and 3 other Shinigami. Through a clearing in the brush, he saw Aizen take a ball of pink energy from one of the Shinigami's hands and put it in a glass that contained the Hagyaku. Jin had seen those 3 Shinigami earlier, leaving the area where Ranjaku had collapsed, carrying a said ball of pink energy that he saw earlier. Realizing that Aizen must be the leader, Jin resolved to kill Aizen. With a childlike passion, he decided he would make Aizen pay. So he deceived him for over a century, making him think he was on his side, until the day he had his chance to destroy him. For this, he was ready to go to any length. He revealed. This time Aizen was shocked a bit. He looked at Jin. For 100 years? You wasted so many years on something so worthless? You wouldn't have been able to kill me even if you had planned for 1,000 more years. Jin plainly looked at him. It was worth it. Alexander then read the memory of Kaname and announced, well, he's blind and he was still following Aizen, which means he was with him from the start. But the reason why he became like this is because of the incompetence of Godi I-13 and Central 46. They did not punish the man who killed his friend when he was young. Since then, the seeds of dissatisfaction grew. I will leave Jin's punishment on you, Yamamoto. Let's see how you deal with this, Alexander decided. Yamamoto suddenly felt like this was more of a test for him than anything else. Alexander then walked up to Aizen and read his sins. Sosuke Aizen Category 4. Murder 120,123. Indirect murder 234,435. Soul sacrifice 50,456. Sin percentage 75%. You will die, he said and simply disintegrated him. There was no point in making him go through time torture. Then he walked up to Kaname Kaname Category 3. Murder 30,908. Sin percentage 55%. Alexander contemplated for a long moment and finally decided not to kill him. Category 3 and 55% of sins were still curable. So, he put him in time torture, in which, he would feel the emotions of everyone he killed. He would see the relatives of everyone he killed. The motive was to make him realize that in his path to bring peace he caused so much sorrow. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 472. Emergency. Alexander was about to walk back to the buildings but suddenly Ragnarok appeared. Here you go. Finally caught this sneaky cat, Ragnarok said, in his hand was a defeated Hats. They had run around the whole Soul Society and were drenched in sweat. Hats looked like he even lost some weight. Hats looked at Alexander with puppy eyes and thought they'd work on him. Boss, I was drunk when I said those things. I didn't mean them. Alexander walked up to Hats and raised his hand. Hats closed his eyes and waited for the painful fist of love. But it never came. Pat pat. If you did it while being drunk then it is fine. People say things they don't want to when drunk, Alexander said and let him go. Hats stood on the ground with an unapologetic grin. Oh, what is this, you are smiling? Alexander asked in suspicion. Hats flustered, what? Haha, no. My face has been like this since I was small. My mom used to say that smiling is good for your health. Is that so? Well, go have fun with Kome and Saiken then. No messing around, he warned him and left. He wasn't petty enough to hurt Hats for such a small thing. Hats was already a family now, no matter how he was. In just a day, the series of dramatic events quickly became the talk of the Soul Society and even reached Rukanga. The Shinigami lost their respect this time. Many souls started questioning themselves about why they were even there and they only existed as cannon fodder for the Shinigami. They were not too far in that guess but they didn't know the details. Dobby had to throw in a free one-time meal to lighten up the mood. The people of Rukanga had already fallen in love with the tea and ramen broth of his shop. At that moment, in Dobby's stall, Blue Fang and Seijin sat together. They were both wolfmen so the friendship was imminent. It was certainly a good surprise to meet someone like myself, Seijin said as he drank his tea. Blue Fang nodded. He was the last of his species and really appreciated meeting Seijin. Same here, my friend. I am the last of my people so I never got to meet someone like me. Do you have a family? Blue Fang intriguingly asked. Yes I do, but I am ashamed of going to them as I ran away from there a long time ago, Seijin answered. I advise you to go and meet them at least once. Old problems are better solved at the earliest or else they lead to other problems. There was a time when I used to not like humans much, except for Alexander of course. Then I adopted the sweetest child ever and he showed me what it means to be truly kind. Family brings warmth to the heart, Sajan. It is very helpful when dealing with tough situations, Blue Fang advised him. Spoken like a wise man, here, drink some more tea and warm your hearts, Iroh refilled their glasses. Would you like to come with me and meet my people? I am sure they'd be very surprised to see you. Sajan asked. This way at least he'd have a companion while meeting his family. Blue Fang agreed, yeah, sure. I'd like that. Inside the main hall of the First Division, Alexander and Ragnarok were present with many more captains and Yamamoto. So, you are letting Jin go and demoting him. Well, I won't argue with that. I have given him a small punishment too. Anyway, what are you going to do about your mismanagement of Rukonga? Have you even stepped into districts beyond 60? They are a mess. They are even worse than Earth. What's the point of getting to live longer if you are going to be stuck at such a place? Alexander asked. They are necessary to keep a balance. If either side decreases or increases too much then the human worlds, Hueco Mundo and Soul Society will fall apart. Yamamoto clarified. That still doesn't change the fact that Godi I-13 has done a very bad job at managing Rukonga. Anyway, I will be going to Hueco Mundo now. I will deal with whatever problem is there. Then I will see the Soul King. He announced. Let me accompany you, Kenpei voiced. Sure, but you'll have to save yourself, Alexander said. Kenpei licked his lips, I want to try my Bankai. Getting a few test subjects will be good. No senseless killing though, oh yes, from the senseless killing I remember. Captain Mayuri Kuratsuki is to stop all his experiments on living people. I will not tolerate such things anymore. He warned everyone. Sending a bit of his power out to drive the lesson to their minds. Ragnarok, are you coming or staying? He asked. No, Alex, I will stay and have some tea with my friend Yamamoto. We need to talk about some business, Ragnarok greedily replied. Alexander didn't ask much about what scheme he was cooking now. He looked at Kenpei and Douglas, let's go. A distance from him, Hats, Komei, Saiken, and Yachira were playing. Seeing them leave, they also ran up to them and jumped on their shoulders. Except, Hats, of course, he was just hovering in mid-air. After going out, he took out his anywhere door and set the destination. Once he left, all the captains looked at each other. Being in front of Alexander was so overbearing. Somewhere in the multiverse, Medusa and Loki went through dozens of worlds. They spent time with each other while working. To them, it was a never-ending honeymoon. Then, the good news came and they found out that they were going to become parents. They decided not to tell Alexander before birth so they could give him a surprise. The world the couple had come to was relatively modern. There wasn't much supernatural aspect to it except there being some dumb Shinigami who looked like creepy monsters. Loki had to hypnotize a few humans to prepare them for the birth of his child. He had gone to the realm where Shinigami lived and had made a good friendship with them. Shinigami were a part of the natural order and were not evil beings so there was no reason for him to fight them. The Shinigamis had sent a female one from among them to help deliver the baby. They worried that because of the different biology of Medusa, the normal doctors wouldn't be able to do it safely. Medusa was mostly a humanoid now but she still had some previous features inside her body. Loki stood beside his screaming wife. She had held on to his hand tightly. He regretted giving her his arm at that moment. She had grabbed it too hard and he could feel his bone about to crack. Push. Medusa. He cheered her on for the sake of his hand. After half an hour of labor, the baby finally came into the world. The Shinigami lady held the baby in her arms. It's a girl, Medusa, Loki immediately announced. Yes. I always wanted a daughter. Medusa cheered. But then she realized something. Wait, why isn't she crying? She asked. Shinigami's face looked saddened. Forgive me Lady Medusa, but, the child was stillborn. It was like the sky shattered into a million pieces. The news shocked and saddened her immensely. Her eyes became watery and her body shivered. She was in so much shock that she passed out due to a lack of strength. Loki came out of his stupor and checked Medusa. Medusa, hey, are you okay? He checked her pulse and made sure that she was just unconscious. He then held his daughter in his arms. Tears welled up in his green eyes. You deserve to live, this shouldn't have happened. But he was helpless. He was not the god of life. He couldn't bring dead people to life. So, he didn't waste time and put his hand down in his pocket and pressed a button. Bleach World, Hueco Mundo. Alexander had just crossed the door when he felt the alarm. He took it out and saw it was from Medusa and Loki. He became serious because out of all his children, he'd say that Medusa and Loki were the least powerful. I need to go somewhere. It's an emergency. Hats and Douglas, entertain Kenpei till I am gone. Out of nowhere, a white light fell on him and took him along. Kenpeka checked the ground where Alexander was standing and asked in surprise. Where did he go? Oh, somewhere in the multiverse. Let's have a tea party, Hats proposed. This was his favorite activity in his original world after all. But then Zulrich came and he had to come to Alexander. Not that he hated it. All the people in Alexander's family were dear to him now. Especially his grandma dearest. You can see the GOTY I-13 meeting hall in Hueco Mundo on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 473. For family. Alexander appeared in front of Loki. His smile vanished the moment he saw the frowning face of Loki. What happened? He asked. Medusa was pregnant. But the baby was stillborn. She went into shock and passed out. I was worried about her so I called you, Loki explained. Alexander's eyes widened. He ran into the room and checked Medusa. He took a sigh of relief after checking her. She was just weakened. So he poured a rejuvenation potion into her mouth. After waiting for 15 minutes, her complexion started to turn normal. The dark circles below her eyes disappeared. She then slowly opened her eyes. Her head turned and she noticed Alexander sitting by her bed. She burst into tears. Grandpa, my daughter. Sniff. Alexander hugged her tightly. Don't worry, child. I will take care of it. I will see if I can do something and bring her back to life. Medusa looked at his face hopefully and nodded, please. Alexander looked at Loki and gestured to him to give him the baby. Once in his arms, he checked the body. As he had guessed, the problem was that her internal organs were mixed up, making them unable to sustain her. Now, Alexander had a few options. He could simply give the baby his blood, but that would remove the biological part of her that made her related to her parents. The baby would turn into something totally different. The other option was to genetically change her. However, this option would require a lot of work because he needed to change her internal body on a microscopic level. He was not this well versed in such powers. Hold her for 10 minutes. I am going to Fahim to gather some things. I will send Olivia here. Don't worry, I will bring the baby back to life, he promised them. They nodded and with that, Alexander appeared inside the dining room of Fahim. Olivia. Go out and meet Medusa. The poor child had a miscarriage. I am going to an uninhabitable planet to learn something important. It will only take me 10 minutes, he told Olivia. She didn't reply and immediately went to her. Alexander meanwhile operated to one of the uninhabited planets in his solar system. He used the special feature of his pocket dimension and created time dilation. This way, every minute that passes in Fahim or outer world, for him, on this planet, 100,000 years would pass. He sat down on a rock and closed his eyes. In his mind, he started trying to comprehend all the data about fifth-dimensional beings that he received from the people from the interstellar world. He could have asked God to fix things but he didn't because he knew he could do it on his own. Asking God every single time he faces a problem was not the right way to proceed. Inside his brain, he was processing the knowledge as fast as he could. Slowly untying all the mysteries and principles. He was truly baffled by how different their physics was. Humans could never have comprehended these things even in a million years. Which was why he understood that those fifth-dimensional humans were from tens of millions of years in the future. The simple way to explain what he was trying to do was to attain omniscience. Meaning that he would be aware of everything in the past, present, and future at the same time. Sigh, this is going to take some time. Oh my child, Olivia came to Medusa and hugged her tightly. The baby was put in the crib with a cloth on her. They were eagerly waiting for Alexander to return. Continuously letting Medusa see her baby was harming her mind, so they put the crib a distance from them. Grandma, will Grandpa really be able to do it? Medusa asked gloomily. Olivia caressed her hair. Of course, Medusa, he has promised you and I have never seen him break promises. Don't worry. Leonidas and Amy also came to help her ease her pain. They had all grown together, so they were very close to each other on an emotional level. Amy quickly hugged her elder sister. I missed you, Medusa. Medusa finally smiled a little, and I missed you too, my Amy. We were going to return after her birth but... Leonidas immediately intervened, seeing that the atmosphere was turning gloomy. Big sis, did I tell you, I have a son now. He is 3 years old now. He will love to play with his little sister. Really? What did you name him? She asked. I didn't, Dad did. He named him Ajax. Ajax was born with superhuman strength which caused many problems at the start. Can you believe it, the day of his birth he even broke Alfred's hand. He described the funny event. Medusa chuckled hearing all that, hee hee, I am going to make him name my daughter too. Ahem. Lady Medusa, who is your grandfather? I felt a different kind of presence from him when I was in his presence, the female Shinigami asked. Medusa looked at the Shinigami kindly, oh, he's a god, Rem. But don't worry, he is very kind to most of the people. Rem nodded, god? No wonder I sensed a holy presence from him. A god, huh? Would he be angry that we Shinigami meddle with humans? Ryak asked. Who knows, maybe he will, maybe he won't, Medusa replied. What if he did? Ryak asked further. Then I will keep you alive in my memories, she said, making Ryak's hair stand up. Haha, stop making them scared, Medusa, Olivia chuckled. Inside the pocket dimension. 10 minutes had passed in the real world. This meant that where Alexander was, 1 million years had passed. He was still sitting calmly. His beard and hair had grown so long that they made a small mountain around him. Inside his head, he had started feeling many changes. He had started hearing voices, from past and the future. There were too many things to calculate. He was still focusing on the study materials from fifth-dimensional people. He had reached the end and the toughest part of it. The trick behind being omniscient was to divide your brain's capacity into 3 parts. Reserved for past, present, and future. If this was not done, then one would lose themselves and fall into a permanent coma, their consciousness would remain drifting through the time and space, looking at the omniverse. Alexander was just trying to do this. He was seeing so many things right now that it was getting harder to process them. He even saw Medusa and Olivia having their interaction. But, the better he got, the voices started to increase exponentially. They were initially gibberish, but soon he realized that it was not the case. They were all wishes. From countless beings who prayed to him. All-Father, please wish me luck that I pass my Westeros civil service exam. Great Cunt, we miss you. Who does that old man think he is? He cannot control this god of chaos. If he truly is a god, then he should grant me a harem of hot cats. God Sorcerer, tomorrow is my Hogwarts teacher's interview, please grant me luck. Ji-chan, I want to play with you all day every day, but you are too busy, please play with me. I am the big bro of all my siblings, so I just act tough, but I am not tough. Spirit God, my wife has cancer, the doctor said she won't survive, please help sniff. Sage of Beasts, Konoha has been peaceful for the past 2 centuries. Please grant us your blessing to stay like this for millennia to come. I miss mommy. I want catties. Ple, gag, regio uitdgh my sfg. Eolonasipai sheikso o flu tifti. Aaaa. Alexander's head started to hurt very badly after a while. He was being overwhelmed by wishes from the trillions of beings from the past, present, and future. He quickly concentrated on dividing his mind into sections, or else he felt he'd go mad. Aaaa, goddammit. After what felt like another million years to him, he was finally able to do it. The voice subsided, but he was too exhausted. He was able to stop them, but he knew that if he tried to stay omniscient, then the headache would return. He opened his eyes and fell on his back. He was shocked to see his hair around him. Sigh, God knows how long it took me. Suddenly a voice came from the sky, in total, it took you 1,500,000 years. Welcome to the realm of the true God, son. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 474. Bring me light. Alexander was confused. You mean this torture was what being a god is? Of course, what is a god if the people don't pray to him? You have such a meager amount of beings praying and already feel overwhelmed. Now imagine what happens when the whole omniverse prays to you. God spoke. Alexander gulped his saliva. He imagined that he was so strong and was not yet able to handle this much. He couldn't imagine what God goes through. Maybe my head would just explode if I were to handle that much information at the same time. Yes, it would. You are still not trained enough to act as a true god. It will take some time to get the hang of it. God told him. Do I have to fulfill their wishes too? Alexander asked. Well, that depends on you. I usually ignore the material wishes and only hear spiritual wishes. For example, someone is going through hardship in life due to lack of money, someone had their loved one sick. I only grant wishes to people who have less than 30% sins. God revealed. Alexander scoffed when he heard that. By my experience, finding someone with a sin percentage of less than 30% is like hoping for hats to not do something crazy. No wonder so many people on earth turned atheist. Well, that's not my fault. There used to be nicer people when the world was not so advanced. People would just work hard, earn their living, go to church/temples, etc., and die. There weren't any complexities involved. Except for bureaucrats, kings, and popes, most people had relatively fewer sins. God explained. So, what do I do now that I have this ability? Alexander asked. Well, you just stepped into the realm of being a true god. Your power has also increased. Look into your power checker. God advised. Alexander took out the watch-like thing that God had gifted him. He looked at it and was shocked. It showed 56%. The last he remembered, it was 49%. It was a 7% jump in his power. He could also feel that he had a more divine aura now. It felt like he was always in some kind of enlightened state and could do things just by thinking about it. Of course you can do things by thinking. You just turned omniscient, your mental abilities have exceeded a mortal can't even dream of. But you still have a long way to go. But still, by this speed, you will get stronger than that Zulrich soon. He's been trying to gather his troops but I have created many hurdles in his way. God revealed. Well, father, I must go now. My granddaughter needs me. He respectfully said. Oh yes, don't let this old foggy keep you occupied. Little Medusa is important. Go now. God quickly left him alone. Alexander got up, took out his sword, cut his beard and hair to how they were before. Then he went out of his dimensional solar system. He quickly entered the room where his family was gathered. All the tailed beasts had also arrived to lighten up the mood. Grandpa! Medusa exclaimed. He nodded at her and went to the body of the little baby. It had been 15 minutes since he left them. He held her in his arms. Using his powers he first reversed the time of her body to just when she was born. He then gave CPR. Instead of using the normal method, he gave magically initiated CPR. Her heart was made to beat through magic. Then he quickly stopped the time on her body. He started making changes to her biology on a molecular level. He changed it so that the body would support the inheritance she received from the DNA of both Medusa and Loki. After an hour of intense work, the first cries of the newborn were heard in the room. But this cry brought warmth to all hearts. Oh wah! He handed her to Medusa, she is as healthy as one can get now. Medusa softly hugged her daughter in her arms. Tears were falling from her eyes continuously. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha, don't thank me. In fact, I should be thanking you for giving me another grandkid. My family is really growing fast. He laughed. She smiled and looked at the green-eyed baby girl in her arms. She had shiny skin as if made of snow and hair matching the green color of her eyes. Eeeeeee. Her cute voice made all the hearts melt. They felt like a soothing wave touched their souls and took away all the tiredness. Name her, Grandpa. Alexander felt the soothing waves too. Others didn't see it but he did. The voice wasn't normal. It had some kind of divinity in it. Maybe, she inherited some kind of divine aspect from Loki. Okay, our little girl here is going to grow up into a kind soul. I can feel it, her voice will bring calmness and warmth to worlds. So, I name her Thea, it means goddess or godly. He announced. Medusa looked at her daughter with starry eyes, did you hear that? Your name will be Thea from now on. The baby chuckled cutely and accepted the name. No need to stay in this world now, Medusa. Return to Valheim. It has an overall better environment for Thea's growth. We also have a big family and it will take time for her to remember everyone, Alexander advised her. Leonidas nodded and added, not to mention, Ajax will get a little sister. Medusa nodded, okay, Grandpa, we will return to Valheim. What about this world? Loki asked. I will take care of that, you all should leave now, he advised. After half an hour of talking, his family left for Valheim, leaving him alone. Okay, state your names, he ordered the two creatures standing in front of him. Ryug. Ram. Okay, tell me what is special about your world. He asked. Then they told him about the notebook called Death Note which the Shinigami used to kill humans before their deaths. The remaining lifespan of that human would go to them. They also dropped death notes in the human world sometimes. Currently, it was being held by a boy named Light Yagami. You all are clearly not doing your job properly. I should have a talk with your king, also, bring this kid, Light, to me. He ordered. Ryuk nodded and left. Alexander then looked at the remaining one. What is your story? Why are you saving that human girl? She is too dumb. I find her very fascinating, Rem answered. Well, it would get you killed someday. Anyway, let's go to the King of Death. He said and used his anywhere door to arrive in the lair. The king had a large, blob-like body mass that was suspended in the air with chains. He had a skull head, which was recessed within a larger, outer skull-like formation. He had 4 arms that hung from his body, each with only 3 claws on each of his hands. Hello, there, he greeted them. The Shinigami king nodded and greeted him in a muffled voice, greetings, godson. Oh, so you do know me, Alexander exclaimed. Yes, we in higher Shinigami circle know about you. What is your wish? He asked. I want you to make 3 permanent rules. 1. That all the extra death notes must be returned to you. The second rule is that all humans who come in contact with the death note will forget about it. Third and the last rule is that Shinigami are only allowed to kill criminals. Do this and I won't harm anyone here, he advised the Shinigami King. Shinigami King stayed silent for a while. Then answered, this will be done. If nothing, they will cause me fewer headaches now. Anything else for God's son? No, nothing. I will be going to meet Light Yagami now. Enforce the rules in an hour, he told him and left. Rem followed him along. You better stop thinking about that girl. Even if she doesn't die due to any unnatural cause, she would still grow old someday and die. What will you do then? He asked the Shinigami. As expected, Rem had not thought this far. After a while, he came back to from where he sent Ryuk. There, a taxi stopped and from it came out a brown-haired, tall, and smart-looking kid. Alexander didn't wait and just looked at his sins. A/N, the powers he received from the fifth-dimensional beings were just sitting there and I had not brought them to a conclusion. Hence, I made them the key to omniscience. Still, he has a long way to become equal to God. You can see the Thea, Ryuk, and Rem, Shinigami King on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 475. Sad reality of the world. Light Yagami Category 3. Murder 36,500. Sin percentage 60%, lessened because most murders were of high-level criminals. Is this the person you wanted me to meet? Light asked Ryuk. Who are you? How did you order Ryuk around? Light asked him with interest. He wanted to know if he could have the same authority over a Shinigami as well. Alexander smiled and waved his hand. Immediately a table and chairs appeared. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, sit. Light Yagami was shocked by the show of powers. He quietly sat down, now interested in knowing who the person in front of him was. Tell me, Light. What is your motivation behind killing 36,500 people? Alexander asked. Light smiled evilly, I knew his question was coming. My father is in the police. Since I was small, I have been seeing how crimes shape our world. In the beginning, there was no such thing as police because the human population was too small and any small crime was dealt with by local people. As the population grew, special divisions started to be created to catch these criminals. Crimes started to get more and more violent, more and more security was needed. But, why should us, taxpayers' money that can feed the poor and orphans be used to house these individuals in secure facilities where they receive food and a place to sleep? There are, in total, 10.35 million prisoners in the world right now. This is just the official figure. Just in the United States alone, $80 billion is spent each year keeping roughly 2.3 million people behind bars. You know what is even pathetic? The Human Rights Organization. Every time when violent criminals get the death sentence they march out on the streets. But they never come out when a criminal kills an innocent or even a police officer. They are as much responsible for the murder, RP, or robbery the criminals commit. Don't even get me started on the terrorists. They destroy their own countries and then blame the world. That is why, when I was given a chance, I chose to clean the world. I was the one who had the power and the courage to act to change what I felt was wrong instead of like those people who sit and moan and comment on the pathetic state of the world. Many people would say and I agree that no one person can get the right to judge another person's life, but then what makes Chief Justice any more qualified? Just because he passed an exam? I could have done that too, but I found a better and faster way. I have managed to make the world safer for all by eradicating wars and terror. Light was breathing heavily by the time he ended his dramatic speech. Alexander meanwhile was smoking his cigar while listening to him. Then why did you kill innocent people? Like those agents? Alexander asked. Because they were becoming a hurdle in my way to bring peace to the world, my way of punishing the criminals. Light replied smugly. Then what you said about the Chief Justice having no power was false. Tell me, would the Chief Justice have killed those agents who were just doing their jobs? How does that make you any better? Your goals were appreciable but your method was foolish and purely targeted for your own benefit. You have developed a god complex due to being in control of every life in the world. You just needed to write their name and they would have died. You asked the world governments to send you a list of all criminals, right? How would you have made sure that the names they sent were real criminals and not the opponents of their tyrannical rule? You didn't think that far, did you? You were just having the time of your life being praised as a god. Sigh. Anyway, your kill streak ends now. I had a talk with the Shinigami King. He is going to create a new rule in Death Note that from now on, all extra Death Notes need to be returned to him no matter what. All humans in contact with it would lose their memory of it, and that from now on all Shinigami are only allowed to kill criminals. He revealed. Light Yagami clenched his teeth. He had a feeling that Alexander was not lying. Wahaya! Alexander suddenly started laughing. Kid, you can write my name on that piece of paper as many times as you want. It can't kill me. Seriously, you think a being who can even order the maker of Death Note would die with it? Alexander asked. Light was shocked. He slowly lifted his hand and brought it up. In his hand was a small piece of paper and a tiny pencil so he could hold the paper and also write on it with one hand. Who are you exactly? Light asked. Well, unlike you, I am really a god, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. If you don't want to believe I am a god, then just see me as a very powerful supernatural being. More powerful than regular Shinigami. Alexander said and looked at his watch. Ah, you will be forgetting everything about the Death Note in about 5 minutes. I won't be killing you, Light. Because after you die, before you go to the real hell, you will be stuck in the Shinigami world. You will be killed 36,500 times. One for each person you killed. You will be killed exactly how you killed the people. That's what it means to be a human Death Note user. He revealed. Light stood up from his chair angrily. You. Alexander didn't let him speak and just made him fall asleep. Ryuk, put him in his bed. Ryuk obliged and got to work. Alexander was left alone there. You can come out now, Loliot. Alexander spoke. Soon a very slim, tall young man with messy black hair and dark eyes walked out from a nearby building. So, satisfied now? Alexander asked. I won't say I am satisfied as innocents died too, but it will do for now. Even if I had caught him, prosecuting him would have been tough as I'd have to prove the existence of Shinigami and I'm sure they'd rather not show themselves to the world. Loliot said. Alexander looked at the young man. You know, you could have made the world so good if you had just decided to use Light Yagami. But that would be bad. I do not have the power to judge another being, Loliot replied. Hey, if that's the case, no one has the power to judge another human. But there is clearly no god with accord on the planet. In the end, it is still humans who judge other humans. The only difference between what you have done and what they are doing is that they are always politically driven. Terrorists get funded by corrupt businessmen. Corrupt politicians get saved by an even more corrupt person. There are bad people beyond the reach of police and justice. You could have used that power, but you chose to stay a sheep in a world ruled by hungry lions. The human mind will always be in a constant fight between making you do what is morally right and what is practically right. The trick is to ignore both and stay logical. Good luck, kid. It was nice meeting you, Alexander said and got up. He had left Loliot with a big mental reconsideration. It was indeed true that some people were out of justice's range. For example, pick any terrorist leader, or let's say Kim Jong-un. Do you think that Light would have honestly worked with me? Loliot asked. Alexander chuckled while walking away and spoke. No, after completely wiping out the criminals, he would have started to feel like a god. You would have opposed and died by his hands. This is the reason why I am not angry at you. But worry not, the Shinigami will now only target criminals. He waved his hand and said his goodbye. The white light fell on him and he vanished from the spot. After he was gone, all the Shinigami were made to truly follow the 3 new laws. So, they started hunting for criminals. Light had already cleaned the world mostly, but now the remaining were dying left and right too. This way, the purity of the world went to 96% automatically. Light Yagami had lost all his memories of Death Note and what he did. He just focused on his studies and eventually became a police officer. But his sins didn't vanish, and for this, Ryuk wrote his name in his Death Note and killed him. This way, the story of Light Yagami came to an end. It started with the Death Note and ended on a Death Note. Loliot on the other hand just accepted that the Shinigami were going after the criminals on their own accord. So, he invested in creating large electrical hoardings in major cities that would showcase the names of the world's most wanted criminals. Surprisingly, they would die due to various reasons soon after. You can see Light on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 476. Easy way or the hard way? Alexander appeared back in Hueco Mundo. He found himself in a small house made of stone. There was a central table where his team was sitting and drinking tea. So you were wishing for a harem? Alexander asked Hats. Hats turned to him in shock and put his fluffy paws on his head to cover it. What? How did you know that? No. Did you read my head? Hats asked. No. A dumbass just tried to pray to get a harem of cats from me. He called himself the god of chaos and I only know you. Alexander revealed. You can hear prayers? Hats asked in shock. Phew, thank God I didn't wish for the BDSM kit, Hats thought. What the hell is wrong with you, why would a cat need a BDSM kit? Alexander asked. Oh, for FCK's sake, leave my head alone. Now I can't even speak of God without telling you everything. Hats cursed. Ji-chan, what is BDSM? Is it tasty? Komei asked while tilting his head in confusion. Ah, it's nothing, Komei. Come, let's go out. Let's go out and set this Hueco Mundo straight. Kenpeki, do you know who rules this place at the moment? I couldn't find any latest info about it in the library, Alexander asked. Kenpeki thought for a second. Well, there was some Arankar called Baragan Luzenbern. He used to call himself the God King of Hueco Mundo. Don't know what Aizen did to him. So we will need to search for stuff from the start, Alexander muttered. Okay, let's head out. Douglas and Komei, you go with Kenpeki. Look for any Arankar and catch them alive. Hats and Seiken, you two come with me, he instructed them. Hey, why can't I go alone? Hats asked. Because I don't trust you to not mistakenly become the king of this realm, Alexander replied. He still remembered how Hats had taken over Earth Country in Naruto world. Hats' tail fell down and he followed Alexander. They selected random directions and started walking. It had just been an hour and Hats was complaining, what's the point of being a king of this world? It's all desert. Even the monsters are rare here. And there are no food shops, what do people eat here? Seiken asked from Alexander's shoulder. Alexander poked Seiken's tummy, making him laugh, always thinking about food. Bam! Alexander didn't see as he mistakenly stepped on Hats who was doing something on the ground. Why the hell would you lie down in front of me? Boss, I'm hearing something. It is coming towards us. Hats spoke, ignoring the footmark on his back. Alexander looked at the horizon where the sand dunes ended. There he saw a small dust cloud. Yeah, something is indeed coming here. Soon they saw a little girl being chased by 3 hollows. Oh, let's save that poor girl, Seiken voiced. They are coming towards us, so let's do it. Alexander agreed. After a while, the crying little girl was close to Alexander. He waved his hand and the 3 hollows were lifted in the air as if they were tied with a rope. But then Alexander noticed that the 3 were acting more scared and intelligent than normal hollows. Just then the little girl spoke in a childish voice. Stop. Stop that. What did we do to you? Stop bullying us, she said and took her cape off. She had unusually large eyes and large canines on her lower jaw. There were remains of a hollow mask made up of a cartoon-like skull that sat on the top of her head. You're an Arankar? Alexander asked and released the other 3 too. The little girl quickly explained everything. We never thought that our game of eternal pursuit would cause such trouble. What game is this? I am interested, Hats asked. Well, unfortunately, Hueco Mundo doesn't have any entertainment, so we do this, she embarrassingly explained. But weren't you crying? Seiken asked. Yes. Nell is a real masochist. It's no fun unless Nell is chased to the point where Nell cries a little. She said. Alexander looked at her 3 companions with angry eyes, making them shudder in fear. So, who are you all supposed to be? He asked them. The one with the horn introduced himself. I'm Nell's older brother, Pesha. Then the big face spoke. I am his older brother, Dondakaka. Nell then pointed at the huge worm-like thing, and the big thing behind us is our pet Bawa Bawa. Alexander felt the 2 calling themselves brothers were lying. While he only felt innocence from the girl. He didn't confront them right now as he also felt that they truly cared for her. So, who are you? Nell asked cutely. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, a god, Alexander answered. I am Hats, the god of chaos. I am Seiken, the big eater. Nell's eyes were sparkling. Why, are you really gods? Alexander nodded. Why, do you have a wish? Yes, I want to have fun and eat lots of sweets, she innocently said. Seiken jumped down from Alexander's shoulder and walked to her. Hee, then we both are alike. Here, taste this lollipop. She took it and tasted it. Her face grew a wide smile. Ow, this is so sweet. Little Nell, do you know where the espadas are? Alexander asked her politely. Suddenly her smile changed into a frightened face. I do, but Nell will not go there. He walked up to her and sat down. He caressed her head. Did they bully you? I don't like them. They are meanies, she complained. Don't worry, Nell. Your grandpa here is very strong. I will beat them all with my fist, he assured her. Boom. Just then, behind them, a sand monster appeared. AAA. It's Runuganga, the guardian of white sand, Nell exclaimed. Alexander stood up and looked at the giant sand monster. I sensed someone traversing my sand without permission. I never would have thought that you trash pests were colluding with the intruder. Unforgivable. I'm going to turn you all into the desert sand, the sand monster said. Not if I turned you into a glass before, Alexander taunted him. Fiend fire, he called the curse. A great blue fire erupted and encased the sand monster. It started turning into molten glass soon after. Within a few seconds, the thing was dead. See, Nell, your grandpa is strong, Alexander flaunted himself. Nell looked at him with wide admiring eyes, yes yes. Grandpa strong. Her bothers were clapping the whole time. So, will you take me to where Espada live? In return, you can come with me to where I live. There you can play and eat all you want. He offered her. Her mouth watered a little. But my brothers. They can come too, he added. She quickly put forward her tiny hand. Deal. Alexander shook it. But then he felt that her hand's texture didn't match a child's. Her hands were that of a warrior. He understood that there was a bigger mystery involved in the whole thing. Okay, sit on my shoulder and guide me the way, he said and gave her the seat. She cheered the whole way, keeping the mood up. Las Noches. It was the fortress located in Hueco Mundo and was supposed to be the base of operations of Sosuke Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Kaname Tissen after their defection from the Soul Society. All the Arrancar and the Espadas lived there since before Aizen came. Currently, in a room in the palace, the Arrancar were having a discussion. Aizen has not contacted us for so many days. This has never happened before. Maybe we should disband now and do our own thing. There is no point in sitting here. Neutra Gilga said. He was the quinto, fifth. Coyote Stark, the Primera, first, spoke, no need to get worked up. Aizen must have something important come up in Soul Society, I will send someone to check the situation there. Cough. No need, I will tell you, another voice came from the sealed window of the room. Boom. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alexander and I am a grandpa for fun, he declared. Haha, Saitama would have gotten happy hearing this, he chuckled. All the Espada were shocked. Neutra Gilga quickly noticed the little Nell on his shoulder. Oh, so you have brought an ally now? Didn't the last time suffice? He taunted a confused Nell. Alexander looked at the Arrancar with indifference. Nell's so-called brother had told him about what had happened in their way. Alexander's giant sword appeared in his hand and he teleported in front of Neutra Gilga. He made a vertical strike towards him. Neutra quickly lifted his Zanpakuto to defend but nothing helped. His Zanpakuto was cut as if it was butter and then he was cut in half too. The last expression on Neutra's face before dying was panic and fear. Alexander looked around at everyone, so, are we doing it the easy way or the hard way? All Espadas instantly shuddered in fear. They felt fear in every single cell in their spiritual bodies. You can see Nell and her brothers, Runuganga, Las Noches, Espada, and Neutra Gilga on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 477. Janitor. All the Espada got alerted with the sudden intrusion. Little Nell, who else is Amina here? Alexander asked the little girl on his shoulder. Nell looked at everyone scaredly and then pointed at a pink-haired one. That one. Alexander looked at the person and looked into his sins. All of them had sinned but this one had a bit more sexual crimes. What is your name? Normal to say, all of them had their Zanpakuto out and were ready to fight him. Who are you? One who resembles Aizen a bit asked. I am here to clean this place so I guess I am a janitor. Your leader, Aizen, is dead. Surrender and get purified. Go to the afterlife and stay there. Well, even if you don't surrender the result will still be the same, Alexander babbled. Or, you all can become my subordinates. Hat spoke suddenly. Alexander looked at him and immediately denied it. No, you alone are enough. Hats argued, come on, boss. I got myself a whole planet, but I am alone. These guys represent different aspects of human feeling. Rage, solitude, sacrifice, despair, and more. They're perfect. Okay, but I will select who stays. Many of them are sadists who like killing and torturing. I don't want anyone like that. Alexander told him. Cool, at least it is a start. Hats cheered. All the Espada were seeing the exchange happening between the man and the cat. Many were shocked that Aizen was dead. They all had started following him for the sole reason that he was stronger than any of them. So it was a bit too hard to believe. Ha ha ha, this means I am the God King of Hueco Mundo again. An old man laughed. Alexander looked at him with a raised eyebrow, you must be Bear again. Sorry to break your dreams but no. There won't be another king or any leader. I will be purifying the whole Hueco Mundo and then removing this dimension from existence. You all will be dealt with soon. Grandpa, where will Nell go then? Nell asked worriedly. Alexander patted her head, you will be coming with me and live with my family. Oh yes, you said this before. Hee. I forgot. She chuckled. Yes, Nell, you will stay with your big brother Saiken. I have lots of secret candy stash. I will give you some. Saiken acted as a proud big brother. Alexander ignored their small talk and focused on the espada. After seeing all their sins, he already knew who was going to survive and who was not. By his checking, he found out that many of these espadas were not inherently evil who wanted to kill and fight. Many of them even hated killing and only fought when ordered by Aizen or engaged by someone. Though these were in a minority. However, there were some who enjoyed killing and torturing, even their own comrades were not safe from them. They'd be the ones to die. Some time had passed since he had come there and yet they did not attack him. It was not that they didn't want to attack him, it was just that they weren't able to move even an inch all this time. What did you do to us? A blue-haired one called Grimjo shouted. Alexander ignored him. Okay, I will call all your names and then announce your punishment. Let's start with the first one, Yami Largo. You will be purified and sent to the afterlife, which is basically hell for you. Most of these Arankars were in the middle or late third categories so they would get reincarnated after repenting in hell. So, he was not killing them but giving them a new chance at life. Yami was powerful, yet a dense Esparta often characterized with bouts of boredom except when going all out in battle. He takes joy and excitement from killing and crushing his weaker opposition. As soon as he announced this, Alexander used his eye of judgment. He rarely used it but this time he didn't want to raise his sword and waste time. So he just burned him in the judgmental fire that burned his physical body and sent the soul to hell. Apparently, there was also hell in this world so it would go to that hell instead of the bigger hell that the big god made. Next is Coyote Star K. Well, you are simply a person who is lonely and an introvert. I commend you for your belief against the notion of killing people. You get a pass, you will be Hat's people. Lilynet Gingerbuck, you get a pass too. Coyote Star K and Lilynet were once part of the same being, who was always alone. This being tried to live with other hollows, but they died just by being around it. Because of this, it became jealous of the weak and wanted to become weak itself. In an attempt to escape this loneliness, it split its soul into two. Starkey and Lilynet. They were unique and just wanted to live with the people around them. Alexander could give them this. Baragan Luzenbern, you get a pass but you will get taught anger management first, Alexander added. Tyr Haribal, you oppose the notion of killing others, especially if done to gain power. So, you get a pass, go there and stand with the rest. Ulquiera Sifur, you lack emotions and I cannot give them to you. You are simply too ignorant towards living beings. So, it is better for you to go to the afterlife. He used his eyes and sent him away. Luppy Antenor, Grimjo Jaeger Jacques and Araniro Arururi you all will go to the afterlife too, he declared. Then he looked at the pink-haired man, Sayalaporo Grands, you backstabbed little Nell. Hell, it is. Once he was done, there were just 4 Espada remaining, not counting Nell. They were all handed to Hats. Okay, take them now. I don't want to hear about any trouble coming from your planet. Hats saluted, yes, boss. I will teach them in the ways of chaos. I mean being a good subordinate. With that, Hats vanished with the 4 confused Arankars who didn't even get to speak. Yaa, they disappeared, Nell exclaimed. Haha, that is normal, little Nell. Now, let's go and find Kenpeki. He said and went out. Douglas and Kenpeki were looking for opponents to beat but all they found were hollows and more sand. Arg, this place is so boring. I am feeling sick by seeing the same scenery now, Douglas complained. Ken-chan, look, the old man is coming here. Yachiru pointed her finger at the sky. Alexander landed in front of them, how's it going? Well, our work here is complete. Let's return now. What? What about the Arankars? Kenpeki asked in amusement. I dealt with them. All of them are gone now. No one rules this place anymore. I will be destroying this dimension soon so let's return. He answered. Finally. Let's go, old man, Douglas cried. Ji-chan, I worked so hard today, don't I deserve some reward? Komei sat down on the head of Nell and asked. Nell was curiously looking at the strange creature sitting on her head. Ah, what can it be that my Komei wants? Alexander asked. Oh, it is something I eat every day. It starts with R. Komei replied. Alexander acted as if thinking for too long, is it? Rice. Komei cutely pouted, no Ji-chan, it is ramen. Haha, I know, I will make you some when we return, he patted his head. Cho, Mei. Nell spoke. Komei looked down at where he was sitting. Oh, when did you sneak under me? Haha, it was you who sat on her head, Komei, Saiken told him. Komei acted shocked. What? Am I turning dumb like Shikaku? This is a problem. You can see Espada on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 478, 478. Soul King. Alexander took out his Anywhere door and returned to Soul Society. He had been gone for just a day so he didn't expect anything to have changed. Of course, things never go as he expected. When he came to Siridi he saw many buildings' roofs were now covered with golden paint. They were shining under the sunlight and blinding the eyes of many birds. He knew that such ridiculous things can only be done by a few selected people. So, as expected, he saw Ragnarok painting the roofs. What the hell are you doing now? Alexander asked. Oh, hey there, I am doing business. I found out that gold has the property of attracting Rishi, so I proposed this idea to Yamamoto and the rest of the captains, where many of them are lords of big noble families. They agreed that I would mine the mines outside Siridi and coat their roofs. In return, I get the rights to mines after I am done here. Ragnarok greedily explained. Alexander sighed and shook his head tiredly. Man, your gold fetish is crazy. It's a business, not a fetish, Ragnarok replied, before returning to work. Alexander ignored him and went to see Yamamoto to talk about some important stuff. The old man was in his Division 1 barracks, doing God knows what. Alexander always wondered what the Shinigami even do. Until now, he had seen more pointless fights, politics, and treachery than Shinigami really going to the human world and acting as a Shinigami. Hello, there, Yamamoto, I am back from Hueco Mundo, Alexander greeted him. Yamamoto immediately noticed Nell on his shoulder. Why did you bring an errand car here? They aren't supposed to be in Soul Society. Hey, don't scare little Nell, she won't be living here. Anyway, I have taken care of all the problems of Hueco Mundo. After meeting with Soul King I will decide what to do with that place. He revealed. Yamamoto twitched when he heard that Alexander was going to be meeting with the Soul King. For this, he would go to the Soul King's palace and he knew that the royal guards would try to stop him. But he couldn't stop this from happening. Whoever wins or loses was none of his concern. Yes, you can go to the Soul King's palace whenever you need to. Alexander nodded and headed out. Come Nell, don't be afraid, he may be a Shinigami but he's weak in front of your grandpa, he told the little girl hiding behind him. Komei and Saiken, you two go and eat something in Dobby's shop. I'll be back later and we will have a big family dinner. We need to welcome Nell, don't we, he instructed the two. They saluted and dutifully ran away to eat. The Soul King's palace consists of several layers, with one layer suspended above the other. The lowest level was comprised of many buildings of the same style as that of Siridi. From there, a large stairway leads upwards to a wide and flat expanse, with both areas at the base and top of these stairs being lined by rows of huge, circular pillars. Floating above were 5 discs with numerous buildings on each, while suspended higher still was a large cylindrical structure that had a conical top and bottom. The route to the inner dimension in which the palace resides can only be opened with a key, fittingly named the Oken, the location of which was kept secret, only being passed down verbally from one Godi I-13 captain commander to the next. When Alexander reached below the supposed Soul King's palace he just remembered that he needed a key but he ignored that setback. Yamamoto must have planned this. That old fox. There were only 2 ways to enter the Spirit King palace. One was with the permission of the royal guard. They don't have to be there physically, they only need to want the person to enter. Or, make a royal key by creating a royal guard. The royal guards were a special organization that performed services for the royal family. It had a considerable amount of fighting, organizational, and executive power compared to other organizations. The Royal Guard's authority supersedes the authority of all within Soul Society. Each member of the Royal Guards has had the power of the Oken imparted onto their bones by the Soul King. They also each had a city of their own at the Soul King Palace. Okay, let's ignore all this since I can fly. We also know that Soul King resides in that cylindrical thing so we don't need to find the Royal Guards, Alexander loudly thought and flew up. When he had reached the base of the cylindrical hovering tower, he noticed that there were 5 figures standing too. Ugh, these must be the royal guards. There was a fat woman, a beautiful slender woman, a man with an outlandishly large pompadour, a man with sunglasses and half afro cut hair with the other half being cut short and colored green. Then there was the last one, a giant fat, bald man with a large set of red prayer beads around his neck. Hello there, Alexander greeted them. They looked at him with suspecting gazes. What do you want to do, intruder? Alexander was expecting that they would act all almighty like this. Living for centuries while being at the top of the food chain made them arrogant. Don't make such talks in front of me. I have no respect or pity for you. You were charged with keeping the Soul King and the Soul Society safe, but in all these years, so many bad things happened. So many people died. Even a coup occurred that was meant to dethrone your Soul King, and yet you didn't show up. The audacity of you five is quite high. Now step aside on your own or I will make you, he threatened them. Sometimes, instead of lifting arms, it was good to just use words. But words don't always work. They didn't move at all. Ichib Hyasub, the leader of the royal guards, looked at him angrily. You really have the guts to threaten us like this? Big words for some unknown person like you, he called out. Alexander sighed, I threatened you because I have the strength to back them up. Do you have the strength to back your words? Whoosh. Alexander appeared right beside Ichib Hyasub. In normal cases, the Shinigami uses an ability called fast steps. It was just moving at a very high speed that people couldn't see you. For the people of Yamamoto or the Royal Guard's caliber, sensing the fast step should have been no trouble. But what they were seeing was a man really vanishing in thin air. When he appeared next right beside him, it shocked him a lot. How? Alexander didn't reply with words this time. Boom. A fist right to the face was gifted to Ichib. It was not life-threatening but hard enough to throw him miles away and knock some teeth of his. You five have already failed to do your duty. Aizen wanted to rule the Soul Society by killing the Soul King. Shouldn't you have stopped him? Alexander asked the rest of them. No answers came. Bam x4. He punched them all away. He believed in equal rights, so he was not opposed to punching the females. However, he left their faces unscathed. Contemplate on your actions in silence now, he ordered them. Then he entered the building to find the Soul King. All he had read in the library was the history. He didn't know what he looked like. Soul King, where are you? He loudly shouted. Hearing no noise, he entered and looked for him. Then suddenly he came upon a very weird thing. He assumed that it was the Soul King. The Soul King was humanoid in physique, this he knew, and the being in front of him was also humanoid, with slicked back dark hair, oval eyes, and very thin eyebrows. The eyes were very unusual, each having 4 black irises. He did not have any arms or legs. The Soul King was sealed within an unusual barrier that was suspended by 4 wires in a large, elegant room. Ha, the so-called palace is more like a prison. They only protect this thing because this can keep the balance. Alexander scoffed at the thought. Let's see if this thing speaks. You can see Soul King Palace, Royal Guards, and the Soul King on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 479, 479. Child Collector. Alexander walked near to it. He placed his hand on the weird crystallized rock in which the Soul King was sealed. He tried to feel the consciousness inside. Once he felt that a connection was established, he talked. Hello there, Soul King. Alexander greeted. Who are you? The Soul King's muffled voice came to Alexander's head. I am a traveler from a distant place. Can you tell me who you are? Alexander asked. He didn't feel any kind of resentment from this being. It didn't even look like a human, so he had his doubts that this Soul King could possibly be an alien. Me? I don't remember. I think I had a name long ago. But they call me Soul King now. I know I am not from here, but I don't know where I am from, the Soul King replied, sounding more confused than Alexander. Okay, so you have mental retardation too. Well, staying locked up here for 1,000 years would do that to anyone. Do you want to get out of this stone? Alexander asked him. Can I? The Soul King replied. Alexander's eye twitched at his cryptic replies. Where are your arms and legs? I do not know. The Soul King answered. Ugh, okay then, I will look for them in return. Until then, watch this TV. Alexander said and materialized a television with various shows running on it. He put it right in front of the Soul King. Fascinating, Alexander heard the Soul King's voice. Haha, yeah, it is nice. See you later, Alexander said goodbye and came out of the palace. Outside he was again greeted by the 5 royal guards. You Shinigami have a really great body. I broke your teeth and they are already back. Alexander was astounded. What did you do to Soul King? Ichib Hyasub bellowed. Alexander waved his hand and a zipper appeared on the loud man's lips. Alexander had now found out that he could change things around him with just a thought. This increase in his power was really noticeable to him. Before this, he had to focus on what he wanted to do, and most of the things happened because of his use of magic and transfiguring. However, now it was as simple as just wanting it. Stop shouting so much. Soul King is fine, I just talked to him. I recommend you 5 don't slack anymore and keep him safe or I will fire you. Take care, Alexander shrugged at them and left to find Yamamoto. The 5 blinked stupidly and just saw him leaving. Ichibe made noise while trying to get the zipper off of his lips. Don't worry, it will go away in an hour. Do some meditation until then, Alexander said as he left. The other 4 were a bit scared at the moment and didn't dare to speak or fight him. Once he was gone, Kiryu looked around and said, "What kind of storm did we just pass through?" "I don't want to know the answer," a reply came. Alexander appeared in Yamamoto's office and took a seat. "Yamamoto, I have a task for you. I need you to locate Soul King's limbs. I talked to him. He wants them back," Alexander revealed. Yamamoto's eyes shot up. "You talked to him?" It was a genuine shock to them. He and the royal guards had seen the state of Soul King. It was certainly not able to talk. "Of course, I talked with him mentally. Do you know where his limbs are? Maybe the first Shinigami who cut him kept these limbs secure?" Alexander asked. Yamamoto coughed a little. He had no idea where the limbs were except the one that was supposed to be operating from the outer areas of eastern Rukanga. "We only know of one hand. It is called Mimi Heiji. Mimi Heiji lacks a physical body entirely, instead, it appears as an entity of Rishi in the form of living darkness that takes varying forms between his classical form. It is treated like a god in the eastern Rukanga," Yamamoto told him. "Oh, then you might want to keep an eye on it. I will be reattaching it to the Soul King later." "Okay then, I will be leaving for some personal matter," Alexander said and got up. He went out and saw Ragnarok was still working. "Hey, aren't you coming to dinner in Fiheim?" Ragnarok looked down from the building's roof. "Damn, I nearly forgot. Let's go. Can't have little Thea's party be delayed." "Haha, I am putting little Nell's name on the cake too," Alexander added. Nell was currently sleeping on his shoulder. She was holding onto his head with her arms and was resting her head on top of Alexander's head. She was able to sleep in peace and safety after so long, so she was as good as unconscious at the moment. "Sure, how can our Alexander the child collector ignore a kid?" Ragnarok joked. Alexander coughed hearing that. "Don't make it sound so inappropriate." Alexander appeared inside Fiheim with Ragnarok and Nell. Everything was decorated there. It was the first of its kind event. The whole family and the population of his solar system would be having fun. The party was mainly for the birth of Thea and now Nell was included in it. "Boss, everything is ready," Dobby informed him. "Come, my friend. Everyone has been waiting for you," Iroh interjected. Alexander nodded. "Dobby, make another cake, and put Nell's name on it." Alexander then decided to wake up the little girl. "Hey there, Nell. Wake up, we're in the new home." She woke up while rubbing her big eyes. She looked around and noticed the amazing castle, lake, and so many people. "Whoa, where are we?" she asked in wonder. "This is where your grandpa lives. You will be living here too. Go and play now. We will be starting the event soon," he said and put her down. She quickly noticed her brothers were already there talking to some kids. She ran up to them. Alexander turned around and saw his wife helping everyone. "Hey, Oli. I hope you're having fun with so many grandkids now." Olivia smiled. "Yes, I am. I don't even have time to remember you now." Alexander nearly coughed up blood. "Haha, very funny. Well, where are Yalo and Ajax? Shouldn't they be here? A little girl has joined our family, they need to introduce themselves." "Oh, another granddaughter? Where is she?" Olivia enthusiastically asked. "Probably somewhere near Amy. Amy is the de facto leader of all the children in Fiheim," Alexander replied jokingly. They both walked to a bench and sat down while looking around at everyone being busy and children playing near them. It was a moment of pure bliss for the old couple. "Who would have thought that after my death, I would reach a heaven like this?" Olivia exclaimed. Alexander put his arm around her shoulder. "Me neither, haha. I was very shocked when I saw father for the first time. I knew I was dead but my mind was not able to comprehend that I was standing in front of the god. You were an atheist, so of course it was hard to believe. I tried so hard to get you to go to church with me back then but you were too stubborn," Olivia huffed, reminiscing about the past days. "Well, I was young back then. I had seen so much war and fighting in the world that I had lost all hope that God existed. Because if he did, why did so many people die?" Alexander replied. "And? What was his answer?" Olivia asked with interest. "He said he only hears wishes of pure people. And nobody's pure on earth." Alexander answered. "True, someday when you become a god, you'd have to make this choice too." Olivia sighed. "Actually, I have already reached that point. The time before I helped little Thea, I had a power upgrade. Now I can hear the wishes of those who pray to me. It took a long time to organize them, but I'm still not good at it, Alexander revealed. Yet, I noticed something changed. You look different after you went to that uninhabited planet. What happened there? She interestingly asked. Well, 1.5 million years of meditation would do this to anyone. I had a big breakthrough and became truly omniscient, but I can't control my power yet. Alexander revealed, shocking Olivia. What? How did you stay alone for this long? She asked worriedly and held his hand. Alexander smiled, well, Oli. Every person has great power somewhere hidden inside them. It gets activated whenever we see our loved ones in danger. For Medusa and Thea, I had to do it. I am sure I would have done it even if it needed 10 million years. I would do anything for my dear family. Olivia caressed his face, I am proud of you, Alex. Alexander chucked, haha, didn't you just say that you don't even get time to remember me? But I never said I loved you any less, she replied. Wahaha, playing word games with me now. I don't think I can win an argument with you, so let's just focus on this little party, Alexander laughed loudly. You can see Yamamoto on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 480. Dragon vs Chaos. Soon, everyone had gathered around a large wooden table. All the tailed beasts were gathered, sitting on someone's shoulder or head. Medusa stood beside the huge cake with little Thea in her arms. The baby was constantly making noises and sending soothing vibes. Ragnarok had never thought in his life that he would feel so good hearing a child shouting so much. Alexander took the middle position and spoke, everyone, let's welcome our new family members. Thea. Everyone clapped their hands at that. Little Nell stood beside Alexander and looked at the big cake with a salivating mouth. She also smiled and clapped like everyone else. And Nell, Alexander added. Nell was surprised and looked at Alexander's face. Alexander patted her head softly. Haha, why are you surprised, child? Didn't I tell you that you would be living with me as a family? He picked her up in his arms. So you get a cake for yourself too, he said. Nell's eyes widened, yes, thank you, Grandpa. She kissed his beardy face. Then his beard went into her mouth that made her cough. Haha, I guess I need a slight trim, he laughed. Okay, it's time to blow out the candles. Thea is too small, so the work comes to Ajax, Yalo, and Nell. Go ahead, Olivia cheered them on. Phew. The three blew out the candles at the same time. But what they all had forgotten was that Ajax was not a normal kid. He blew so hard the cake was blown away and fell on Barry and Douglas on the other side of the table. Well, it's tasty, Douglas said while eating a piece of cake that had fallen on his head. Barry nodded and ate the cake from over his body too. Yes, it is tasty. Alexander just sighed. These kinds of incidents were so small in the family now that Douglas and Barry didn't even have a reaction. It's okay, Ajax, we will have another cake, he assured the kid as to not make him feel bad for wasting a cake. Chances were, Saiken would eat that too. A distance from him, Komei was chomping on his cake. On his side was his die-hard follower, Azula. Do you want some cake too, Azu? Komei asked. No, I will get fat if I do that. I am also physically 23 years old now and I think Saitama will finally notice me. Azula replied. Oh, don't worry, he won't notice you. He's too dense, Komei replied nonchalantly. Azula sighed, well, I guess I will stick around you then. Komei simply sat down on her head, yes, we are beast friends. Meanwhile, a seat away from them, Leonidas and Loki were playing a chess match. Congratulations on becoming a father, Leonidas congratulated him. Loki smiled, you too, brother. I am happy we came back. This place is certainly much more livelier than last I remember. Haha, yeah, Dad has an ability to attract all sorts of beings around him and none of them turn out to be normal. Leonidas laughed. Hey, I am normal, Saiken complained. He was sitting at the table looking at them playing chess and also gulping down sodas and pizzas. Leonidas looked at him while chuckling, Hat, you have eaten more than 50 pizzas and have drunk more than 100 liters of cola, you are far from normal, Saiken. Saiken blushed, you were looking at me all this time? I am flattered. Leonidas looked back at Loki, see, none of them are normal. The party continued and everyone ate. Chaosheim. When the party in Faheim was going on, another party was going on at Hat's planet. Now that he had subordinates, he decided to commemorate the day with a huge party and fireworks. He had already taught everything to his new people. It wasn't much except just having fun. Mwahahaha, today is the day we establish Chaosheim, my folks, he laughed loudly from a big platform. All the errand cars were made to wear cat ears. Though they didn't deny that they weren't having fun. They were enjoying being free. They all had the same mindset when it came to life, so they didn't have any conflict between them either. For today, I have made the biggest fireworks ever. Behold, the Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon. Hats announced. 1. 2. 3. Fire. Boom. A near-deafening sound came and the whole planet started vibrating. Mwahaha, this is my power. Hats madly laughed. The errand car on the ground were a bit worried. Wondering if this was supposed to be normal. Faheim. Ragnarok was having fun, drinking with Iroh. It was tea, so he was sober. They were currently sharing stories with each other. And I peed on that castle, Ragnarok told his story for the 100th time to Iroh. Beep beep. He took out his phone and looked at who was calling. It was a call from Dexter, the Prime Minister of Drachium. What is it, kid? Don't tell me that the dragons are complaining about tea again. Ragnarok asked. No, sir, it's just that our scientists found a disturbance in the orbit of Drachium. We noticed another planet coming towards us, Dexter told him. Ragnarok stood up in shock. What? I am coming. He quickly teleported to his planet and from there looked at the sky. His face immediately contorted. That damn cat. Wait here, I will deal with this. He flew to Chaosheim and landed with a thud. Hats. What the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to kill my people? Hats stopped laughing and looked at Ragnarok. Oh, what happened? I'm just having a party. Ragnarok growled. Your planet nearly collided with mine, you fool. What? Oh, damn, it must be my firework. Don't worry, I'll correct everything after the party, Hats shrugged. Not realizing the seriousness of the situation. Fuck you, I will destroy your planet right here and now. You are a danger to my planet, Ragnarok roared. Hats also got serious. Then I will destroy your planet. You mess with me, I will mess 100 times back, that's what I do as a job. Really? Then fight me. Let's decide everything today, right here and now, Ragnarok taunted Hats. Hats flew over to Ragnarok at high speed to punch him with his paw. Bam! Ragnarok caught Hats' small body in his hand. But Hats was anticipating it. Haha, I knew it. He suddenly headbutted him, throwing Ragnarok out of the planet's atmosphere. You damn rabid cat! You fight without honor, Ragnarok shouted. Hats chuckled and said, Hat, there is no place for honor in a fight. Okay then, I will show you the true might of a dragon, Ragnarok bellowed and started turning into his full-sized dragon form. Roar! Fuck, he's too big, Hats cursed. To stop Ragnarok from blowing fire, Hats flew towards his giant body. Mainly his stomach. The large surface area of Ragnarok made it an easier target and made Hats' small body deadlier for him. The only thing getting destroyed today will be your teeth, lizard, Hats shouted back. They both proceeded towards each other. Ragnarok spewed his flames and Hats spewed some kind of dark energy from his mouth. The two different kinds of energy collided with each other, creating a blinding explosion. Boom! The giant fist of Ragnarok and a small fist of Hats touched each other. A sound many times greater than a sonic burst came from the collision. But both were unscathed. I will show you the true chaos, Ragnarok bellowed and opened his jaws to breathe fire again. Faheim. Grandpa, look, I can jump so high, Ajax ran around Alexander. He showed off his strength and jumped many meters in the sky. Dad, me too. Yalo also joined. He used his force and flew a few meters in the air. I can do this too. Nell joined in and jumped higher than all of them. She then landed with a cute pose. Ha ha ha, my children are so strong, but be sure not to neglect your studies. A perfect person has a strong mind and a strong fist. Also, take care of your little sister Thea, she is small and too cute, he advised them. The three cutely nodded and ran away to play. Boom! A sudden blinding light came from the sky and then a loud sound followed. What the hell? Alexander exclaimed loudly. He looked at Olivia. I will check it, don't worry. He, Dobby, and Iroh quickly flew to the origin of the sound. You can see Nell, grown-up Angela, Sycan, and 2 planets on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 481. Chicken. Boom. Alexander appeared where a fierce match between Ragnarok and Hats was going on. Surprisingly, the 2 planets were close by too. Alexander loudly shouted, "What are you two doing? Stop this neighborhood onto flight." His booming voice stopped the two as they looked at him with a guilty face. Both of them suddenly realized how stupid their fight was. But now they needed to find a way out. He started it. Hats pointed his paw at Ragnarok. I didn't, Alex, this cat here nearly made his planet colloid with Drachium. How can he be so irresponsible? Ragnarok clarified. Alexander looked at Hats in amusement. How did you make the planet move? Oh, it was just an awesome firework, Hats answered. How big was your firework that it moved a planet? Alexander inquired. Hee, it covered the full half of my planet, Hats proudly said. Bam! Alexander appeared beside him and knocked on his fat furry head. Meow! Hats cried in pain. It surprised Alexander as till now, Hats never felt the pain whenever he knocked on his head. Hats rubbed his head with his paws and looked at him with crying eyes. Why does it hurt so much? Alexander looked at his fist and then at the big bump on Hats' head. Oh, I received a power-up recently, maybe now I am strong enough. Do you know what this means, Hats? Hats shuddered in fear. What? No. Hats is a good kitty, don't beat me. It is animal cruelty, I will complain to PETA. Wahaha, what PETA? This is my realm, Alexander laughed evilly. Hats quickly thought, no, there is PETA. My grandma will save me. She will only save you if you didn't do anything wrong. But here you were clearly in the wrong. You too, Ragnarok, why did you get so angry suddenly? I guess I need to seriously start looking for a wife for you. Alexander reprimanded them. Put your planet back in orbit and come to Fiheim, he ordered Hats and returned to the party. After he was gone, Hats and Ragnarok looked at each other. Hey! Hats huffed at him and turned around to leave while caressing the big bump on his head. When Alexander arrived back in Fiheim, he was quickly surrounded by the squishy beast siblings. Ji-chan, Komei says he ate chicken, we want chicken too. Saiken voiced his concern. Yes, Ji-chan, we also want what Komei ate, Isabu added. Alexander remembered the KFC he had bought. Ah, that chicken? It's just KFC, what's so special about it? No, Ji-chan, we must eat all the food we can. We need to keep our taste buds updated, Shikaku said with a serious face. Haha, well, I will show you the place then. Come with me my potatoes, he said and led them out of Fiheim. Behind them, Nell and Ajax also followed. In the human world. Because of Alexander's previous announcement, the KFC in Karakura town was having a free chicken week. Which is why it was jam-packed. There were advance online bookings for tables. On the fryer duty was the ex-manager Alexander had punished. He was regretting being mean to Alexander now. Not only did his salary decrease, but what infuriated him was that even the new janitor had a higher salary than him. Hey, why are you crying? Your tears won't make chicken, quick, more customers are coming, the new manager shouted at him. Then Alexander came to the place. Hey, why is there such a long line outside? Boss, we are low on people at cooking stations. We underestimated the number of people that would show up and the number of people we hired was not enough. The manager answered. Ah, okay, I will send some people. Also, I am borrowing your office, keep on sending all kinds of chicken there. Some kids will be coming to eat. Alexander instructed him and left. Inside the office, he called a few T-800 droids and sent them to help. Soon, chicken also arrived and the kids started devouring it. The tailed beasts were first trying their favorite version and then only focusing on that one. Alexander just sat there and looked outside at what was going on. Soon, he saw the same orange-haired kid he saw in the Soul Society. He called him and his friends to his room. How's it going, kid? Alexander asked. Ichigo was surprised to see him here. He had later found out about the mysterious man from Rukia. But she was also not sure who he was. Nobody in the Soul Society knew who he was except that he was powerful and nice. How are you here? Ichigo asked. What do you mean by how? I own KFC. Alexander replied. Munch. Munch. Everyone was quiet for a while and only the noise of the little beasts munching on the crispy chicken was coming. Then they exclaimed in shock, what? Since when? Haha, very slow reaction. Well, since a week ago. Come, you can eat whatever you want to. Don't mind these little ones. They are little potatoes. Ah, so cute, Orium exclaimed. She ran up to Matatabu and hugged the bluish cat. Matatabi didn't mind as there was a big cushion on the girl's chest. Wahaha. You have a kind-hearted sister, Ichigo, Alexander laughed loudly. Ichigo and Orium flustered, sister? No, we are just classmates. Okay, girlfriend it is then, Alexander changed his words. This time the faces of the two reddened. Soon they all took seats and started eating. The big boy called Chad was having eating competitions with the beasts. Surprisingly, they were all being defeated by Ajax. It seems that the monstrous strength of his body comes from the large amount of food he eats. Ajax had a personal chef appointed to him in Fahame who was responsible for his 5 meals a day, and each meal was more than what even his father ate. Alexander, meanwhile, looked at Ichigo in fascination. Why do I sense 3 different kinds of powers from you? Ichigo confusedly looked at him. 3? I had asked my dad, he only said that I have Shinigami and Quincy powers. I feel hollow powers from you too, Alexander said. Hollow. Ichigo muttered and remembered his training at Urahara's place. My mother was infected by a hollow before she met my father. He gave up his Shinigami powers to save her life. Maybe that is the reason. Ichigo guessed. It is very much possible, kid, you should train yourself. You have the potential to become the strongest Shinigami in history. You'd have the powers of the 3 most powerful species. Alexander suggested. Knock knock. Suddenly the door of the office opened and a black cat jumped in. It quickly went after the chicken. Pop. My Yuaki. Where is my kiss? Out of nowhere, hats popped out. Bam. He just got pushed away. Alexander looked at everything in surprise. He felt that the cat was a Shinigami too for some reason. What the hell is going on? Ah, you all are here. Another man entered the room. Alexander knew who this was. You must be Urahara, come, sit. The room became crowded in a short time as they happily chatted and ate. You can return to Soul Society now, Alexander told him. Urahara shook his head. No, I would rather stay here. Life is much better here as I don't have to worry about work. I can do whatever I want. The money is also good because so many Shinigami come to the human world to catch spirits and end up buying something from my shop. Also, even if I returned, what position would they give me? All the divisions have their captains and other positions. I've got nothing to do there. Alexander agreed, true, but you can still keep on training Ichigo. I want him to harness all his powers. He can become the next captain commander if he tries hard enough. Urahara nodded, yes, he is a rarity among all the Shinigami. Boom. They were again distracted by the loud punch hats received for trying to sniff Yuaki in the wrong place. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 482. Shinigami vs Grandpa. Alexander knew that just focusing on the Soul Society in Hueco Mundo would not bring the world's purity up to 90%. There were 3 realms in total and this meant that he needed to focus on Earth too. But thanks to reliable people with him, he didn't have to worry about the Earth. He had sent Blue Fang out to take care of the human world. Blue Fang had a great experience dealing with these kinds of things. The reason for so many hollows and dark spirits was the cause of death. These bad spirits were correlated to all the bad things happening around the world. This meant that if the world was fixed, other problems would be solved too. Blue Fang quickly took over the United Nations. This was a better option than taking over each country as he didn't need the ruling rights and only needed an organization that could work around the globe. The first thing he did was deploy the T-800 as peacekeeping troops. This time, unlike the normal troops who in the name of peace just distributed food, went after all the terrorist organizations. The total annihilation of these organizations was the target. Not just that, the countries and people funding these groups were also targeted. If it was a company, then it was forcefully made to go bankrupt, and if it was a country then it was publicly shamed after he released all the documents with confessions of many terrorist leaders. Suddenly, the image of the United Nations started soaring and countries started giving more money to them to keep on working. Though they might have been more afraid of facing the ire of the UN, nobody knew how this fierce change in the policy of working of the UN came about. Then Blue Fang sacked many corrupt officials of the Human Rights Commission and the World Health Organization. He found these branches deliberately releasing data on political refugees and ignoring data on health hazards around the world. Then, he started leading powerful countries to put sanctions on those countries that were violating human rights, and World Health Organization started a world immunization drive for major disease. With this, the food crisis was also being solved. Blue Fang believed that every country in the world had the money and power to truly remove hunger, but it was just that they didn't put that much focus on it. Instead, they focused on dumb infrastructure projects. To some countries, letting people poor and hungry was a profitable thing. Because they knew that if all these people found themselves not hungry, then they would march on streets asking for jobs and other things. Hunger was the government's way of keeping the marginalized at bay, busy with focusing on finding food rather than jobs. So, he forced countries to put more money into their projects to uplift people from poverty. After all this, he came back to Japan. The problem here was that people were too focused on work and that made them depressed. Also, they were not dating and smashing enough. So, he made the government declare Saturday and Sunday as national holidays. On these 2 days, many group dates and other fun activities were arranged by companies. This in time lead to more productivity and a happy workforce. Seeing the model of Japan, many other countries also adopted it. Workplace happiness became a big aspect of a successful company. This way, Blue Fang changed the world by not even appearing in front of the world. Alexander meanwhile focused on finding the limbs of the Soul King. He was able to find the 2 legs in the human world. One arm was already inside the Soul Society. His last arm was still missing and he had no idea where it was. However, he still went ahead with his plan to remove Hueco Mundo from existence and send all souls of Rukonga to reincarnation. The creation of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society was a dumb idea from the beginning. Hell and heaven already existed, so stopping souls in between was not time efficient. The job of Shinigami was to just send spirits from the mortal world to hell or heaven and not control the balance. Are you sure this will work? Yamamoto asked. He didn't like this plan at all. I am sufficiently sure that this will be a good thing. Just imagine, you won't have to worry about keeping the balance. Alexander replied. We can't just go with your instincts. We don't even know who you are correctly. Byakuya Kukaki scornfully said. Well, I told you who I am. It is you who does not believe me. Okay, let's do this. If you all are so worked up about this, then let me prove my strength to you. I will fight all Shinigami in the Soul Society at the same time. If I win, I will do what I want. If you win, I will leave, he offered. All the captains except the captain commander talked among themselves and came up with an answer. We accept this, they answered. Haha, okay, let's go outside then. In fact, let's go outside Rukonga. We don't want to destroy the buildings. Alexander said and flew away. This is not a good idea, Yamamoto thought to himself. Wandenreich, Shadows of Siridae. After losing the war with the Shinigami 1000 years ago, the Quincy escaped from the human world into the Siridae, the place they believed to be the most unguarded. In doing so, they used Reishi to create space in the shadows. This is what was called the Wandenreich, the Invisible Empire. Their plan was to use the abundant Reishi that was only to be found in Soul Society as the source of their power, so they had waited for 1000 years while gathering their power. Wandenreich was ruled by Waiwak, their emperor. He was the father of the Quincy. About 1000 years ago, Waiwak engaged in battle with the Shinigami, during which he fought Yamamoto, with neither leader succeeding in killing the other. After his battle with Yamamoto, Waiwak supposedly lost his powers. Quincy folklore spoke of him as the sealed king who, after 900 years of being sealed, would regain his pulse, after another 90, he would regain his intellect, and after 9 more years, he would absorb the power of every impure Quincy to make their abilities his own. It was finally time for him to attack. Jugram Hashwalth, prepare to conquer Hueco Mundo. After that, we will go for Soul Society, Waiwak commanded from his throne. His powers had returned and he was now ready to finally fulfill his wish. He was going to become the new Soul King and collapse the 3 realms into one. Alexander gathered with all the Shinigami captains, vice-captains, and lieutenants. Some tailed beasts also came to see the fight. Okay, this is getting too crowded here. Well, anyway, I recommend that you all come together or else it will be too easy. Alexander warned them. But his words fell on deaf ears. It seems because they had not seen him fighting they didn't know how strong he was. Byakuya Kukaki walked forwards with his Zanpakuto out. Alexander looked at the feminine slender man with interest. He's cocky. Alexander simply took out his sword and pointed it to Byakuya. Show me what you got, kid. Byakuya didn't say anything and dropped his sword towards the ground with the blade touching the ground first. The sword phased into the ground, as though it were a pool of water. Energy ripples expand out, turning the surrounding area dark, and within seconds, 2 rows of 1,000 giant blades rose up from the ground. Those 1,000 swords suddenly scattered, and countless flying blades flew to Alexander to piece him. As they moved through the air like torrents of waves, they gave the appearance of cherry blossoms flowing swiftly along with the wind. Wahaha, a flowed boy ha? Well, these little needles won't wound me, Alexander taunted and slashed his sword. The simple slash created an air torrent strong enough to scatter those small blades away from him. Now, show me your best move, he again asked. Byakuya's eyes widened this time. His Bankai was so easily repelled. So, he decided to use its last form. Shukiai, Hakyudiikan. This move condensed each and every one of his blades into a single, potent sword, drastically increasing its cutting power. The spiritual energy and pressure released by this form was immense. The blade appeared bright white, and its aura took the form of a bird. Pure white wings formed on Byakuya's back, as well as a halo-like circle, made of concentrated spiritual energy. He then flew in the air. Alexander was honestly awed by this. I can't believe I'm saying this to a boy, but this is beautiful. Ji-chan. Beat him. Shikaku cheered. Ji-chan, I want his sword. It's pretty. Komei requested loudly. Saiken sitting beside him asked him, what will you do with that sword? Oh, I will use it to cut tasty cakes, Komei answered as if it was the most normal thing in the world. You can see Wywak and Byakuya's attacks on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 483. Hueco Mundo deleted. Alexander admired the attack of Byakuya. He let him attack him. This time it was not a long-distance attack but instead a physical attack. Byakuya had come close to him to land a blow using his fast step. The bright white blade clashed with Alexander's golden sword and made beautiful sparks. Alexander didn't put any special power behind his attack but just sheer physical force as he knew that using more of it would just kill the pretty boy. Byakuya got pushed away. I recommend that you all come together. I haven't even used 1% of my strength, Alexander respectfully told them. This most likely made many of the Shinigami infuriated. They weren't used to someone shaming them. This time, all the captains, vice-captains, and lieutenants attacked at the same time. Most of them had already activated their Shikai and others who were too confident in their strength did not deem it worthy to use Shikai or Bankai. Alexander smiled and decided to end this fight quickly now. He wanted to spend some time with his grandkids and not just focus on the world. His powers were increasing at a steady pace so he wasn't worried much. What he was more worried about now was that his grandkids would grow up too fast. Unlike Yalo who was just 10 years old even after being 100 years old, other kids grew normally. Hey! Many came forward with the Zanpakuto. Alexander didn't use any attack. In fact, he didn't even use his blade and just its hilt. He butted the hilt of this sword on the heads of anyone that came to strike him. With each strike, they would fall down unconscious. After about 100 head bumps, only Kenpeki and Yamamoto were left standing. They had not even come forward to attack him. Aren't you going to try? He asked. The two quickly denied, we know your strength already. Ha ha ha, then I will be going to Soul King, Alexander said and left. This time the royal guards didn't interrupt him in his way. Okay, let's get you out. I got 3 out of your 4 limbs, Alexander told Soul King. He put his hand on the weird shell Soul King was sealed in and dissolved it. The armless and legless body of Soul King slowly hovered in the air, courtesy of Alexander. Thank you, the Soul King's plain voice came. Here, have your limbs back. Alexander handed them but the Soul King didn't have hands. The Soul King just levitated them to their designated place and they attached themselves. Alexander chuckled, imagining what would happen if the Soul King decided to attach his leg to his head. You can remove Hueco Mundo now, Godson, the Soul King said. Alexander raised an eyebrow, wait, how did you know about my work name? Because you were going to tell me soon, Soul King said. Haha, omniscient ha? It's pretty convenient. Okay, I will do my job now. Alexander laughed. He knew that his own omniscience was higher than that of Soul King's which was why it was harder to control. The Soul King's consciousness was bound to this world while Alexander's spanned the multiverse. Alexander let the Soul King adjust himself. He took out a chair from his dimensional pocket and sat down with eyes closed. He focused on Hueco Mundo. He had already cleared it of all the hollows and sent them to the cycle of reincarnation. There was also a trapped Shinigami there named Ashido Kano. He was sent to the medical ward to get himself treated for his old scars on both mind and body. So, now Hueco Mundo was supposed to be just an empty desert. He tried to use his new divine powers to mold reality according to his will. It was different from the reality stone, he could feel that. While using the reality stone, the effects did not feel permanent. But by using his own power, he felt as if he was changing the rules of the world. Yhwach had sent his army to Hueco Mundo to conquer it. Stern Ritter, Elite Quincy Combatants. Jagged Army, Hunt Army. Soldat, Divine Warriors were a part of his main force. Their main job in Hueco Mundo was to capture powerful Hollow and Arancars to make them fight for him. But, Yhwach had not heard from his army for a long time now. His army leader, Stern Ritter Grandmaster, Jugram Hashwalt, had not reported to him since the start of the invasion. So, he decided to go to Hueco Mundo too. He proceeded to open a portal. Hueco Mundo, a few hours before Yhwach arrived. Jugram Hashwalt and his men were searching the whole of Hueco Mundo. They couldn't even find a single low-level Hollow or Arankar. Taking over the whole place was as easy as just walking for them. But that was not the main reason they had attacked the Hueco Mundo. They needed the fighters too. So, after not finding anyone, they decided to return to their king. Get ready, I will be opening the portal now, Jugram Hashwalt shouted to his troops. Sire, but you have already opened the portal, an Elite Quincy voiced. Jugram Hashwalt looked back at where the man was pointing. There he saw a dark black tear in space. It was getting bigger with each passing second. He suddenly felt fear when he saw it up close. Then he noticed that everything was getting sucked into that dark tier in space. The more it ate, the bigger it got. He then tried to destroy it as he himself had an ability to make portals and thought it would work. However, no matter what he did, the dark thing only became bigger. In fact, he felt that his powers made it bigger faster. Everyone, quickly enter the portal, he should and tried to make a portal back to Wandenreich. However, to his horror, he couldn't make it. The space around him was too distorted. With a defeated look, he kneeled on the ground. May His Majesty be successful in our dream. May the Shinigami die under his wrath. He stared at the dark space creeping towards him. He noticed that it was not all black. There was another starry texture inside the dark space. Then suddenly he lost all his consciousness. The last thing he felt was being at peace and drifting in a soothing aura. The whole Quincy army also got swallowed. A few seconds later, Hueco Mundo ceased to exist. Just after the disappearance of Hueco Mundo, Yahach came to the place. But to his shock, he found himself drifting in empty space. All he could feel was that he was in a vacuum. What happened here? Where is Hueco Mundo? He questioned himself. He then checked his portal to make sure he was in the right place. When he made sure it was the correct place, he felt slightly worried. Just when he was busy thinking, he suddenly felt jolted. His eyes widened when he felt a connection renewed that he had not felt for a long time. How did he wake up? Who freed him? He had so many questions. He couldn't feel his army either. All the Quincy had his own power inside them, so he could always feel them. But now they were missing, as if a piece of his soul had vanished. He quickly returned to Wandenreich. Pernida Parncages, the left hand of the Soul King, was still with him. It was a Quincy and a member of the Wandenreich's Stern Ritter. We need to go to the Soul Society. If a father is not controlled right now, all our work will be lost, Yahach announced to his small remaining force. Soul King's Palace. Alexander yawned from his seat and opened his eyes. Haha, Hueco Mundo is no more. Now I just need to take care of all the souls in Rukanga, he said. He patted his stomach, that didn't taste very good either. It felt like sand and some kind of meat combined. But I am feeling quite full. Soul King also opened his eyes from his meditation. Hueco Mundo was a major supernatural dimension. It held energy greater than 1 billion black holes. Alexander nodded. No wonder. Okay, I will be going to Rukanga now. You can stay here, for now. I will introduce you to everyone later. I am afraid that if you went out like this, then they will consider you a hollow or another monster. Giving his warning, he left. Soul King just stared at the sky. Come, my son. Your father is waiting. You can see Jugram #Walth on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 484. Poop Machine. Alexander appeared in Rukanga. He looked at all the people, busying themselves with their work. It was weird how even after dying their souls could not be set free. They were still stuck with the same mindset and jobs as the real world. It wouldn't be wrong to say that their current situation was even more pitiful than in the real world. At least they had control of their destiny in the real world. In here, they were at the mercy of Shinigami. He then used his Eye of Judgment. All of the souls living in Rukanga, which numbered nearly 1 million, got judged. They were then sent to the afterlife, from where they would be sent to hell, heaven, or the cycle of reincarnation. Most kids went to heaven. Lots of people from bad districts went to reincarnation, and many from the front and wealthy districts went to hell, as they exploited the poor by controlling the water supply and selling it at an exorbitant price, which made them a bigger sinner. Soon, the whole Rukanga started getting emptier. After a while, Iroh and Dobby came to him with sad faces. Why the long faces? Alexander asked. I liked my shop and making ramen, Dobby said. I enjoyed sharing my love for tea, Iroh added. It's all right, this is what I should do. Also, we have a pretty huge population in Fihame. You should run your shops there instead. Alexander suggested. Haha, I already have my tea shop there, Iroh revealed. Alexander and Dobby looked at him in surprise. Whoa, you turned out to be a capitalist, it seems. No. I am just spreading some tea love. Besides, I get to hear interesting stories. There is this guy named Arnold, he tells me the most entertaining ones about the apocalyptic world. Iroh said. Arnold is our droid army command. Boom! They heard a loud explosion coming from the Siridii. What happened now? Let's head there fast. Alexander quickly flew towards the Central Soul Society. Yahach had come to Soul Society with his small army. It was really small, as there were just 20 Quincies. But they were still very powerful. He didn't give the Shinigami any chance to gather themselves and started bombarding over the many houses of captains of Godi 13. He knew that the captains were the main powerhouses of Godi 13 and that without them there would be no such organization. In a matter of seconds, he had killed 6 out of 13 captains in their entire divisions. Waiwak had the support of Pernita Parncages, so it made his attack much stronger. The remaining ones included Yamamoto, Retsu Anohana, Byakuya Kukaki, Kenpei Kizaraki, Joashiro Yokotake, Taoshiro Hitsugaya, and Seijin Komamura. Pernita Parncages alone went after 4 captains while 10 elite Quincy's went after the remaining 2 captains. The rest of the Quincy's dealt with the other Shinigami. The elite Quincy's were supposed to be as strong as a normal captain, so even this small force was very overwhelming for all. Yhwach meanwhile went after the strongest, Yamamoto. Yhwach was very careful this time. The last time he fought the old man he couldn't kill him. It is time for you to retire, old fool. I know how weak you have grown. Your inability to exploit others to stay at a higher position has made you weak. Tell me, what have you done to my subordinates, or I won't stop unless I have completely destroyed the Soul Society, Waiwak threatened. I do not know, Yamamoto replied honestly. So be it, Sankt Bogan. Hylig feel a huge bow made of energy materialized near him. Soon, arrows made of reishi materialized on it. He fired them in rapid succession as a continuous barrage, which could destroy an adversary as durable as Captain Commander Yamamoto. Boom boom. Soon Yamamoto found himself cornered. He couldn't do anything to stop this bombardment. At most he was able to not get hurt. He had no other choice but to use his most powerful ability. Zankan no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. Yamamoto cut the arrows and appeared beside Waiwak. He immediately slashed at him. Slash. As a result, Waiwak gets cut in half. It shocked Yamamoto as he knew that Waiwak was not this weak. The only person after Alexander who could face his Bankai was Waiwak. Waiwak-sama, forgive me, the dying Waiwak said. Yamamoto's eyes widened when he realized that this was an impostor. With a rare fit of anger, he shouted, "Who are you?" Zib. Before he received an answer, there was a large explosion distantly behind him. Looking back, Yamamoto realizes that the 1st Division barracks were in flames. He voiced his concern for his 3rd seat officer. In addition, the real Waiwak appears behind him with Reishi broadsword. Before Yamamoto could react, Waiwak slashed at him, bisecting him in half. From one side of his shoulder to the other side of his waist. But Yamamoto was not someone easy to die. Even when half of his body was falling he held on to Waiwak's robes. But Waiwak was far too stronger than Yamamoto. Waiwak pushed him aside and mocked him. Yamamoto, your attempts to stop me, even in death, are meaningless. Bam. He stepped on the head of Yamamoto. You know, I never thought of you as my competition due to your reluctance to use any means to become powerful. You lost to me because you were trying to shoulder the burden of protecting both Soul Society and the real world alone. Honestly, the original Godi 13 was a group to be feared when you did anything it took to achieve victory. But now, you are weak and dead, and soon the Soul Society will die too. He pressed the head of Yamamoto hard. He materialized his bow and prepared to shoot thousands of arrows to obliterate the body of Yamamoto. Boom. Clank. Waiwak was stopped by a bullet. He looked behind in anger. Who dared to interrupt me? Facing Waiwak was a Shinigami in a dress never seen before. He was wearing a straw hat and a weird skin-tight suit. You totally smushed Yamamoto's head. You are pretty emo too, are you sure you are not a high school teenager? The Shinigami said. Waiwak had no recollection of this Shinigami, so he took him as a new recruit. Seeing that the new recruit was coming towards him running with his sword that looked too weird to describe, he smirked. Just as Shinigami's sword was about to strike Waiwak, Waiwak struck back. Bam! In a swift strike with his Reishi broadsword, he cut the legs of the Shinigami. The Shinigami was then kneeling before him soon after. Who are you? At least I will remember you for being brave even when you already knew I am the Almighty. Waiwak asked him. The Shinigami looked at him with a face hidden behind the suit. He lifted his right hand as if he was about to snap his finger. And I am Captain Delicious Pants. Infuriated Waiwak slashed the Shinigami in half. But to his utmost shock, he was still hearing the voice. Aw man, I wish I had that gauntlet. It would have been so awesome. Well, I guess I'll go old school. Now, only if I could just regenerate fast enough. In front of Waiwak, the half-cut body of the Shinigami was joining itself in a very ugly fashion. He could see all the internals of the Shinigami right by his feet. He finally asked, "What are you?" Glad you asked, I thought it would be a lonely boring evening. Well, let me start from the start. Countless years ago, in a small village in the world's most peaceful and greatest country, Canada. A poop machine was born to Slade Wilson and Haley Wilson. The baby was very extraordinary, he pooped 12 times a day. He didn't learn potty training till he was poof. Oh, crap, he still hasn't learned it. You disgusting mongrel. Whack shouted and lifted his sword to cut him. Wait. If you cut me now you will see a lot of poop. And by a lot, I mean a lo. You can see Whack, Yamamoto, and Captain Delicious Pants on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 485. The Almighty. After hearing the loud noise, Alexander, Dobby, and Iroh came to the place. It was in shambles when they arrived. Lots of places were destroyed and the fire was burning wild around them. He saw many dead bodies of Shinigami, including Yamamoto's. He surely didn't like Yamamoto too much but still, seeing him bisected felt bad. Then his eyes fell on the ugly scene. A body kneeling in front of a bearded man. The body was split in half from head to stomach. But it was also connecting itself. Just at that moment, Alexander felt like something resurfaced in his memory. A few days ago. The scene was when Alexander had failed his Shinigami exam. The examiner had come in and was announcing the names of all the people who failed and passed. Okay, I will speak names and tell if you passed or not. Tanabaka, passed. Machi, failed. Wadu, passed. Memory ends. Damn it. Wadu was Wade, Alexander cursed loudly. How did I not notice him back then, he thought. Deadpool turned his head around and looked at Alexander. Ho ho, here comes my favorite senior citizen. I'd jump and give a kiss but I was cut in half. Just give me a minute. Alexander felt like vomiting seeing the gory scene. If it was just a dead body then it would have been fine but this was worse as it moved and talked. Ugh. I will have nightmares for a few days now, Iroh sighed. And I don't think I will be able to eat and make ramen after seeing his intestines like this. Wait, what the hell is he doing? Dobby exclaimed. Right in front of them, Deadpool was gathering his intestines and other internal parts to stuff them back inside his stomach. FFFFUUUUCK. Deadpool cursed in rage. One of his lungs fell out as he was busy with his stomach. Alexander couldn't take it anymore. He used his devil fruit ability and reversed the time around the area, leaving the bearded man out of the effect. In a matter of seconds, the whole destroyed part of Siraidii was restored. The dead Shinigami returned back to being themselves and Yamamoto was not bisected now. Get up now, and don't speak a single word. Just stand behind me, Alexander ordered Deadpool. Oh ho ho ho, you want me behind you? Here I was thinking you'd be the dominant one, Deadpool chuckled. Shut up, and what's with your sword? Why is my face on it? Alexander asked. Deadpool lifted his huge sword and showed it. Oh, this is my Zanpakuto. When I was training in the academy, I thought of you while making the sword. So, when I finished, I had one side sword and one side body pillow with you on it. Isn't this so romantic? Alexander ignored him this time. He was going to be throwing Deadpool to hell this time. He would have the job to torment people and it would suit him. He looked back at Whack. Who are you? Whack was still in shock by what had happened. All his hard work had disappeared somehow. Except for his men, all his enemies had revived themselves. Who are you? Whack asked arrogantly. Yamamoto flew to Alexander while saying, Whack, unlike you, this here is a real god. Alexander nodded silently at the evaluation. Who is this person, Yamamoto? Alexander asked. He is Yahosh, son of Soul King, Yamamoto answered. Alexander looked at the man with interest. Oh, I read about you but there were no images. Well, anyway, I know you are a villain so I guess removing you is the best option. Alexander then looked at the hooded person beside Whack. I think I know you, you feel like other limbs to Soul King. To confirm, he shouted to Soul King to come out of his tower. Soul King. Come out. Soon, a figure came flying towards them. Everyone awed and muttered at the sight of their god. Is it your left arm? Alexander asked. Soul King nodded. Yes, he is Pranitaparn Cages. Soul King lifted his hand towards the person/thing. Whack got alerted and tried to hold on to Pranitaparn Cages but he was too late. The Soul King was complete again. All his limbs were back and he was in his main form. Whack looked at Soul King with bloodshot eyes. You. It was you who vanished Hueco Mundo with my army? Where are they? Alexander's eyes widened hearing that. Wait. Your army was in Hueco Mundo? Oh, no wonder I felt like I had eaten rotten meat. He quickly looked inside his body, aka the void. He clearly found the frozen bodies of many Quincy's. I was right, I mistakenly swallowed them along with that dimension, he muttered and quickly ejected them out his mouth. One by one, lots of people were thrown out of Alexander's mouth as if it was a portal. They all groaned in confusion and generally felt disoriented. There, your army, Whack, Alexander said. I wish I was them, they were inside him before me, not fair, Deadpool whispered slowly. Whack quickly ran to Jugram Hashwolf and checked his powers. Sensing they were fine, he looked back at Soul King. Who knew you had such allies, father? You allowed yourself to be sealed by weak Shinigami when you could have defeated them with one hand. You could have made a utopia but still left everything up to these beings. I will be correcting all this today. Releasing my entire army was your worst mistake, he proclaimed. Then, Whack used his power called Auswallen. Suddenly massive pillars of light appeared beside his own men. Then suddenly they started getting disintegrated into that light. As the father of the Quincy, I have the right to their life. I can make them and also break them. He claimed. Alexander saw Whack taking the power of his own people to gain strength. I know defeating you won't be easy, so I will risk everything today. You did well, Jugram Hashwolf. You have fulfilled your role in the grand scheme of things, he told his advisor, who had been his most hard-headed follower. The blonde man just kneeled, it was an honor, Yahosh-sama. Little by little, all the Quincy disappeared, leaving behind just Whack. Why do I feel Hitler vibes from him all over again, Dobby remarked. Because he is. To him, everything and everyone around him is just a tool for him to use. You can't trust people like these. One moment they would call you their best friend and the next moment eat you to get stronger. Alexander said. Wow, what a waste of potential, Iroh sighed. So, should we start now? Alexander asked. Whack didn't reply and kept his Rishi sword ready. Alexander also took out his golden sword. Whoosh. Both of them ran towards each other. Whack slashed towards Alexander, only to receive a counter from Alexander's sword. Alexander's sword cut Whack's Rishi sword from the middle. Yang, you should have already felt the difference between our powers. Why are you even trying? Whack proudly replied. I know, but I agree to disagree. No one is invincible in this world. Not even the strongest of gods. Because I have the power to even take their powers. The Almighty. Whack shouted the name of his next action. Suddenly his irises and pupils split into two. Consumption. Whack could consume other beings via physical contact, including higher beings, and in doing so, absorbs their powers and energy, and can contain their great essence within his body, making their power his own. The process can vary in length, being instant with those lower in power than him and taking longer for more powerful beings. He quickly lunged at Alexander. Alexander also let him do it too. He held Alexander's throat, feeling all almighty. You will help me in my ambitions. But then suddenly his face contorted and a frown appeared, eventually turning into rage. You can see Soul King's form and Whack's attack on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 486, 486. Best field trip ever. Ha ha ha. Surprised? Alexander laughed. How strong are you? Whack exclaimed. His ability let him consume even higher beings, but it would generally take more time. He already knew that Alexander was stronger than him, but not how much. So, now when he had Alexander in contact, he saw the calculations in his mind on how long it would take him to consume Alexander's strength. The time was 1.76 trillion human years. You seem to underestimate the word God. You think a god is something strong like your father or you. But you fail to realize that if your father was a god, then how could his limbs be removed? Can a god be so weak? Alexander asked. But he couldn't blame them. They had no one else to compare Soul King with. To them, the Soul King was the strongest and hence a god. Bam! Alexander punched Whack's face, making him lose the grip on Alexander's neck. The positions reversed and now Alexander held Whack by the neck. For a narcissistic person like you, I have no sympathy. Whack felt his own powers leaving his body. The hard-earned powers that he regained in the past 1,000 years. He finally felt fear. No. Don't do this. Alexander didn't hear him and took away every ounce of his power. By the end of the scene, Whack had lost the complexion from his face and now looked like he had not slept in years. Alexander then looked into his sins. Whack Category 4. Murder 1,234,432. Indirect murder 12,234,532. Attempted patricide 2. Sin percentage 80%. Alexander was not very shocked by this. Your soul will be sent to hell now and it will remain there till eternity. Alexander then turned around and looked at Deadpool, Wade, you will be going to hell too. You will work there from now on. Oh, nice. I always wanted to meet that child killer Anakin Skywalker, Deadpool cheered. Alexander shook his head in disappointment. Did his mother drop him on his head? Alexander put Wywak in time torture to make his last moment miserable. It was simple, he would get betrayed by his own Quincy and get beaten by all the Shinigami in Soul Society. He will always lose just before fulfilling his wish of becoming the Soul King. In the end, he would get his limbs chopped and sealed in a crystal like Soul King was. After that, Alexander just used his eyes to burn his body away and send his soul to hell. What was a body in his grip not long ago turned to nothingness. He looked at Deadpool and used his power again. Don't mess up in hell. Oh, I will enjoy it, Deadpool excitedly said. Once that was done, he looked at the crowd of Shinigami standing dumbfoundedly. Welcome back to life, I recommend you get back to your work. Though you will be doing things differently because there is no Rukanga or Hueco Mundo. Now your job is simple, to lead souls in human world to their next destination. Got it. They all nodded dutifully. Good, go now. Except for the captains, everyone left. They probably wanted to know about the Soul King. Alexander asked the weird-looking being that was the Soul King, what will you be doing now? I do not know, he replied. Even Alexander didn't know. Well, first of all, let's change your looks a bit. You look too scary to see you as an ally. He gave the man a few good clothes that made him look more friendly. Okay, let's go to the 1st Division barracks. No use flying here continuously. They came to the large hall and took seats. Alexander and Soul King sat beside Yamamoto. The 5 royal guards had also joined them. Want some tea, my friends? Iroh asked. Nobody denied him. Everyone was a fan of Iroh's tea. It would be considered an honor if he poured it himself. Will the Soul King be ruling the Soul Society now? Yamamoto respectfully asked. The Soul King denied, no, I am going to see the human world. It seems fascinating. Wahaha, wonderful choice, I will show you around myself. Alexander laughed. Then what about the Soul Society? What are we 5 supposed to do? The royal guards asked. Soul King just shrugged his shoulder lightly, I do not know. I did not appoint you to look after my tower. Yamamoto nodded, yes, the whole Soul Society's administration was created by old patriarchs of noble clans. Why are we even discussing such dumb things? What we need to do is divide the work. Now that your job is simple and well defined, you need to maximize your efficiency. What I recommend is creating 6 divisions of Soul Society, each headed by a royal guard and the captain commander. One that will run the Soul Society that will look after the Siraidii where all Shinigami live. 4 divisions will be responsible for dealing with all souls in the east, west, north, and southern parts of the earth. The last remaining division will be the logistics division. This way, your work efficiency will be great and the workload will be less. He suggested. Everyone nodded at this plan. Hell. Deadpool arrived with the new prisoner Wywak. Wade found himself standing in front of a ticket booth. Behind the booth was a dark metal gate on whose other side he could hear all kinds of screams and dreadful noises. His heart was getting excited now. Next, the demon in the booth called out. Oh, hey, old man sent me to work here as a punisher. Also, this is the new delivery, here's the report card, Deadpool said and handed the small piece of paper to the humanoid horned demon in a nice suit. The demon opened it and read, oh, a category 4. Well, he'll be going to the permanent punishment division. It's your first day, right? I will show you the way to the permanent punishment division. Deadpool cheerfully nodded, yes, I want to see Anakin Skywalker. The demon smiled, hee, easy now, you will have enough time to see him. Lucifer, by the way. Deadpool shook the hand while squealing like a fangirl, Deadpool, big fan. I know, okay, this is the first area, basically the category 3 come here to repent. Most souls here will complete their time and go back to get reincarnated. This is a delicate division as we can't kill them or break their minds too much. Hence we don't put newbies here. Lucifer walked him. This one is the permanent punishment area. Category 4 sinners stay here. We didn't have a level higher than 4 because category 5 sinners get their souls destroyed from the start. Anyway, your first task is to torture Yahach. See that boiling oil, go and fry him. Lucifer pointed him to a huge pot sitting over burning flames. You sure he will feel pain? Deadpool asked. Oh, he will feel much more than that. The oil is not simple. It multiplies pain to whatever level that would hurt the sinner. Even if he gets used to a certain amount of pain, it will only increase. Lucifer said. Nice, Deadpool nonchalantly threw Wywak into the pot. Soon, loud screams from him started coming out. Just the pot beside this one, another demon was torturing a soul. Deadpool immediately recognized him. Ah, Thanos is here too. He exclaimed. Hat, he's been here for a long time now. We give him a nice oil bath every day as the starters. Or else his sense stays dull after the lusty night of dread. Lucifer explained. Deadpool was intrigued, what is a lusty night of dread? Lucifer chuckled and answered, oh ho ho, you don't want to see that on your first day. Let's just say, some not so family-friendly things happen. With a small donut of the sinner and a 100x bigger hot dog belonging to another sinner. Make all of them stand in line in increasing order with each receiving punishment from behind. I can proudly say, their nights are worse than their days. When do they sleep? Deadpool asked. There is no such thing as sleeping for a sinner. Okay, get Whack out of the pot and take him to the area reserved for night activity, he ordered and gave him a map of hell. Deadpool excitedly laughed, yes. Best field trip ever. You can see Lucifer in hell on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 487. Leaving Bleach World. This is where humans go to watch movies. Movies are like false man-made imagery meant to be seen as entertainment. Anything that happens in them is false, acted by actors. Alexander showed the Soul King around the human world. Fascinating, do humans find violence entertaining? Soul King commented while eating popcorn and watching Iron Man 1. No. They don't enjoy violence. They enjoy watching the hero triumph over evil. Though sometimes they do like violence, Alexander said, thinking about the movie called John Wick. I can understand. I never imagined that humans could come this far. Even though their road was tough and filled with wars, they came this far. And this United Nations organization is an amazing establishment. Before I was locked I had seen humans. They had just started to live in villages at that time. Just a few thousand years did wonders for them. I initially had no hope for them and had predicted that they would go extinct, he said. Alexander scratched his beard thinking if he should tell that Uno became good because of him. In the end, he decided against it. It would be better if Soul King saw humans as not just evil. So, what have you decided to do now? Alexander asked him. The Soul King stayed quiet for a while. It seemed as if he was contemplating something. I have lived for a long time. Even before I was sealed, I had lived long enough to not remember to whom, where, and when I was born. I think I have lived enough as an immortal being. I want to be immortal now. Immortal with an expiration date. I want to experience the joys, sorrows, and feelings of a mortal. So, I want you to take my powers away from me. Soul King said. Alexander smiled. You are indeed a good being. Initially, I always wondered how could you allow those Shinigami to seal you and cut your limbs. Now I know. Okay, I will do it. I will also give you a name. Soul King nodded in waiting. They were in an empty theater so Alexander didn't wait. He activated his god's eyes and put his hand on Soul King's forehead. He took away all his powers. I name you Benjamin, you can choose any surname you want. Alexander also implanted knowledge about how to live in the world and what job to do to make a decent amount of money to live a fulfilling life. This way, he won't do anything reckless. He also gave him a few $1 million to get started. Alexander then got up and left Benjamin to enjoy the movie. Soul Society. Now, the Shinigami had their fixed jobs. The captains of divisions were not supposed to fight and instead manage their divisions. 12 out of 13 divisions were now a part of 6 super divisions. 3 divisions coming under every super division that was headed by a royal guard. Yamamoto still ran the Siraiti and was responsible for all the administrative and judicial aspects of Shinigami. Ichigo Kurosaki was being groomed as the new captain commander ranked Shinigami. He had been officially admitted to the Soul Society as a Shinigami. A few Quincy living in the human world were also contacted. They were asked whether they would want to join the Shinigami. The problem with Quincy was that their methods of fighting evil spirits destroyed the soul instead of sending it to the next cycle. So, to deal with this, special weapons were made in Soul Society for Quincy. This way, Quincy and Shinigami did not need to stand against each other. Alexander, in the meantime, stayed inside Fihaim because the world was already headed in the right direction. Fihaim. Ji Cheon. Look, I will jump now, Jayaki shouted from the top of a platform. Currently, they all had set up a huge circus tent with all kinds of gigs. Jayaki was trying to trapeze with his siblings. I jump. They thought he was going to fall but he caught the swinging bar. Hehe, you thought I was going to fall didn't you? Jayaki laughed. Saiken, you come next, I will catch you, he called out to his brother on the platform. Saiken confidently went ahead and jumped. Jayaki reached him on time and held onto his little arms. Oh, you're too slippery, Saiken, he said. Saiken's hand soon slipped out of his grip. Saiken fell down on the safety net. Everyone laughed seeing that. But, Nell ran up to Saiken and patted his head. It's okay, Sai-chan, we will find something for you too. Saiken wasn't disheartened. I know, I can still participate in the food eating challenge and still win. A distance from them, Alexander was sitting and watching over the various activities going on. He was also playing Pi Show with Dobby and Iroh. It was originally a 2-player game but they made a newer version with 3 and 4 players. Iroh, since you ate that chakra fruit you have become quicker in mind, Dobby praised him. Haha, but can I win against Alex? That is still to be known. Iroh laughed. And I win, Alexander declared. Sigh. It is no fun playing with you. Ragnarok is better. At least he shows anger and rage when he loses. Dobby joked. Speaking of that lizard, where is he? Alexander asked. He is in Soul Society, still mining that gold, Dobby replied. Ugh, we will be leaving this world soon so call him back. Tell him to return fast or I will leave him here and melt his gold mountain to make gold furniture for myself. Alexander told Dobby. Keeping that in mind, Dobby went out to catch him. Alexander also started finishing up. He still had to deal with KFC he bought. 3 days later, world purity 90%. Alexander was back in Soul Society. In front of him were all the captains. You all did a good job till now. I hope you will keep on doing it. Make sure to always watch each other's back because people like Aizen are not too uncommon. I wish you all luck and more power. As long as you keep an eye on souls on Earth, things will be fine. If you start ignoring them then evil souls will start corrupting the world and infiltrate Soul Society. Hence, your fate lies in your own hands. From my side, it is goodbye. I am going out to travel in space. But this does not mean that I can't return, so be warned. He warned them. All the captains gave him a light bow before Alexander went to the human world. In the human world, he met Ichigo and his friends. Alexander knew that in this world, he didn't have much deeper relations with the people of the world so he was not that attached. The goodbyes didn't make him that sad. You will become the captain commander someday, Ichigo. Be sure not to lose your mind. Alexander advised him. Besides doing this, Alexander also met the Soul King for the last time. The man was now working as a movie director and was on his journey to shock the world with his amazing fight sequences. It seems he found the best use for his knowledge. He was also dating someone but Alexander didn't intervene much in his life and left him alone. Other than this, Blue Fang had made much progress in the world and had left behind a secret legacy of competency and righteousness. The good boy had done everything in his power to make the United Nations really do the job it was made to do instead of bending over to the demands of the powerful countries. With this, his journey in this world ended. Okay, on to the next world then he muttered and let the light falling from the sky take him away. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 488. Mating Dance. Alexander let himself touch the ground before opening his eyes. He felt the smell of nature before feeling anything else. Then he opened his eyes slowly. He found himself standing in the middle of a thick forest. Because there was not much light to disturb him he didn't feel uncomfortable in the eyes. Where are we now? He thought and took out his phone to see where he was. In the message, it said that he was a zoologist and that the world's purity was at 60%. Bam! Out of nowhere a crudely made spear came towards him and collided with his chest before falling down. Alexander looked up to see where it came from. What he found surprised him. Apes? What is he doing here? But he soon understood that this was not the ape he knew. Alexander had an idea now on where he was. This is probably the planet of apes. Sigh, I guess I will help these poor beings. He quickly called for Son Goku to accompany him outside. He was probably the king of all monkeys so it would probably make things easier. I mean no harm. I don't even have a weapon. Alexander shouted and raised his arms. Human. Not welcome, the leader ape said. Alexander was now 100% sure that he was on the planet of the apes movie world. I'm not human, Alexander told the ape. You look human, he ape argued. Well, I do but, ugh, listen, I mean no harm. I can instead help you all, Alexander said. Slowly, a huge horde of apes started appearing. Some swung on trees and some on horseback. It looked pretty weird. Poof. You called for me, Ji-chan. Son Goku appeared, alerting all the apes. Yes, you see them, I want your help in creating a friendship with them, Alexander said. The apes were very distrustful when it came to dealing with humans as they still hadn't forgotten the exploitation and harms the humans did to them and continue to do it. But when it came to one of their own species, they were a bit more tolerant. Son Goku looked back at the shocked apes. Oh, why are you pointing sticks at my Ji-chan? They won't even scratch him. What are you? The leader ape asked. Oh, I am the four-tailed beast, Son Goku. What is your name, kid? Son Goku asked. He had enlarged himself to be much bigger than all the apes to show dominance. The ape with white paint on its face looked at Son Goku in confusion. I am Caesar. Okay, Caesar, my Ji-chan here is a very nice person. He can help all you apes in whatever you need. You want food? He got it. You want a home? He got it. You want friends? I'm here. Just make a wish and you can have it. Son Goku told them. Alexander nodded, yes, I can get you lots of food and help initiate peace with humans. There won't be any war then. Caesar, who was a big peace advocate, was interested in Alexander now. Even more so he was interested in the four-tailed monkey. What can a human do? Caesar asked. Alexander waved his hand and bananas appeared in the hands of every ape there. Who? 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 The apes started making noise in shock. Haha, easy, it's just one of my abilities. I told you I am not a human. I came from the sky, Alexander clarified. What do you want? Caesar asked as he knew that nothing was free in this world. To help you all. That is what I do. I know the current situation of you all. Humans want to destroy you and you are trying to protect yourself and your freedom. I can understand your cause. So, I will act as the arbitrator between you and humans. Let's see if we can reach a consensus and if we can't then I will take you to a different jungle and world where no humans exist. Alexander proposed. Caesar intently looked at Alexander for a long time while his fellow apes ate their banana. It was too tempting to not eat it. Wait, I'll discuss it with my people, Caesar said. Alexander agreed, sure, take me with you to your camp. I will wait for your answer there. Caesar nodded and led the way to his camp. When they reached the place, a loud protest was made by jumping and shouting apes. None of them wanted to see a human there. Some even threw some stones at Alexander. But Caesar shouted back and made them know that it was his decree that the human stays. After that, to reduce the animosity Alexander threw a big feast for them. All kinds of things made from bananas and meat trees were there. When Dobby also joined him, he laughed seeing the scene, haha, that gorilla would have been so jealous. Alexander laughed and went to find Caesar. But on his way, he came upon a shrine with a statue. It was well made and showed a gorilla figure. I was looking for you, Caesar came to him. Alexander asked him in amusement, why do you have a statue of a gorilla? Caesar went forward and touched the feet of the statue. He was the wisest of us all. He was the reason why we were able to establish our territory here. But sadly, humans hunted him and killed him. We now see him as a saint who guides us in the times of need. Alexander was amused. Haha, so the gorilla had his own adventures. So, what was your decision? Alexander asked. He secretly waved his hand and gave Caesar the ability to speak better as expressing himself was a problem for him in his limited vocabulary. Caesar started telling him his decision, we have decided to let you try. We do not have any hope that humans will change but there is no risk in trying for once. They have already started coming after us with their weapons, the war is inevitable. So, what will be your plan? Alexander started explaining. Well, humans will most likely consider me a god when they will see me doing different unexplainable things. It will shock you how much I can order them around after that. We must take into account that humans have also lost their world balance due to the outbreak of the virus. ALZ 113 is good for apes as it makes them intelligent but for humans, it is dangerous to their health and causes death. Then when do we meet humans? Caesar asked. Soon, but first, let me go and settle everything. Until then, I will be leaving behind with you a friend of mine. He is like a saint who only desires peace. I'm sure your people will love him. He's only interested in tea too. Alexander said. Leaving Iroh with the ape village, Alexander headed to the human world. He didn't know much about what the rest of the world had turned into. He didn't know what the year was in the human calendar. From what Caesar told him, he was most likely in the timeline of the war for the planet of apes. So, there was supposed to be a small colonel here with a small unit of soldiers who came to hunt the apes. But, Alexander ignored them and went up north where most of the surviving civilization was living. The president was also holed up there. Iroh was waiting with the rest of the apes in their camp. Motivated by his habits, he started singing a song and playing guitar by taking inspiration from his surroundings. Soon, he was surrounded by many apes who were fascinated by him. Join me, singing is one of the best creations of humans. A way of speaking which combines meaningful words and a beautiful sounding voice. He encouraged the apes. Although the apes didn't have a good enough voice, it didn't stop them from dancing in joy. Wahaha! Dancing is the second best art but it was not made by humans. Many animals have been doing it since the dawn of time though they did it to impress their mates. Maybe you all can too. Ho ho. Many apes laughed at that. You can see apes on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 489. Mad Scientist. Surprisingly, when Alexander reached the White House and secretly entered it, he didn't find the president. Instead, there were a group of people who were posing as the president of the country. The president had already died a year ago due to the virus, but it would have caused too much instability, so they didn't announce. Now, these 5 men and women ruled the country like kings and queens. There was also Elon Musk among the 5 leaders. Alexander had already lost all hope that he could negotiate with these people. Well, humanity's future looks bleak. I guess I will just take over the world, he decided, and returned to the jungle. When he reached there, he found out that an army of people was attacking the apes. Iroh was already fighting the army and saving all the apes. It was a small unit consisting of about 50 men with modern weapons. But Iroh was a firebender. So to stop them from attacking the apes, he created a wall of fire between them. Alexander immediately took action and froze all the men. What happened? They attacked us. I told you, peace was not an option with humans, Caesar came to him. I know, I am not asking for peace now. Instead, I will take you to a new planet where no humans live. You all can live there happily. Though I will have to find all the apes in this world so they aren't left behind to be exploited. Alexander said. Did you not meet the human leader? Caesar asked. I saw them, they were not good people. I will be dealing with them later too. Right now, you need to go and gather all your people. I will be taking you to your new home soon, he advised him. What about them? He asked, pointing at the attackers. Oh, don't worry about them. They will stay here. You go, Alexander assured him. Taking one last glance, Caesar shouted to his people and returned to the camp. Alexander, meanwhile, passed judgment on all the people in Category 3. Then he found the colonel who was specifically responsible for the attack. From his mind, Alexander found out that they had locked thousands of apes and were even using them to do labor. Angered by this, he burned him alive to ashes, then flew to the concentration camp. There, he saw the apes caught in tight cages and some others being forced to work by people with guns. Alexander didn't leave any of them unjudged. Then he freed the apes and told them the plan of Caesar. They were already very tired and defeated, so they agreed and entered his pocket dimension. So, more beings in Fihame? Iroh asked. No, not Fihame, I will give them another planet. Fihame would get too crowded. And considering that they will be evolving at a very fast pace, they will need a planet, Alexander explained. Haha, I guess I found more people to spread tealism, Iroh joked. Ha, tealism, only you can come up with this. Well, let's put this world in order now. I will throw the vaccine around the world so humanity can gain confidence back. Dobby is already gathering all the apes with Oxio spell. Alexander briefed and got to work. He again flew to the White House and gathered all the leaders. They tried to shoot him first, but he easily overcame it by showing his godly power. All right, listen to me. I will be giving you a vaccine. It will stop the virus from spreading and killing you all. But, the catch is that I will be running the government until you all are back on your feet. Alexander proposed. Cool, I can get back to preparing my ship to Mars. I never wanted to be here anyway, but the damn virus ruined everything, Elon Musk asked. Sure, go to Mars, Titan, or anywhere you want, as long as you don't do something stupid, I'm fine. So, what's it going to be? He asked. The 5 leaders were already looking at him as if he was the second coming of Jesus with his magical abilities. So, they agreed. He gave them the vaccine and headed off to other parts of the world. Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, and other smaller parts of the world. He gave the vaccine and took over the government. Most places didn't even have governments. Dobby, do your magic. I will be taking the apes to their new home, Alexander instructed him and left. On an uninhabited planet in Dimensional Pocket. Alexander changed the planet's topography to mimic a jungle with lots of rivers and fruit trees. This will be where you all will be living. There are no humans in this world, so you only need to think about advancing yourself as a species. Alexander said. Caesar had already sent his people to look around while he stayed. Did you make this world? No, my father did, but I own it. There are other planets too. There is one where dragons live, one where frozen people live, and many more. So, you are not the only people in the universe, however on this planet, only apes will live, Alexander told him. How many apes are there in total? Caesar asked. About 1 million in total. You were the first one to gain intelligence, so I hope you will be the one leading them. I will be keeping an eye so don't worry about a fight breaking out. I will intervene if it happens. Alexander assured him. Son Goku quickly chimed in, yes, I will intervene. Pat pat. Haha, yes, you can. Okay, then, see you later, Caesar. I have left some books for you to read and learn about how to create a good civilization, he said good luck and went out to help Dobby. 3 years later. It took him a bit more than he had planned. The world had changed too much. The cities were turned into forests. But Alexander didn't cut the trees and instead made new cities around them, starting a new architectural trend called symbiotic design, where humans and the plants coexist and help each other. Dobby was as always the ruler of the world. He basically deleted many governments around the world. Governments based on religion and other harmful ideas were removed and new governments based on the thinking of coexistence and peace were brought in. Because the world already had all the data needed to develop technologies, the industries started again with a quick push. 3 years later, the world was back on its feet with a lesson learned about not messing with animals. Alexander didn't plan on living there for too long. He would not stay to make them perfect. Helping the apes had already increased the world's purity to 80%. Helping humans shot it up to 90%. With that, he was out. Yawn. Where will my destiny take me now, he wondered as he was being taken to a new world. Swoosh. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in the middle of a sidewalk. Looking around, he ascertained that he was in the modern world. Maybe somewhere in the 90s. Okay, let's see what my identity is. He said and took out his phone. He read the words, what happens when a simple world is threatened by an enemy from space that is too strong for even the strongest weapons on the earth? To find out more, stay tuned. Alexander sneered, what the hell is this? He then read more, you are a mad scientist who specializes in bombs. But because you were mad you were dishonorably fired. World purity 79%. Alexander raised an eyebrow, this world is fairly pure it seems. Well, I'm gonna have to wait for this enemy from the sky to show up. You can see apes in jail in the new world on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 490. God save this world. Alexander went to the best-looking hotel nearby and tried to book a suite. Welcome to the peninsula, how may I help you? The reception lady spoke to Alexander in a judgmental tone. Alexander had forgotten that he was in a modern world now and was still wearing his nice Shinigami robes. But Alexander didn't care about his looks. He preferred such clothes than normal pants and shirts. How much will a room cost me? Alexander asked. It can cost you anywhere from $500 to $5,000. It depends on the level of experience you want. She answered. Okay, give me the best one then for 5 days, Alexander said. The woman busied herself on the computer while Alexander had a sudden realization. He didn't have any cash. That will be $25,000, sir. Please swipe the card here, she told him. Actually, I will be paying in gold, Alexander replied and put a kilogram-heavy brick of gold on the counter. The receptionist was gobsmacked by it. Sir, I'm gonna have to call the manager. I don't know if this is acceptable. Sure, child, Alexander nodded and looked around. The girl ran away with the gold bar to an office. Soon she returned with an old man who just smiled at Alexander. Ah, sir. We have booked your room. Please enjoy your stay. Alexander took the key and just went to his room on the top floor. That was easy. He locked himself in and picked up the newspaper. Pop pop. Ragnarok and Dobby appeared. What are you doing? Ragnarok asked while searching the fully stocked refrigerator. He took out a beer. I am looking for a job. I can't really use gold all the time. Imagine using a gold coin to pay for a roadside hot dog, Alexander said. Dobby interjected, but boss, you are probably the most overqualified person in the world. Even if they made you the president, you'd still be overqualified. Are you sure you need to search for jobs? Haha, of course, I need to search. I don't have any degree in this world. And registering myself would be a hassle. So, I am looking for a good skill-based job. My background is also that of a mad scientist, so that limits the prospects. Alexander replied. Boom. Suddenly Alexander and Dobby found themselves covered in cold beer. What the hell, Ragnarok, can't you be civilized for a minute? Alexander complained. Ain't my fault. Someone shook the can before putting it here. Ragnarok said and took another can. Boom. This one sprayed on them again, but Alexander and Dobby saved themselves. Soon, the three were wearing bathrobes as they decided to take turns taking baths and getting the beer off of themselves. Ding dong. Oh, it must be the food I ordered, Alexander said and went to check up. The second he opened the door he was crowded by 5 policemen. This is him, the hotel manager shouted from behind the wall of policemen. Soon, Dubai and Ragnarok also came to see what the commotion was all about. Alexander facepalmed himself. From the other's viewpoint, there were 3 tall men standing in their questionable bathing robes, wet hair, and in a single room. It was obviously suspicious. Alexander tried to clarify, I can explain, gentlemen. But the policemen took out their guns as they felt threatened by the 3 huge men of questionable motives. Get down on the ground. Alexander did not. Why are you even here? At least tell me that first. You are under arrest for smuggling gold. We will be taking you in for questioning, one of them said. Get those toys out of my face, Ragnarok grunted at one of the female officers who had come too close to him. Get down. I ain't going down. I'm not into that stuff, though if you are then be my guest, Ragnarok replied cheekily. Bam. The female officer tried to push him down. But she couldn't even move him an inch. While pushing hard, she suddenly lost balance and fell into Ragnarok's chest. Wahaha, a very welcome accident, pretty lady. Ragnarok laughed. The female officer embarrassingly balanced herself. Her face was red by now. She had felt the metal-like muscles on Ragnarok's body and was already having a small crush on him. Damn it, I have an interview tomorrow for a translator job at the White House. I need to go to DC. Can't spend the night in your jail cell. Alexander said, ignoring Ragnarok, and used his magic to send the policeman away. Goddammit, that woman was into me, Ragnarok complained. Seriously? If you had mated with her she would have died. Dobby said from the side. Ragnarok scoffed, hey, I have a gentle touch. I would have treated her like a newborn. Boom. Another can of beer opened with a splash, making Ragnarok's face wet. Dobby laughed, haha, yeah, gentle touch. Once that was done, Alexander first went to a nearby school to interview for the sports coach. He was just passing his time until the aliens came. Dobby and Ragnarok went on their way to explore the city. Alexander went in to give his interview. He was rejected due to his age. They didn't even let him show his sports abilities. Now I understand how normal people must have felt when looking for a job, he thought. In his first life too, his first job was in the army, and after that, he became too famous and rich to ever worry about a job, so he had no experience in job hunting. So, Alexander went back to his room in the hotel. Let's go to DC. Wahaha, you didn't get the job. Ragnarok laughed loudly. No, I didn't. Why are you laughing? What did you do today? Alexander asked. Ah, I went to a casino and made 10 grand. I just put my gold rings on the bet and made money. Ragnarok answered. That's cheating. You weren't working, you were cheating. Alexander accused. Say whatever you want, I am the bread and butter earner of this house now, Ragnarok smugly said. What did you do, Dobby? Alexander asked. I went to the park and sang songs to collect money. Dobby replied. Ragnarok scoffed, ha, and how much did you get? 10 cents. Actually it was $50,000 and also a business card from a studio agent. He works for some Universal music company. He said that I can become a millionaire and recorded my song and bought the copyright for it from me. Dobby revealed. Alexander and Ragnarok's jaws had dropped by now. Tisk, it seems I'm the only unlucky one, Alexander cursed. Sirens. Arg, what's this noise now? Ragnarok shouted and went to the balcony to check. There he looked up at the sky. Alex, look! He shouted. Alexander went out and looked. There was a huge flying saucer in the sky. Probably 15 miles in diameter. I guess these are aliens. Now, I can also confidently say that we are in the Independence Day movie world. Haha, I'm gonna have to stop these aliens it seems. But, we must stop riots going on in the city now. People think this threat is temporary and try to loot shops, not realizing that if the aliens attack they will all die. Alexander decided. Dobby nodded his head, yeah, I will send our people to the streets to maintain order. I will go to the White House then. Along with work, I will have my interview, Alexander replied. Are you still looking for a job? Ragnarok asked. I made a commitment that I would be there, so I will be. A man should never break his words. Alexander quoted. Ah, you should stop drinking Iroha's tea. It's getting in your head, Ragnarok joked and flew out. Along with New York, the alien ships had appeared all around the world. The world was in a mess at the moment, but surprisingly, things were brought back in control by mysterious men in Santa Claus suits. White House. Who are these men? Are they some kind of secret organization? The president asked his defense secretary. We don't know, sir. If they were really that top secret then I'm sure we aren't supposed to know. The defense secretary answered. Well, let's just thank heavens that they are helping. What's the status of our friendship message? The president inquired. It was destroyed by the enemy fire, sir. Sigh. The president tiredly sighed and looked out of the window at the spaceship above the White House. God save this world. You can see spaceship on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 491. Area 51. Alexander, Ragnarok, and Dobby flew to DC. They went straight towards the White House without even hiding themselves. How do you think they will react? Dobby asked. Scared, awed, and violent. They will probably try to kill us first. Alexander said. If only I had a gold coin every time people tried to kill us, Ragnarok mumbled. Then you'd have another gold mountain. Alexander joked. We're close, let's greet the so-called most powerful person in the world, he said, with the White House in their view. White House. Although it was 1996 and 9/11s had not happened yet, the security of the White House was still good enough, at least when it came to air security. So, when 3 dots appeared on the radar, they got into a frenzy trying to identify it. But they did not receive any reply no matter how much they tried to contact. Inside the security room. We are not able to see any kind of electrical signature from these 3 things, sir. A soldier told his commander. We have sent out the jets. They will be making visual confirmation soon, the commander replied, though his face showed panic. Do you think it is them? The soldier asked. The commander grunted, focus on your work. After a while, the jets had a visual confirmation. Sir, we can see them. They are humans. The people in the security room were shocked. The commander quickly spoke, can you repeat? They are humans, sir, or at least look like humans. They are flying on their own, without any vehicle, sir. Should we engage? It was like the room exploded and people started talking. Oh no, the aliens are coming here. The commander quickly ran to the president in the war room to inform him. There was a meeting going on inside the room on how to deal with the aliens. They were considering the nuke option heavily. Sir. 3 beings have been spotted coming towards the White House. He loudly told the president, Thomas J. Whitmore. After contemplating for a few minutes, the president spoke, what are you waiting for then? Prepare to greet them. The commander was a bit confused. How do you mean greet, sir? With bullets or? You do know that they are beings who came from sky traveling God knows how many light years. They can destroy us whenever they want. Will our bullets stop them? No. Go and prepare to give them a gentleman's welcome. The president ordered them. Secretary of Defense Albert Nimzaki then decided to speak up, Mr. President, I don't think that would be wise. They have already destroyed the welcome chopper we sent to establish communication. What if they decided to harm you? They will harm us even if we don't meet them. Did you forget what Mr. Levinson told us? The clock is ticking. If you are so scared you are free to leave and hide somewhere. The president barked at him and got up to prepare for the welcome. Wahaha, look, are they waving welcome flags at us? Ragnarok laughed. It has welcome written on white cloth. Are they admitting defeat or something? Dobby added. Alexander scoffed, hey, admitting defeat? They are arrogant people, they won't do that. They probably saw us in their radar and thought that it would be wiser to not attack us. The 3 landed in front of the yard and walked to the entrance. Soon, the president with a long entourage of people came out to greet them. They were shocked to see that the aliens looked so human-like. Welcome to Earth, although we cannot understand your language, I'm sure you do. The president said while putting forward his hand to shake. Alexander shook it and spoke, haha, thanks, I guess. Everyone had their jaws falling when he spoke. They all now had doubts that these 3 were not aliens. Are you the aliens? The president asked. Alexander scratched his beard, I am an alien but not the ones that came in those. He pointed to the huge flying saucer in the sky as he said that. The ship had the White House at its center ready to be obliterated. All the people had question marks over their heads. Wait, then, how many aliens are living on this planet? Wahaha, it seems the greatest country in the world doesn't know about its people. I bet you don't know about the alien corpse in Area 51 either. Ragnarok laughed mockingly. This time the president was utterly confused and angered. He looked at his defense secretary and said, what are they saying? Since when did we have an alien corpse? The defense secretary came forward meekly, sir, we had them for the past 40 years. Along with one of their smaller crafts. I am the goddamn president of this country. Why didn't I know of this? He questioned. It was a top secret, sir. The secretary replied. And I am the highest authority in this country. He shouted back and looked at Alexander. If you are not them, then who are you? He asked Alexander. I am like you but different. I am also not from this planet. I have come to save you all from these aliens. They are known to travel from one planet to another, eat up its resources, and head to the next one. So, you all are nothing but ants to them. Alexander explained. They were horrified by this. Then a man in glasses came forward. Yes, how will you stop them? They have some kind of energy field around their craft. Haha, what energy field? Look, Alexander said and pointed his finger at the flying saucer in the sky. Boom. A blue light went out of his finger and penetrated the ship. The blue light passed straight through the ship, making a hole in it. Loud explosions started coming from the alien ship as it tried to maintain stability, eventually giving up and flying away in the sky to the mothership for repairs. After it was gone, they looked back at Alexander. So you are like a superhero? The president asked. Alexander started laughing in amusement. I'll take superhero any day instead of being called God. Alexander then walked into the White House without asking and took the seat in the president's office. He remembered his nostalgic days when he was the president in the Marvel world. Haha. I wonder how little Morgan is, he chuckled. But to everyone there, the chuckle sounded scary. Cough. What are you doing? How can you sit on that seat, yo? Albert Nimzaki, the defense secretary, tried to suck up to the president. Alexander waved his hand and the man's lips turned into a zipper. Shut your mouth, I get it, you are trying to lick the president's feet, but there is a time and place for that, right now is none of that. Also, what does this chair even mean when all your lives are hanging by a thin thread and the one in control of that thread is sitting in the sky? Where do you fit in all this? The president asked. It depends on you all. Let's go to your Area 51 and see what is going on there. I need to confirm something first before I help you, humans. Alexander told them. They all took a breath of cold air. They had no idea what this godly alien was planning to check and they hoped that they would pass. The president nodded and looked at his chief of staff. Get Air Force One ready. We are leaving. Alexander got up. No need, let's go there right now. He took out his pink door and opened it. The location of Area 51 was the same in all Earth iterations, so he didn't need to ask them to open it. As soon as he opened the gate, there was a big wave of chatter and awe. On both sides, actually. In fact, the other side only had soldiers, so all of them now had their guns pointed in the direction of the door. Alexander looked back at the president. Tell them to stand down. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 492, 492. Simp. The president walked to the other side with his arms up. Easy now. You know who I am. Put your weapons down. All the shocked soldiers put down their guns as the general in charge came over. Soon after, everyone crossed the door leading to the facility. Unbelievable, we traveled 700 miles just by crossing the door. David Levinson exclaimed. You can even cross continents with it. Even planets. Ragnarok said, making their minds go numb. In their minds now, these humanoid aliens looked much more advanced than those attacking their small planet. Let's go in and see the alien aircraft that they have held here, Alexander decided. His demands were like words engraved in gold. The president ordered and everyone followed. They were brought underground to the place the aircraft was held. It was a pretty nice research facility with the aircraft held in the middle by some kind of detachable platform. Ghost, take over, Alexander muttered. His AI quickly did a check of the system of the ship and returned back to him. As you guessed, this ship has been transmitting SOS signals for the past 40 years. In fact, the scientists here even connected it with the main computers, which were further connected to satellite systems. So you mean that this ship was using human satellites to send signals to its mothership? Well, does it also have an AI? Alexander asked. Yes, it does. But I have subjugated it and rewritten it to help us. Ghost said. Alexander nodded and looked back at the people. Congratulations, you people played yourself. By connecting this aircraft to the main network, you allowed it to send SOS to the mothership. So, today they are here because of what you all did. It would have been fine if you had just destroyed this thing. Ragnarok also reprimanded them. I seriously find your lack of common sense disturbing, people. We caught one. We caught one alive. A man came in running. He told everyone that they now had a living alien under custody. Alexander was interested in this. Bring me to it. I will see what I can get out of it. Soon, they came to a room with a glass wall. Alexander simply passed through the wall easily, making people gawk at that. The more he revealed his powers, the more godly he seemed to them. He walked to the alien. It had tentacles and looked very ugly. It had a large head and a small body. Alexander understood the reason behind their such looks. They had an increased function of their minds which probably made their minds bigger, and as the technology progressed their lower body became smaller. Alexander tried to talk to it mentally. Hello. The alien was shocked. It had been acting of being unconscious for a while now, waiting for the humans to come closer. Who are you? Someone who could very well destroy your species, Alexander said, showing it a video of him destroying their ship in DC. The alien didn't make any unnecessary noises for a while. Then it spoke in a slightly fearful voice, what do you want? Peace. I want you to share your tech with humans and leave this planet and all other planets with life alone. I will let you all go then. Alexander told him. Oh, how will you make us do that? It asked. I have infected your body with a virus that, when activated, would kill you. The moment you betray and go back on your words you will die. I will also send you back to your ship and soon get your whole species infected. You have a hive mind, don't you? Then I will hunt all your queens. I'm sure I can destroy you. He threatened. Lies. The alien said. Alexander was indeed lying that it was a virus. Instead, it was a curse. Much deadlier than a virus because it couldn't be cured. He activated the curse that made the alien suffocate, feel that? That is the virus I activated. Now, are you ready to go back to your people and negotiate? I will kill myself. The alien replied. I know, that is why I will be going with you, Alexander said. Ha ha ha, then you will not be returning alive. We always win, one way or another. The alien gloated. Alexander rolled his eyes and just punched its ugly face, get up, you will be driving the aircraft. Wait, doesn't your queen already know what happened here? I am a mere lowly fighter. Great Queen would not waste her precious time on me. The alien proudly replied. He seemed to take pride in being nothing too great. Ugh, you are weird, Alexander commented and went out. Alexander talked to the humans, I will be going to their mothership with this alien and that aircraft. I will not only make them go away but also share their technology with you. You talked to it. But we didn't hear anything. General interjected. Because we were using telepathy. Speaking is too lowly for them. Anyway, get the ship ready. He ordered. Within an hour, Alexander was on the plane with the alien and Ragnarok. Ragnarok was constantly making fun of the alien, hey, how do you reproduce? I don't see any convenient gun there. The alien grunted, only the queen lays eggs. We are mere faithful servants of hers. Simp, Ragnarok blurted, confusing the alien. See, I told you. He's a fanatic. Alexander said. Wahaha, aren't we all fanatic about something? So what if our little alien here has some mommy issues? Ragnarok joked. Sigh. We're here. Get ready to die now. The alien announced. Haha. I don't think we will need to go that far. Alexander chuckled and got up to head out. Who is the highest officer on this ship? Alexander asked. It is Harvester Supreme Commander. The alien replied. Good, then lead me to him. He ordered. After a bit of walking in the huge mothership, they appeared inside a big open chamber. All the aliens were shocked seeing a human there. They chattered among themselves by making weird noises. Why have you brought the insects here? Harvester Supreme Commander asked angrily. Guards were already creeping from the sides. I was caught by them. Also, this is not a regular human. The alien explained. Alexander looked at the ugly faces of so many aliens there. They were not wearing any exosuits right now. He waved his hand and made a nice table and chairs appear out of nowhere. Just as you saw, I am not normal. Now, why don't you come and sit? We need to talk. He said. The Supreme Commander was bewildered by this, so he took a seat. He was already planning on disposing of these humans, so he was going to hear them out for now. Ragnarok laughed, stop dreaming, you can't kill us. The Supreme Commander was now shocked. Finding out that these humans probably had the same mental powers as them. Why have you come here? He asked angrily. Alexander spoke, we want you to leave this planet and never return. Why would we do that? We have already won. The alien scoffed. Because I am going to make an offer you can't refuse, Alexander replied smugly. You mean, I am going to threaten you so bad you will wet your pants? Ah, he's not even wearing pants. What a nudist. Ragnarok added from the side. You can see the spacecraft, the alien, and the mothership on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 493, 493. Tragedy of Earth. Alexander told the Supreme Commander about the virus and that he was already affected by it now. After a little demonstration, he understood that Alexander was not lying. You, the Queen knows now. She will be coming here to obliterate your world. The Supreme Commander threatened. Well, I guess you didn't learn the lesson. Be my guest, if you want to go extinct, do come. Alexander uninterestingly said. He looked behind him from where some aliens were coming to attack him. He waved his hand and made them bump into each other. Then he flew out. I will be stopping your invasion till then. Let's meet your queen soon. Also, the virus is still active. He told him and flew out while blasting any attacker coming in his way. Alexander flew down to Earth. While doing so he circled around the planet, destroying all the flying saucers. They all simply blew up and disappeared. He then flew back to Area 51. Everyone was expecting him there, so they crowded him as soon as he landed. So, did you kill them with your rainbow powers? Capt. Stephen Hiller asked him. No, Will Smith, we will be waiting for their Hive Queen to arrive, Alexander replied, not bothering with anyone and just setting up a barbecue for himself. Who's Will Smith? Capt. Hiller asked. Nobody, come, flip the meat here. I will get the beers. Alexander instructed him. He materialized a giant freezer and then put in homebrewed fire whiskey and beer in it. Wahaha, this is what I call work, Ragnarok laughed. Dobby, come here and put the seasoning on, Alexander shouted. Although Dobby was a vegetarian, because this meat comes from the meat trees in Drachium, he eats it. Also, it was tasty. Really? A barbecue? Right now? The president asked in an angry tone. Listen, kid. I've been working non-stop for a while now. Also, I have dealt with their attack ships. Now, there is only the mothership remaining. Just chill now, you're not dying. Alexander shrugged and went to eat. Everyone ignored the president and just enjoyed the free food. The whole base turned into a giant party ground. The soldiers brought out their own grill. With Alexander's unlimited magically appearing meat, there was no shortage of food. Pop. Sniff sniff. Brothers, Ji-chan is partying secretly. Komei appeared with his group of siblings. Nell, Yalo, and Ajax were included in their group. After sneaking around for a while and getting caught, they also joined Alexander, much to the shock of people there from seeing the various speaking beings. But they didn't dare to harm or speak to them. The curse on the aliens had worked without the knowledge of Alexander. He underestimated his own enhanced powers. The alien queen tried to come towards Earth with malicious intent. But that led to her demise. Her death in return killed her whole army. Not just her, all other queens across the universe died because they were attacking inhabited planets. All this happened without even Alexander's knowledge. Beep beep. Alexander took out his phone to check the message, mission complete, universe jump in 15 minutes. What? How did this happen? He asked himself and checked the world's purity. It was surprisingly at 90.001%. He looked around at the little potatoes and others dancing to music and eating. Oh damn! Quick quick! Jump back to Fihame. We are leaving! Alexander shouted. All the tailed beasts and his grandkids ran back in. Dobby came to him and asked, what happened? My curse was too effective. It destroyed the aliens. They are all dead and the mission got completed. Alexander explained in the least words. Dobby nodded and entered Fihame with Ragnarok. Alexander then went to the president. All the aliens are dead. The mothership in the sky is empty now. It will stay there for humanity to reverse engineer it and advance yourself. But, let me warn you that if you try to misuse the new tech then the ship will disappear. Humanity will also be punished by the removal of any technological advancement derived from alien technology. I have made the knowledge about how to enter that ship public. The rest is on you and how you explore it. Take care. He waved his hand and all his stuff disappeared back into Fihame. I hope you all don't mess up this chance I have given you. Your world is in very good shape right now. Too much nationalism can be counter-effective, you must understand that. He warned them. Boom. An eye-piercing golden light fell from the sky, taking Alexander with him. By the time they opened their eyes, there was nothing. After Alexander left, the Earth remained normal for the coming 5 years. But then came a new president and a sudden wave of ultra-nationalistic views around the world changed the status quo of the treaties signed to explore the alien mothership. In the past 5 years, humans had been able to learn just 2% of the basic science behind the ship. With that science, they made many things. Such as high-speed hover trains and better batteries. Also, there was a big advancement in the telecommunication field. However, due to the new politics, countries stopped collaborating. They stopped sharing knowledge with each other and ended up dividing the ship into sectors. But, Conflicts were bound to happen as the ship was not a cake with identical parts all around. Russia felt that the US was getting too much, the US was alleging that China was getting too much and was stealing their tech. Then, the first bullet was fired in space. Then the second. The alien ship turned into a battleground while countries on Earth stopped all diplomatic ties with each other. The world got divided into two sides, one side with the United States and the other with Russia. After 500th death in space, the United States decided to send their army to space and fully militarize their part of the ship. Other countries did the same. But, this only made the level of fighting more explosive. Then Russia did it. They had sneaked a nuclear warhead into space. They planted it close to the American part of the ship and blew it. It destroyed that part of the ship. In retaliation, the United States sent their nukes and obliterated the whole ship in space. This action led the war to the ground. Instead of engaging in small skirmishes, they went all out. All the countries that had nukes blew each other apart. In fact, some countries that were not known to have nukes, for example, Nigeria, Thailand also fired some. But no one was worried about that at that time. The world had already been destroyed, mostly in a matter of minutes. But the worst of their worries wasn't the nukes and their nuclear fallout. They could have survived if it was just that. 50 years since Alexander had left, and 1 year after humans blew the alien mothership in the space, the tragedy occurred. The alien mothership had a diameter of 600 kilometers. For comparison, the asteroid that killed dinosaurs was just 15 kilometers wide. Because of nukes, the mothership in space had fallen apart into multiple pieces of varying size. Some were tens of kilometers wide, some were straight up 100 kilometers wide. They all started falling down. First, it was just the small ones that only destroyed the remaining cities. Humans didn't have any nukes now and didn't have time to make more in order to maybe push the parts of the ship away. So, the first 100 kilometers wide piece fell. Then the rest of it. All humans died a gruesome death. Earth returned to its volcanic state, and after that, it took 2 billion years for it to return to its watery state. But, by then the sun had become too hot for life to exist on Earth. Hence, it remained a planet identical to Mars for the remaining time until the sun became so hot that it turned into another Mercury. Alexander opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of an empty shop. It seemed like a small restaurant of some sort. Where am I now? He mumbled and took out his phone to check it. You can see Harvester Queen and Volcanic Earth on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 494. Grandma's recipe. Alexander read the message on the phone. Soon, memories started to appear. This time they were in the form of a monologue. He saw many people in them. You have retired and have taken a life of anonymity. You were a great hero in the past, but now you are the cook in your wife's restaurant. The world looks up to you, your ideals even after your death. You inspired generations and defeated many villains. You are the Golden Grandpa. World purity equals 65%. Alexander scratched his head reading all this information. It made him some kind of hero but didn't give him any sort of knowledge about the world he was in except information about a few people whom he knew in his past in the world. Alexander came out of his stupor and looked behind himself. There was a small restaurant. It looked like an old-style Japanese restaurant where you sat on the risen floor on pillows. It had a nice vibe and went nicely with his traditional clothes. He looked up at the name of the shop and couldn't help but smile. Grandma's recipe, huh? I guess Olivia and I will run this place now. Old man, come in now, Grandma wants you in. Hats came to call him in. Ha, it seems they are already in here, Alexander muttered and went in. Inside, he was greeted by emptiness. There were no customers in the shop. But, the seats still had people. Ragnarok and Iroh were playing pie show in a corner. Dobby was cleaning. Douglas was organizing the plants with his scissors. Blue Fang was cutting vegetables in the kitchen and Olivia was cooking. Dad. Alexander looked down at who was pulling his pants. It was the cute Yellow. He picked him up. Haha, what are you doing here alone? Where are your siblings? Seek, Yellow said with much effort. Oh, so you are looking for them? Well, let me help you. Alexander said, and looked around to find where they were hiding. Then he whispered, Kome is hiding in the cupboard and eating cookies, you can hear the chewing sound, Nell is hiding under the kotetsu, Kurama is hiding inside Ragnarok's jacket. Yellow nodded and went to find them while Alexander headed to kitchen. What is it, Oli? You asked for me? He inquired. Yeah, we are running out of some stuff. Go to the market and buy some. She said while handing him a list. Why don't you just take them from Fihame? We have everything unlimited there. Alexander asked. Olivia looked at him with plain eyes. Alexander shrunk his neck and nodded, okay, give me the list. I guess she wants realism, he thought. Yes, I want a bit less magic for as long as we are here, Olivia said. Alexander looked at her in shock. Wait, how did you? No, I didn't read your mind, Alex. After living with you for so long, I have realized that you are not too unpredictable. In fact, I'd say Komei is more unpredictable than you. Ah, stop humiliating me, Oli. Komei is as simple-minded as anyone can be. Alexander laughed it off. Then you don't know Komei. His little mind is always in overdrive. Olivia said, chuckling a little. Grandma, you called me? Is the food ready? Can I taste it? Speaking of the devil, the cute goofball Komei came. Alexander laughed and went out. Ajax, you're doing nothing, come with me. Grandpa and grandson will have a fun trip to the market. Ajax ran up to him and jumped onto his shoulders. Let's go. Haha. Alexander cheerfully took the bicycle and carefully paddled it. He was careful not to pedal it so hard that it would either break or propel them to space. How's life in Fihame, Ajax? He asked. Oh, it is very fun. Though Mom is sometimes strict with studies, Dad and Grandma are always fun. Aunt Angela is also fun, she taught me how to make fire and electricity. Uncle Saitama is weird, he's so strong that even my full-powered punch doesn't even tickle him. Big Sis Amy is the best. She can now make whatever she paints real with the help of magic. So she makes us chocolates. I and all the potatoes eat lots of them. The best part is that they are made of energy so we don't get fat. Ajax kept on blabbering for a while. Waha. I guess you are having fun then. Alexander laughed. Anything you want from your grandpa, kid? He asked. Ajax thought for a while then came up with a wish, I want to go to school, Grandpa. I read about it in books. Schools are indeed important. Well, I will look for it. He agreed. Woa, Grandpa, is this a school? Ajax asked excitedly pointing to a building. Alexander read its name. UA High School. Yes, this is a school. Then can I go here? He asked. Sure, I will get you admitted here. You can come here from tomorrow. With Yalo. Alexander said. Ajax cheerfully raised his arms and hugged Alexander's neck. Normally it would have snapped and killed a normal man, for Alexander it was not even noticeable. Soon, they reached the market. He went to a vegetable shop. Hey, can you pack my order? The shop owner quickly welcomed him. Yes, sir. What do you want? 100 kilos of cabbage, 200 kilos of onions, 50 kilos of carrots, 200 kilos of potatoes, 30 kilos of mushrooms. Alexander read the list. The shop owner's jaw was already on the floor just after hearing the huge order. Cough, sir, why are you buying this much? He asked. Oh, I own a restaurant. So, I need all this. Alexander replied. In fact, most of it would be used to feed his own family. The man gulped and again remembered the list. He would certainly make a decent amount of money with this. Did you bring a truck? The man asked. No. I brought my bicycle. Wait, I will call someone to bring the truck. You just start sorting the order. Alexander said and called Blue Fang. Ajax, meanwhile, went out of the shop to see other shops. While roaming around he saw a thin frail blonde man looking at a noodle shop with a salivating mouth. Ajax, being Alexander's grandson, couldn't let this happen. Hey, mister. Are you hungry? The frail man looked down at the small child. Yes, you can say that. Ajax's eyes had stars in them with the prospect of helping someone appearing. Come, I will buy you noodles. The frail man was about to deny it but the next moment he found himself being dragged into the shop as if he was a kite. 2 bowls of your best ramen, please. He cutely ordered on the counter and put down a gold bar. Sir, this is... The cashier asked. Oh, my family doesn't use cash. We only use gold for money. Will this be enough? He asked. The woman nodded and looked at the gold brick. She guessed that the child must be from some ultra-rich family. Yes sir, in fact, you get our lifetime free eating card. Ajax took it and walked to his seat while dragging the man. He took the card and put it in the man's pocket. Here, use this whenever you are hungry from now on. Grandpa says that for a healthy mind, a healthy body is a must. Ah, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Ajax Maxim Universe, what about you? The man was still in so much shock. Being dragged in so easily in the gold bar. He instinctively spoke his name. Toshinori Yagi. Ajax smiled, well, Mr. Yagi, food has arrived. Let's eat. Ajax only took a minute to devour his bowl. Thank you for the meal. Take care, Mr. Yagi. Grandpa must be waiting for me. Just like a storm, Ajax appeared and disappeared in a moment. Toshinori was left in shock. That kid was so strong. He thought to himself. You can see restaurant, UA High School, and the blonde man on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 495. Hero Ajax. Ajax returned to Alexander. Grandpa, I helped a poor man. He didn't have money to buy food. Alexander picked him up and ruffled his hair. Very good, Ajax. That's what a good person should do. Hehe. I even bought him a lifetime free eating card. Ajax added. Oh really, how did you do that? He asked. Ajax smiled. Easy, I gave a gold brick. Alexander's eye twitched for a second. Haha. Good job. Let's go back now. Blue Fang is here already. They put the vegetables in the truck and headed back. This way of living feels very good, boss. Doing things like normal people. I've never felt like this before. Blue Fang said. Yes, I must agree with you on this. This brings back so many memories from my first life. Oli and I used to cook together and go shopping together. Although we were very busy with our jobs, this simple chore was like our personal time with each other. Alexander reminisced. Grandpa, was Grandma always so nice to everyone? Especially the cake she makes. It is the best. Ajax chimed in. Haha, yes, she was like this. But let me tell you Ajax, it was I who was the better cook at home. I taught Oli after our marriage, but don't tell this to your grandma. Alexander proudly said. Oh really? Then I will ask Grandma for stories. Ajax said. No. Don't ask her anything about this. She is the best, Ajax. Even better than me. Whoa. Look, a mosquito man. Alexander pointed outside. At first, Ajax and Blue Fang thought Alexander was joking, but when they looked through the window there really was a man that looked like a mosquito. Ah. He's attacking people. Blue Fang added. Stop. I will go and beat him. Ajax jumped from Alexander's lap to straight outside. There were people screaming and running around, shouting for help. Someone call a hero. They shouted. Soon the mosquito-like man had caught a woman by her neck. Stop. Mosquito. If you don't want to get smushed, release her. Ajax came heroically. Go away, kid. I'm waiting for a hero. I'm going to kill them and make a name for myself. Then they will let me join their organization. The mosquito man shoot him. Wrong choice of words, Ajax muttered. Ajax suddenly disappeared from his place and appeared behind the mosquito man. His legs were so strong that even a slight thrust would make him appear very fast. Then Ajax punched. Boom. The man's jaw was instantly dislocated and he was sent flying to the wall, where he got pasted like a mosquito. Though he was not dead, it still looked like he wouldn't be standing straight in this life. Oh no. I should control my strength more. Ajax exclaimed while looking at his fist. The woman who had just been freed now looked shocked at what happened. Then surprisingly, she also attacked Ajax. What did you do to my mushy? She screamed. Surprisingly, the name of the man meant insect in Japanese. She threw some kind of acid at Ajax from her mouth. It seems she was also a closet mushy. Ajax dogged and gave her a gender-equal uppercut, breaking her jaw too and knocking her teeth out. Ah, I need to better control my punches. Clap clap clap. Ajax looked behind to find a short man with a dog face. But Ajax couldn't tell if it was just a dog, mouse, or a bear. The small animal hybrid human spoke to him. Young man, you are very strong. What is your quirk? Ajax was just 4 years old and was 4 feet tall. He was still taller than the man. Quirk? Do you mean my power? Well, I am strong. Very, very strong. I drink milk 2 times every day. He proudly revealed. The man chuckled, haha, yes, milk is important for health. I am Nizu. Here, take my card. I am the principal of UA High School. Visit me if you want to become a professional hero in the future. Ajax took the card and looked at the paw mark on it. On it was the address to UA High School. But Ajax had some doubts. Professional hero? But doesn't being a hero mean being nice to others and beating the bad meanies? Why would I need a certificate from someone to be nice? Grandpa says that you should be inherently nice to someone and not do it just because someone tells you to, otherwise it loses the meaning of being nice as you are doing it for some other motive. Nizu's heart was pounding fast now. I went out to just buy lunch but I found gold. You are right, child. Your grandpa is also right. I would love to meet him someday. Yes, you don't need a certificate to be nice. But, what my academy teaches is not just being nice, but being nice in a way that no harm comes to people who are not involved in the conflict. Teamwork with other heroes is also taught. By being a professional hero with a license, you will also receive aid from local police and other registered heroes. You can learn more if you come to my school. Oh, I'm getting late. See you later, young man. Nizu said and ran away. Ajax pocketed the card and returned to his grandpa. The police arrived at the scene where the two criminals attacked but they didn't suspect Ajax to be involved as he looked like a cute little harmless kid. He jumped back inside the truck and they returned to their shop to prepare to start the business that evening. What did that little man give you? Alexander asked. Ajax showed him the business card. Alexander immediately recognized it. Ah, isn't this the school we saw in our way? Really? Then I guess I will be going there. Ajax exclaimed. Toshinori Yagi, more often known as his alias All Might, ate the noodles the kid bought him, to be precise, drank the broth and left the noodles because he couldn't eat solid food. Even though it hurt him to eat spicy food he still ate it as he didn't want to waste so much food. Who was that kid? He swung me like a cloth he thought and went out. He looked at the card in his hand. He saw a real poor person on his way and gave it to him. Ah, I should go and check up on Midoriya. Let's see how much he has cleaned the beach he decided. Alexander returned to the shop with a truck full of vegetables. There were tens of different varieties of veggies. Olivia came out with a shock on her face. Why did you buy so much, Alex? Alexander was surprised. What? You wrote it all on the list. He showed it to her. See. Olivia read it first and then looked behind her to find the culprit. She only saw Komei acting weirdly and whistling around while hiding his gaze from her. Komei. You added zeros behind every number. She asked. Hee. I thought that if Ji-chan brings more you will make more. Sorry. He apologized with the cutest face possible. Knowing Olivia, she just patted his head warmly. You should have just told me. No need to be sneaky. Yes, Grandma, Komei cheered. Alexander scratched his beard. Am I not feeding my potatoes enough? Why are they always so hungry? I should check everything later, I don't want them to suffer. Clap clap. Okay, then. Let's get to cooking. Komei, your grandpa had promised to cook for you. Now I will. Alexander announced. Yay. Komei cheered too. They ran into the kitchen. Olivia just turned the sign of the restaurant's door from closed to open. Grandma's recipe was in business now. It would be serving food that would move your heart and literally heal your body, mind, and soul. You can see Nizu on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 496. Heavenly food. Alexander made too much food and also messed up the kitchen. He was quickly ousted by Olivia. Having nothing to do, he just sat at the cash register while playing with Yalo. Yalo, try to say, my name is Yalo. Alexander tried to teach him. Yalo looked at his face with the utmost concentration. Lo. Ha, I guess this will do too. Alexander laughed. Alex, I'm going out, Ragnarok informed him and headed to the door. Sure, when you return come to me. I've got something to talk about. Alexander said. Yalo, do you want to go to school too? You may not be able to speak perfectly but you are stronger than anyone on this planet. Unlike Ajax, your power is your mind. Alexander offered. SK. Oh. Yalo questioned. School is where you make friends and have fun, Alexander replied, keeping the explanation as short as possible. Go cool, Yalo agreed. Haha, okay then. Go with Dobby when he will go to get Ajax applied. He said. Ting. The bells on the entrance door rang signifying a customer. Welcome to Grandma's recipe. My wife makes the best food in the world. On the door was a thin blonde man and a green-haired kid. Table for two. Oh, sure. Amy, we have customers. Alexander called. Soon Amy came in a traditional kimono. She looked so pretty that the two customers were nearly drooling. Alexander sent a surge of spiritual pressure at them, bringing them out of their stupor. They looked at Alexander and shuddered for some reason. Please follow my granddaughter whom I love so much. Be sure to enjoy your meals. He scornfully welcomed them. The two stiffly followed her to their sitting booth. It was currently December, so it was freezing outside, hence the old theme of the restaurant with kotetsu tables in cubicle rooms gave a nice feeling. Their menu wasn't too big. It just had Dobby's ramen, which were of 5 different kinds. Iroha's tea had 4 flavors. Olivia's hot pot, curry rice, steak, and a few more dishes. The restaurant was half full, and considering it was their first day with no advertisement, this level of crowd was a success, according to him. They were not planning on making too much money anyway. All Might had brought his successor to the new restaurant. He didn't know the place, but it looked cozy, so he decided to try it. Young Midoriya, did you see that girl? Those are the girls you should chase after. Her aura spoke of her benevolent character. All Might babbled. Izuku Midoriya was a very timid, reserved, and polite boy, frequently overreacting to abnormal situations with exaggerated expressions. So, it was obvious that girls were not a very good subject for him. He flustered hearing All Might. Why yes. All Might, but her grandpa looked scary. Midoriya said. All Might's shoulders fell. Yes, indeed. I felt my body going numb the moment he looked me in the eyes. I think I probably caught a cold, that's why I felt chills. No, I think you were scared too, Midoriya thought. Soon the door slid open and Amy brought the food. Here you go, 2 servings of ramen and curry rice and 1 large hot pot. Also, special spring tea. She put everything down and left. All Might and Midoriya looked at the table full of various dishes. Young Midoriya, in order to become strong, you must eat healthily and grow big. I wasn't like this in my normal form. I used to look just like I do in my All Might form, but then I became like this after that happened. So, your new diet starts from today. Let's try this tea now. All Might spoke and sipped the tea. Sip. Ah. All Might suddenly felt like he was back in spring, with a slow warm breeze flowing around him and hitting his face. He felt like his clothes would come off any time now. His wound and stomach also felt as if they had been soothed by a warm cloud, covering his whole body. Unknown to him that he was healing. Magnificent, this tea is worth all the treasure in the world. He exclaimed. Midoriya wasn't a fan of tea, so he ate ramen first. Slurp. The first bite was enough to bring him to cloud 9. He felt like he was in the warmest and nicest place in the world. It energized his already tired body and even gave him a boost. Eat the ramen, he recommended. All Might did it without much thinking, forgetting he shouldn't eat solid food. Then he felt his wounds itch a little. Ah, I never thought I'd ever eat this much food. This is heavenly food. I feel like the gods crafted this with their own magical hands. Ah. Then finally he ate the curry rice made by Olivia. He felt like he was back in his childhood days when his mother used to make him food. Midoriya nearly cried out, this is so good. Yes, young Midoriya. You will be eating here from now on. I feel the nutrition level of this is off the charts. A strong man needs his nutrients to stay fit after all. All Might said. But I don't think I can afford this. Midoriya pointed out. What are you saying? Look at the menu, the food is cheaper than anything I've ever seen. Is the owner even making a profit? He wondered loudly. Midoriya picked the menu and looked. His eyes shot up because of how cheap it was. Can they even cover the cost of raw material with this? I don't know. But this is a good opportunity for you, young Midoriya. Now, you must eat all the remaining food. All Might ordered him. But, you didn't even eat a quarter of all this. Midoriya went pale. Yes, because my stomach doesn't allow me to. Now, this is training for you. Ready, set, start. The evening went well. As soon as it hit 10 p.m. they closed the restaurant and gathered in the hall to celebrate and also eat. Cheers. We made 200% loss. Alexander cheered. Dobby scratched his head in confusion, loss. Alexander laughed out loud, haha, don't worry. All the money came out of Ragnarok's gold mountain. He won't even notice the missing gold while he continues to add on it. Our food is meant to soothe and heal people, so it is already priceless. I'll be happy as long as we recover the price of raw materials. They all nodded. Haku came to him, Grandpa, I will also cook tomorrow. Haha, sure, child. You will learn with Dobby. Anyway, let's eat and enjoy. Oh, Ragnarok is coming. Don't tell him anything. He warned everyone. Soon Ragnarok also joined them. No one knew where he went that day and nobody cared to ask. After the dinner, Alexander gathered Dobby, Ragnarok, Douglas, Olivia, Iroh, Blue Fang, Archangel Michael, Saitama, Leonidas and the rest of the adult family members. All the kids and the tailed beasts were already in their beds, snoring. What is it, Alex? Olivia asked, sensing the seriousness in him. Oli, everyone. It is time we all get serious. Alexander said. Serious about what? Douglas asked. Your scissor fetish. Wahey. Ragnarok started laughing and patted Douglas's back. Hey, what's wrong with my scissors? It is just my choice of weapon. Douglas defended himself. Alexander just patted his back lightly. I know, I was just messing with you. I am proud of you that you have come so far. Although scissors look weird, as long as they make you stronger they are good. Now, I wanted to talk about something else, something very important. It will likely decide our fates, our future, and very well the future of the Omniverse. But first, Michael, can you call Jesus too? Michael nodded and vanished for a few minutes. You can see All Might and Midoriya on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 497. Admission. Pop. With noise, Michael appeared. But in his arms was a 5-year-old kid. Hey there, brother. The kid said in a not-so-innocent voice. Alexander blinked a few times and realized, Jesus? Whoa, so you were a kid this time. Though you have blue skin. Yeah, that's where I was born. But this time I'm playing it safe and not preaching anything. I'll start that when I will turn 18. The king there is also pretty good and it will take some years for his devilish son to kill him and take the throne. Then I will start my work. Jesus explained. Sigh. Okay, I asked you all here to talk about the inevitable war. It is clear that I will be fighting the main guy. But if he is really as strong as we think he is, then he will have very strong allies too. Allies who will be as strong as normal gods and angels too. So, I want all of you here to get as strong as possible. Reach a god level if possible. For this, I will be sharing my knowledge of omniscience with you. I will also provide you with supplements and methods that can make you stronger. We must start preparing right now so we do not suffer later. Alexander explained. The little out-of-place kid spoke, I agree with you, brother. We should prepare for the inevitable. Especially your family. Good, then I will be teaching you all how to achieve omniscience. Jesus, you already have this ability. I don't know how to make you stronger. You can suggest something if you have anything in mind. Alexander said. Well, our powers reciprocate our ability to store energy in our body. The more we can store, the stronger we get. So, we need to find a way to do that. Jesus said. Alexander nodded, well, my body already has an infinite capacity to store more energy. My problem is that I need to find a strong enough energy source. But, I should start researching for a way to make you all like me too. Jesus, you should talk to me every once in a while. Because of your work you stay away for far too long. Yeah, I will. Here, take some of my blood. God created me after all. It is bound to have some secrets. Jesus said, handing him a vial. Alexander took it carefully, are you sure? I mean, I can think of 1,000 ways to use this blood to harm you. But would you? I trust you, Alex. You may be a brother from another mother, we still have the same dad. We are in this together. If we lose, we all die or worse, get enslaved, and I do not want to be enslaved. I want to win and finally retire, Jesus said. Alexander smiled warmly, man, I would have hugged you if you didn't look like a kid. So, you only get this for now. He ruffled Jesus' hair, making everyone laugh. Good boy. Okay, let's go to sleep now. We've got to start training from tomorrow. He dismissed the meeting. Everyone except Saitama stayed. Gramps, I want to have a sparring match with you. I don't know how much I have improved, and to improve more I need to understand where I stand. Sure, kid. Let's have a match in a few days. Alexander agreed. Jesus returned to his world and Alexander went to sleep too. He wasn't going to let Olivia get angry now. The next day, Dobby took Ajax and Yalo to the UA High School to fulfill their wish of going to high school. The two were excited about going on their own adventure. Uncle Dobby, aren't we supposed to have books? Ajax asked. He had Yalo's hand in his hand, who was walking beside him. Even though Yalo was much older than him, still, different species aged differently. You aren't in school yet, so we don't know what kind of books you will need. Let's talk to this principal first. Dobby said, looking at the business card. They soon came to the academy. It seemed very lively there for reasons they did not know. They went straight to the principal's office. Dobby was surprised to see the small dog-slash-mouse-like man had a scar on his face that showed that he had been through a fair share of fights. The principal quickly recognized Ajax and welcomed him into his office. Hello there, I have come to get these two admitted to this school. Dobby greeted. The principal interestedly looked at Yalo. He couldn't be certain if it was a human or an animal like him. He had seen his fair share of weird quirks, so he didn't ask. "Oh, please sit, I am Nizu, the principal of this school. Today is in fact the entrance exam for the academy. If these two are eligible, then they can surely enter the academy by clearing the exam," Nizu said. Though he had doubts that the two children would pass the criteria. Dobby nodded, "Then let these two participate. They will earn their place." Yes, anyone with a quirk is allowed to participate. But, there is one criterion that needs to be met with. The student must have completed their middle school. As this is a high school, we need this much level of education experience from students, Nizu explained. Dobby smiled and took out 2 certificates. If that is the case, it won't be a problem. These two have in fact already completed their high school studies. Nizu checked the certificates. They turned out to be from foreign countries. It said that they topped their classes. Nizu then looked at Ajax and Yalo. "How old are they?" Ajax is 4 and Yalo is 5 years old. Dobby replied proudly. Nizu sprayed out the tea he was drinking in shock. "What? I thought they were just short." "Haha, no, they are just very smart and strong. I hope it won't be a problem when it comes to admission," Dobby said. Nizu didn't know what to say. If they were smart enough to complete high school, then they should be able to participate in the test. He had seen Ajax's ability and knew that he'd be selected, but not of Yalo. "What is Yalo's quirk?" he asked. Dobby looked at Yalo and nodded. Without speaking, Yalo raised his hand towards the principal. Then suddenly he started floating with the table. Soon everything in the room was floating. Yalo does not like to speak a lot. But his telekinesis is very strong. He can even lift the whole building easily, Dobby assured him. Nizu quickly thought of the prospect of such a power user. He imagined the help this ability could bring in the case of disasters and rescue missions. "Okay, you two can participate in the exam. Since you have passed high school, just get ready for the practical exam," Nizu said. "Yes." Ajax cheered childishly. They soon left and came out of the office. Dobby spoke to them, "You two go to the exam. I will be heading back to the restaurant. If you need anything, you know how to contact us." Yes, Uncle Dobby, we will be good. I will take care of Yalo too," Ajax said. "Haha, he's older than you, Ajax." Dobby reminded him and left. Ajax held Yalo's hand and ran to the main building where the physical exam was going to be held. While they were running around, all the other students were looking at them, wondering if the UA also had an elementary school. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 498. Who stole my gold? Ajax and Yalo waited for the exam to start in the arena. They were minding their business when a girl with chubby and pink cheeks came to them. "Oh, are you lost? I can help you if you need to find direction," she asked, treating them like children. "Ah, they are so cute," she thought internally. "No, we are here for the exam. Just like everyone else," Ajax revealed. The girl was a bit surprised and guessed that their age must be more than what they looked to be. "Oh, I am Okako Eureka, nice to meet you. I am Ajax, this is Yalo." He introduced himself in return. "Hello, good luck with the exam. I hope I am able to do well," she lightly muttered. Ajax smiled and patted her shoulder even though she was taller than him. "Just believe in yourself and be confident." Eureka looked at his face that still had baby fat. But she couldn't help but feel encouraged as if these words came out of a wise man's mouth. "Okay. Let's start." Suddenly a loud voice came from the top of the nearby tower. "What's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Run, run, run. You're wasting your time here." A funny-looking man shouted. Suddenly everyone started running inside the fake city. Ajax and Yalo were the last ones as they were simply walking in. They had no idea what the test was about as they were not in the written exam. In front of them, a green-haired boy was running at human speed, though his face looked as if he would cry at any time. "What do you think this test is about, Yalo?" "It is some kind of physical test, but what should we do?" Ajax asked. Yalo was moving along with him while hovering in the air, an art he learned from hats. I.D. K. Yalo used abbreviations of words for ease of speaking. "Yeah, me neither," Ajax said. They boringly kept on walking. Boom. Out of nowhere, a big robot came out blasting through the building. "Target acquired. I'll kill you," the robot announced. Ajax and Yalo didn't feel threatened at all. Is this some kind of test? Ajax thought. But then the robot charged at him at full speed. He waited for it to stop, but it didn't. Boom. It collided with Ajax and got destroyed from its own momentum, not even leaving a scratch on Ajax. But Ajax's face was much serious now. Oh no. Yellow. I think, this place is under attack. We must save everyone, there are so many kids here. Okay. Yellow nodded. Ajax misunderstood everything. He had initially thought that the robot was just a test, but when it really attacked him to kill, he felt that no school would conduct such tests. Hence he came to this conclusion. I will destroy the robots while you use your force to levitate kids to safety. Okay. Ajax asked. Yellow again nodded, not wasting time on his broken vocabulary. So, Ajax ran as fast as possible. Soon he saw the green-haired boy also being attacked by a robot. The kid's legs had frozen due to fear. Bam! Ajax passed right through the robot, destroying it in an explosion. Meanwhile, Yellow saved the kid inside his force field by generating a bubble around them. Yellow, take me to the high ground, Ajax exclaimed. Yellow held Ajax's hand and flew him to the top of a building. From there he had a bird's eye view. Yellow, get ready, he said. Then Ajax scooped many small pieces of concrete from the building he was standing on. Then he started throwing the stones at all the robots in all directions at varying distances, directly destroying all of them. Each stone he threw made a sonic burst. This attracted the attention of all the robots and they started to come towards him. This made them an even easier target for him. Yellow, save them all, he shouted. Yellow was waving his hand like a conductor in an orchestra. Kids were being flown to the terrace they were on. In a few places, Yellow even used his power to crush robots into scrap balls. They were the only ones active after a while. And in a few minutes, they had dealt with all the robots there. Ajax took a sigh of relief. Phew, good job, Yellow, we saved everyone. Let's hope the authorities come back soon. They did come, but their faces didn't look very happy. Why did you destroy all the villain bots? Present Mike asked. What do you mean by why? I saw that the others were in danger due to the robot attack, so I saved them all. Ajax clarified. It was just a test, nobody would have gotten hurt. Present Mike said. Oh, so they were under your control? Then why did the one I encountered rammed straight into me? I thought it was a genuine attack because of that. Ajax argued. Sigh. It must have been Principal Nizu. What do we do now? Am I supposed to disqualify all other candidates as they didn't even destroy one bot? Present Mike asked himself. Just then Nizu came. He looked at Ajax and Yellow with pride. I knew you two would pass but didn't know you would pass this easily. Congratulations on getting admitted to UA High School. Everyone else is disqualified. Wayot. Everyone loudly exclaimed. Oh why? It wasn't us who quit or stopped fighting. We were forced to not fight. I could have blown away all the bots if I wasn't interrupted. A kid with average height, with a slim, muscular build, short, spiky, ash blonde hair loudly shouted. Bakugo. Ajax shook his head hearing the boy. Such an uncultured boy. Ha 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 ha. Nizu suddenly laughed creepily. I was just messing. You all will again go to the start line and do the test. Any questions? Nizu asked. While all this happened, Ajax looked at the meek little green-haired kid. Hey, are you stupid or something? You would have died back then. If you don't even have the mental capacity to move away in the face of danger, then how will you save others? Grow a spine, stop crying, and getting flustered in every little situation. I sense great power in you, but with how you are you will never be able to utilize it. Good luck. Midoriya felt embarrassed, sad, and depressed from hearing all that. It was indeed true that he would have died if he was not saved back then. He didn't know he had plot armor yet after all. Everyone cheered at the chance and ran away. Nizu looked at Ajax and Yellow. You two have passed. Report to the academy the day after tomorrow at 7 AM. Ajax and Yellow nodded and walked home. I don't think it will take much time for us to complete the school, Yellow, Ajax said. I agree. Yellow replied. Let's go home. Grandma must have made something tasty for us. Hee. Ajax suggested. But, while walking home, he felt that someone was following him secretly. He guessed it was someone from the academy, so he didn't bother with it. Meanwhile, Eraserhead was asked to follow Ajax and Yellow by Principal Nizu. They wanted to know about his family's condition to ascertain the kind of environment he grew up in. When Ajax reached the restaurant, there was Amy cleaning the front with a broom. Big sis Ajax and Yellow happily ran up to her and jumped in for a hug. He and Yellow loved Amy a lot. In fact, everyone loved Amy a lot. Eraserhead felt that there was no problem with the kid and made his evaluation. But the next moment a loud shout came from inside the building that made him stop. Grandma's Recipe Restaurant. Boom. Who stole gold from my mountain? Ragnarok boomed. You can see present Mike and Midoriya crying on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 499, 499. Mystery Man. Ragnarok saw Hats lying on its back lazily by the window, bathing in sunlight and reading some comics. The grin on his face always made him look suspicious. This made Ragnarok suspect him. Ragnarok went to him and picked him by his nape. You stole my gold. Bam. Hats slapped his face. I don't need your worthless gold. I like black obsidian. Go ask someone else. I am getting some vitamin D here, don't bother me. Ragnarok didn't feel Hats was lying, so he put him down and went to look for the culprit. This time he saw Douglas laying on the couch and gloating over something while watching a movie on the phone. Ragnarok unplugged his earphones, which switched the phone's speakers on, and a loud sound started coming from his phone. You are my life now. Ragnarok saw some kind of teenage movie running on the screen. What the hell are you watching? Douglas got angry. Hey, don't disturb me. I am on a Twilight movie marathon. Oh, what's it about? Ragnarok asked with interest. It is about love. A vampire loved a girl loves a vampire, and a wolfman loved the girl too but is ignored. It's funny. Douglas said and got back to watching. Yuck. I feel sick in the stomach. No, he couldn't have taken my gold. He's too pathetic and is only interested in scissors. Ragnarok thought and went to ask Dobby. Dobby was cutting vegetables for the evening's work. Hey, Dobby, do you know who stole my gold from my mountain? What happened? Dobby asked. I found 10 kilo chunks missing from it, Ragnarok answered. Wait, isn't the mountain as big as Mount Everest? How did you know 10 kilos were missing? Dobby inquired. Ragnarok chuckled. I know every nook and cranny of my mountain. Even a single gram is not out of my senses. Dobby decided that he didn't want to lie for such a trivial thing, so he ratted Alexander out. It was boss, he took it. Ragnarok was taken aback. What? Why would Alex take it? He bought rations for the restaurant with it and also uses it as his normal currency, Dobby explained. I need answers, I'll go and find him, Ragnarok said and entered Fiheim. He found Olivia there, bathing little Thea. Where is Alex? Oh, he's gone to spar with Saitama. He's somewhere in the space. She told him. Ragnarok didn't waste a second and teleported where Alexander was. He could already feel the surge of energy in the sky and it was big enough for him to pinpoint. Boom. But Ragnarok made a mistake. It was never good to appear in the middle of a fight between two beings who didn't know how strong they were. The moment he appeared, Alexander and Saitama were flying towards each other with their fists out. But instead of colliding with each other, their fists bumped onto Ragnarok's cheeks on both sides. They were able to decrease their power but only by a little bit. But it had got to hurt him. Ragnarok was knocked out cold from the impact. Alexander and Saitama stopped and looked at him. They both looked at each other with confusion. Alexander sighed. What was he thinking? Why did he appear here? He picked Ragnarok and put him inside his bedroom in the castle in Fiheim and returned to spar with Saitama. Let's continue, Saitama. Use your full power now. Alexander said. Bam. They again started flying around and punching each other. Alexander was a bit more experienced when it came to multiple forms of martial arts, so he was still overpowering Saitama. But, when it came to simple raw power, they were very close to each other's level. Alexander was honestly amazed by Saitama's strength. Saitama was a human, yet his body was able to evolve to this realm. He only lacked in mythical powers. But still, as long as he learned all kinds of martial arts, he would be an unstoppable killing machine. Bam! Alexander locked Saitama's neck in his arm. You lack fighting styles, Saitama. Rest is all good. Saitama also stopped. Yeah, I can feel the difference. Actually, you should eat the chakra fruit. Then you will have some mystical abilities. You should also start meditating with Bunpiku. Alexander suggested. Ah, old man, I know I am bald but I don't want to become a monk, Saitama said with a plain face. Ha ha ha. No. I am not asking you to become a monk. I just want you to increase your mental capacity. They will be helpful after you eat the fruit. Anyway, let's return. Ragnarok should be up. Alexander decided to end the sparring session. Ragnarok had woken up with a sharp headache. Arg, what the hell happened? He only remembered the pain and passing out. He was not facing Saitama or Alexander at that time, so he didn't know what had happened. Knock knock. Alexander walked into his room. Why did you appear in front of my punch? Ah, you. I came to ask why you took my gold. Ragnarok asked. Come on, don't be so petty. Also, I can make gold out of nothing. I'll give you double of what I took. Alexander offered him. No, my friend, it's about the feeling. Even I can make gold but it doesn't feel real then. For it to feel real it needs to come from an actual mine or place with hard work. Ragnarok explained. Sigh okay, I will get you your gold back, Alexander said. Why are all weirdos stuck with me, he thought and went out. Ragnarok was still a bit dizzy from the punch. He appeared in the restaurant. Grandpa, there was a mail for you. Amy came to him and handed him a packet. Alexander opened it and found just a single string of numbers and letters. What is this? Dobby asked. These look like some kind of coordinates. To be precise, dimensional coordinates. I don't think anyone on this planet can do this or even know me for them to send this here. Alexander wondered who sent it. He didn't know where these coordinates would take him, so he didn't try to use them. Instead, he contacted God. He just had to look up and God was ready to speak. Father, do you know where this leads to? God stayed silent for a second then spoke. This, my son, takes you to an uninhabitable planet in the dark region occupied by Zulruk. What? Why would someone give me these? Alexander asked. Maybe, it's a trap, Ragnarok suggested. Or maybe someone is trying to contact me secretly. Maybe someone grew a conscience, Alexander guessed. It is risky, Douglas warned. Yeah, but there is only one way to find out, Alexander said. He looked up and asked, Father, I will go to this place but I want you to keep an eye on me. If something happens that I can't handle I want you to extract me. Sure, son. I can do this. God agreed. He took a long breath and vanished from his position. After he had understood the knowledge provided by 5D people, he was able to navigate through the multiverse much more easily. He soon appeared on a volcanic planet, which was circling triple stars that were close to colliding with each other. The planet had solar winds ravaging it continuously. He found a hooded 6-foot-tall man. He could not see his face even though the hood only covered his head. Who are you? Alexander asked. You can see the mysterious planet on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. 500. Slightly angry Ajax. The masked man looked at Alexander. At least Alexander felt like he was being watched. He was in constant vigilance at the moment. He knew that he was in enemy territory and didn't want to do anything to attract the final boss yet. Who are you? Alexander asked. Who I am is of no importance. What I am about to give you is what matters. The man said. The voice was muffled as well so Alexander could not use it later to identify the person. What are you going to give me? Alexander inquired with caution. But this time, instead of replying, the man vanished from his place and appeared beside Alexander. Boom. The man punched Alexander. Alexander blocked it with his arm. His eyes widened in shock a little. After so long, he felt pain. His arms felt numb from the impact. He's strong. But it was the man who praised him. You are strong, but still not enough to challenge him head-on. Be careful, God's son. He has started preparing for the last stand. He will try to break you, from mind, heart, and body, be prepared. Then he lifted his palm on which a vial was resting. This is Zulruk's blood. Use this wisely. Alexander was shocked. Even if he could not kill the man, he could learn so much about him and his powers from this blood. Why are you helping me? Alexander asked. Alexander heard a sigh from the man before he spoke. My journey started eons ago due to my hatred, but I was never evil. And I refuse to be evil or serve evil, but I have sinned far too much. I am looking for my salvation through you, God's son. I wish you luck. I guess I will be seeing you in the future then, Alexander said. The man nodded, yes. Leave now or else he will sense you. Alexander used his power to jump back to his dimension where he was currently residing. Everyone was anxiously waiting there for him. Ha, who would have thought that even Zulruk's camp would have some people with a spine and dignity, Alexander said to himself. But he also understood that this unexpected ally was someone very high up in Zulruk's camp. Getting Zulruk's blood must have been a very difficult task. What happened, boss? What was there? Dobby asked. He showed them the blood. Zulruk's blood. This, who gave it to you? Archangel Michael exclaimed in shock. I don't know. He had some kind of cloak that hid his face no matter how much I tried to see. Anyway, that isn't important. I will be trying to decode Zulruk's power and weakness from this. Ah, we need to start to purify this world. Dobby, Blue Fang, make a plan and start implementing it. Alexander instructed them. Yes, boss. They nodded and got to work. I will be in my lab in Fiheim. If you guys need anything, call me up. He said and left. It seems he has gotten serious, Ragnarok muttered. He was always serious, he just never shows it, Olivia replied. A few days later. It was the first day of school for Yalo and Ajax. They were very excited to finally experience school life. Hey, where are you going, Ajax? Komei asked. Komei, I am going to school. I will make friends there. Ajax chirped. Komei paused for a second and then gawked, wah. Can I come too? Ajax scratched his head and thought for a second, can you stay hidden in my bag? Komei cheered up, yes. I will stay quiet and be sneaky. So, he put Komei in his bag and went out. Yalo was already sitting by the door waiting for him. Ajax held his hand and left. Natasha and Leonidas were also there when they saw their son acting so responsibly. They smiled warmly. He's growing so fast, Natasha said. Olivia chimed in, you are lucky, Natasha, that you are getting to see him grow up. Leo here had already started writing scholarly books when he was 4 years old. I sometimes used to forget that he was still a child. Leonidas rubbed his head, Mom, it's not my fault that I got a fast brain. Complain to Dad, why is he so smart? He's the one who passed those genes. Olivia pulled his ear, maybe you can get me another grandchild. More is always better. Come on, Mom, you already spend all your time on Thea and other kids. If I give you another one then I'm afraid you will forget us. I can't see Dad being jealous of his own grandkids. Leonidas joked. Ah, yes. I can already imagine him being jealous. He's like a big baby, haha. Olivia laughed. Leonidas chuckled and looked at Natasha, on second thoughts, maybe we can try. Let's go, Nat, let's make some babies. Shameless Natasha reprimanded him but still left with him. Olivia laughed alone, ah, youth. Bro Ajax, are we there yet? Komei whispered from the bag. No, we are near the entrance. You stay inside. Ajax said. But Komei was moving too much in the bag. Ajax looked at which class he was sorted. It was class 1A. So, he went in. The moment he entered, everyone went silent. They had not forgotten what had happened in the entrance exam. Ajax and Yalo were too powerful. But still, a few of the students came to greet him. Hey there, Ajax. I am Tenya Ida. If you ever need help, ask me. Ida introduced himself. Ajax looked at the relatively tall and muscular young man with glasses. Haha, thanks. I'll remember that. Then the girl who treated him like a kid came, hey, remember me? Ah, Miss Eureka. Ajax nodded. Just call me Eureka, we are going to be classmates after all. She kindly said. Although Eureka was a pretty girl, her charm didn't affect Ajax much because he was just 4 years old and had a long way to reach puberty. ELO. Yalo voiced. Everyone looked at the green child. Eureka looked at Yalo with a smile and reached out to shake his hand. Yalo shook it with his tiny hand. So cute, Eureka exclaimed. Haha, he said hello. Because of his advanced telekinetic abilities, his mind gets too stressed when it comes to speaking normally. He is also my beloved brother. Ajax proudly introduced him. No one asked why he looked different as it was normal for people to develop quirks that would change their outer body. Ha! What's so special? He looks like a frog. An unpleasant cocky voice came from the benches. Ajax turned to look and saw the ash-blonde-haired kid. But Ajax ignored him. He was a calm person and didn't go to people to find trouble. Although he never shies away from a conflict. I am Izuku Midoriya, thanks for saving me that D-day, Izuku spoke meekly. It seems he had developed some kind of inferiority complex to Ajax after seeing how stronger Ajax was. His and Ajax's quirks were somewhat alike, so he felt like a failure. Ajax politely shook hands, dude, get some confidence. I'm not going to eat you, well, unless you are made of chocolate then that's a different case. His joke made them chuckle and they realized that maybe this overpowered kid was not like other pampered and arrogant ones. Chocolate? Where? Where? Komei peeked his head out of Ajax's bag. Ajax facepalmed himself. He let Komei come out as the cat was already out. Hey guys, meet Komei. Komei, you already heard everything so you know their names. Ajax said. But then he noticed and found out why Komei was moving so much in his bag. Damn it, Komei, you ate Grandma's packed sandwiches. You know I love them. He complained. Komei guiltily chuckled, sorry bro, I will later go back and ask Grandma to make more. Don't worry. Everyone was looking at the flying thing. But they didn't dare to say something bad as it was clear that the thing was intelligent. They guessed that he was like Principal Nizu. Hey, everyone. Nice to meet you. I just wanted to see what a school looks like. Komei waved at everyone in the class. Since when did our school allow pets? The ash blonde-haired kid spoke again. Midoriya walked up to him and tried to stop him. Don't be mean, Kikan. Shut up, Deku. Don't talk to me. I will speak whatever I want. Who are you to stop me? It's an insect, what can he be other than a pet? Komei quieted down when he heard that. Ajax knew that Komei never showed it, but he was conscious of his looks. Ajax was also someone who loved his family dearly. He coldly spoke, Grandpa has told me not to get angry and control my power. But he also said that I should never compromise when someone disrespects me or my family. Because if you can't even protect your and your family's honor, how will you save others? Now, you called my brothers insect and frog? Komei and Yellow have names and you should call them by that. They are my brothers, and by calling them an insect or frog, you are disrespecting my whole family. I hope you learn some manners. Name him whatever you want, he still looks like an insect. The boy replied to him arrogantly. Sigh. Ajax started walking up to him, he had no idea why this guy was being so annoying. There was still a cute radiating smile on Ajax's face. But it looked scary right now. A/N, FCK yet. 500 chapters. Time for banana party. You can see the mysterious man and the annoying kid on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif.